Huang Lao, is there an immortal in this world? Is there a god? Is there an eternal existence? Hearing Huang Lao's evaluation of the three great spiritual roots in the world, Chu Zhongshan was not excited and excited. Instead, he questioned whether the immortal gods in the world really exist. I don't know. The legend of immortals only exists in the records left in ancient times. At least in that era when my body was not damaged, no one could step into the field of immortals, let alone achieve immortality. Huang couldn't give an accurate answer to Chu Zhongshan's question. After all, in the age when his body was not damaged, I don't know how many strong people who reached the limit of cultivation wanted to break through the shackles of life and death and obtain an eternal life, but no one could succeed. Huang Lao, even if there are immortals in this world, you and I are still thousands of miles away from that realm. Now thinking so much will not do any good except to add trouble, so you'd better introduce me to the particularity of this island. Seeing that Huang Lao fell into the emotion of immortals and gods, he deviated more and more from the subject. Chu Zhongshan had to remind him. You're right. Chu Zhongshan's reminder made Huang put away his emotion for the immortal god and continue to explain the real reason why Zhao Enjun sent him here. As the only three spiritual roots in the world, whether they are human spiritual roots, earth spiritual roots, or heavenly spiritual roots that have never been seen in the world, they all have companion animals like the blood god tree. However, unlike other spirit trees or spirit grass, the companion animals of the three spirit roots are not exotic animals, but spirit animals. Spirit beast, is it a strange beast that can sign a master-servant contract with the warrior? Hearing old Huang talking about the spirit beast, Chu Zhongshan suddenly remembered the contract spirit beast recorded in the mainland's secret story presented by Zhao Enjun. In the Eternal Continent, in addition to countless exotic animals with different types and grades, there are also many other kinds of animals, such as five-element animals, soul animals, and so on. Among them, spirit animals are the unique existence of animals, because it has a strong body that is not inferior to human wisdom and animals. It is the existence of the food chain at the top of the world. It is also the contract spirit beast that human warriors dream of. Strange animals, for reasons of intelligence and blood, can be kept in captivity and driven by the warrior, but they can't sign the master-servant contract and become partners who can really assist the combat power. Spirit beast is the only beast that can sign a contract with human warriors and become a common growth. However, because the number of spirit beasts on the Eternal Continent is very rare, it is rare to meet a spirit beast for hundreds of years, and even if you encounter a spirit beast, it is also because it is unwilling to become the contract spirit beast of human warriors. It fights desperately, and the final result is that the fish die and the net is broken. Therefore, on the Eternal Continent, there are very few warriors who really have spirit beasts, even much less than the geniuses whose talent reaches the demon level. According to Huang Lao's character, he will never mention the spirit beast inexplicably. Since he mentioned it at this time, it shows that there may be spirit beasts suitable for signing contracts on this island. Yes, nor is it. Huang Lao gave an ambiguous answer to Chu Zhongshan's guess. Without speaking, Chu Zhongshan waited quietly, waiting for Huang Lao to give the real answer. Chu boy, a spirit beast that can sign a master-servant contract with a warrior. In fact, there are two types, combat type and auxiliary type. The contract spirit beast you just mentioned is actually a combat spirit beast in the traditional sense. It is also a spirit beast with the largest number of spirit beasts. However, the most precious spirit beast in the world is still an auxiliary spirit beast. Because this spirit beast can help you cultivate and help you quickly improve your accomplishments. It can assist cultivation and help martial artists improve their accomplishments. Lin Huanglao's introduction to two different types of spirit beasts, especially the praise of auxiliary spirit beasts, Chu Zhongshan didn't feel much excited. For him who has a copy and paste program, any treasure of auxiliary cultivation in this world is not as useful as this program, nor as powerful as this program can copy and paste everything. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't show any excitement because of the strength of the auxiliary spirit beast, Huang knew that his introduction was not detailed enough and didn't really point out the importance of the auxiliary spirit beast, so he continued. The auxiliary spirit beast devours all the treasures containing aura and spirituality in the world. After its special absorption and transformation, it becomes the energy suitable for the warrior to absorb. For example, Your cultivation is in the chi refining period. The heaven and earth aura swallowed by spirit beasts can be transformed into the purest psychic power, allowing you to directly absorb and improve your strength. For example, if your cultivation breaks through the chi transformation period, the heaven and earth aura swallowed by the spirit beast will be directly transformed into the purest true yuan, which can be absorbed directly without refining, and the absorption effect is several times stronger than the true yuan pill given by the spirit. Looking at Chu Zhongshan, whose mood has changed slightly, a trace of pride flashed on Huang Lao's face. He continued to give examples to prove the power of auxiliary spirit beasts. For example, your cultivation can break through the divine soul period, and the heaven and earth spiritual power that assists the spirit beast to devour will also be transformed into the spiritual power. It can not only enhance the power of your mental power and let you temper your 3 souls and 7 souls as soon as possible, but also improve the cultivation of Zhenyuan, so that you can break through the boundary of the divine soul period as soon as possible. Old Huang, the auxiliary spirit beast is really so terrible. Huang Lao's more detailed explanation made Chu Zhongshan, who didn't care, gradually realize the power of auxiliary spirit beasts. At the same time, the auxiliary function of assisting the spirit beast that ignores the realm is what he needs in the future. With the improvement of cultivation, the strength is stronger and stronger, and the number of pills and spiritual fruits that can help improve the realm is also less and less. Although the copying and pasting procedures are against the sky, the premise must have the initial procedure of the original pill. Otherwise, the copy and paste program cannot be copied at all. At this stage, because his cultivation is still low, there are still many pills and spiritual fruits that can assist this realm, and the copy and paste program can play a role against the sky. However, when his cultivation reaches the peak of the imperial realm, or the supreme level of the highest realm, the pills and spiritual fruits that can assist this realm are almost extinct, then the copy and paste program will be useless. If the auxiliary spirit beast really has such a strong ability, it may not be a dream to break through the supreme level in 30 years. Yes, the auxiliary spirit beast is more powerful and rebellious than you think. Nodded, Old Huang confirmed that the auxiliary spirit beast helped the warrior against the sky. Looking at Chu Zhongshan, whose mood is rising gradually, and his face is excited, Old Huang said with emotion, "Chu boy, the number of spirit beasts is very rare, and the auxiliary spirit beasts account for only 1% of the spirit beast population. You can't use luck to face this type of spirit beast." In the face of the ability of assisting the spirit beast against the sky, Chu Zhongshan couldn't keep his inner peace. He looked around excitedly, hoping to see the auxiliary spirit beast. "Chu boy, don't worry. It's still some time before the auxiliary spirit beast is really born, and do you think the auxiliary spirit beast can be captured so easily?" Seeing Chu Zhongshan rubbing his hands, he immediately wanted to capture the spirit beast. Old Huang was speechless. Chu Zhongshan also knew that he was a little anxious, but when he thought of the ability to assist the spirit beast, he still couldn't control his inner impulse to get it right away. "Huang Lao, you go on. Take a few deep breaths and try to calm down your excitement." Chu Zhongshan gestured to Huang Lao to continue the introduction. Seeing Chu Zhongshan barely suppress his inner excitement through deep breathing and exhaling, a strange smile flashed on Huang Lao's face, and his words showed a teasing tone. "Chu boy, tell you the truth, your boy has not only found the auxiliary spirit beast, but also witnessed the appearance of the spirit beast with his own eyes." "Really? Where?" He even saw the spirit beast. His mood, which was finally calmed, rose again in an instant. He watched in all directions and looked for the figure of the spirit beast. "Far in the sky, near at your feet." Huang Lao's words still showed a teasing tone and joked. "Far in the sky, near at your feet." He looked down at his feet. There was still a hard ground under his feet, and there was no shadow of a spirit beast at all. No. When he wanted to complain that Huang Lao teased him, Chu Zhongshan suddenly remembered that he had seen records about the ocean before crossing. It is said that when some large whales surfaced, they were often mistaken for islands. "Huang Lao is the island under my feet." Pointing to the island standing at his feet, Chu Zhongshan asked in a trembling tone. "Yes, the island under your feet is the real body of the spirit beast." Huang Lao confirmed Chu Zhongshan's speculation. This is too big." Looking at an island about the size of a town, Chu Zhongshan stammered. "Continue to take a deep breath." When his mood calmed down, he said in some embarrassment, "Huang Lao, how can I capture it, and how can I take it away after I capture it successfully?" Chu boy, do you know why I envy you? Because your master Jiao Jun is so kind to you. He not only helped you find the general location of the spirit beast, but also prepared a space spirit tool to assist the spirit beast to inhabit in advance. Huang Lao, are you talking about this crystal ball? Jiao Jun prepared a space artifact for himself in advance. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan took out the crystal ball put into the storage ring again and asked, "Yes, this crystal ball is called Spirit Habitat Ball. It has its own independent space, and is suitable for the survival of combat spirit beasts and auxiliary spirit beasts." When introducing the Linky Ball in Chu Zhongshan's hand, Huang Lao's tone was still mixed with a trace of envy and jealousy. Even in the age when his body was not damaged, the spirit ball suitable for the survival of spirit animals, such as Chu Zhongshan's hand, was also a very rare top treasure. With his supreme strength, the identity of a Ray Master and the contacts of friends all over the world, he had not found such a spirit ball in 100 years. That's why he was jealous of Chu Zhongshan's luck, and of having a master like Jiao Jun. "Huang Lao, how can we refine this spirit ball?" For Huang Lao's undisguised envy and jealousy for himself, Chu Zhongshan pretended not to hear, and then interrogated him about the way to refine Linky Ball. Linky Ball, which can be admired by array masters like Huang Lao, must be the most precious treasure in the world. Therefore, after learning the function of Linky Ball, Chu Zhongshan's first idea is to refine it quickly and make it really become his own treasure. Refining means is very simple, just like refining storage bag. Huang understood Chu Zhongshan's idea of refining Linky Ball immediately. If he got this strange treasure suitable for the living space of spirit beasts, his first idea would be to refine it immediately. A drop of nearly 6 layers of purple blood essence was forced from the body and carefully dropped on the Shuenki ball, and then his eyes kept staring at the Linky Ball in his hand. As the purple blood essence slowly integrated into the Linky Ball, Chu Zhongshan gradually felt that the Shuenki ball in his hand had a very intimate feeling with himself. This feeling was like that the Shuenki ball itself belonged to a part of his body. When all the purple blood melted into the double habitat ball, the double habitat ball in his hand gradually began to be illusory, and finally turned into a white and rushed into his mind. Seeing the spirit ball disappearing in his hand, Chu Zhongshan didn't panic, calmed down and focused, and his consciousness communicated with his mind. Later, he found that the original spherical double habitat ball had become a gray-brown independent space in his mind. Consciousness slowly approached the independent space. When he realized the edge of the space, he was surprised to find that his consciousness could not enter the space. "Huang Lao, what's going on?" Consciousness withdrew from his mind and told Huang Lao in detail about the situation he encountered. Chu Zhongshan asked, puzzled. Logically speaking, the double habitat ball belongs to the same space spirit-like tool as the storage bag. Since you use your own blood essence to refine your body, the double habitat ball is your own treasure, and your own consciousness should be able to enter the space formed by the double habitat ball. Chu boy, although the double habitat ball also belongs to the spiritual weapon of space, it is different from the storage bag. The storage bag can only store dead objects, but not live objects, so your consciousness can enter the storage space. The double habitat sphere belongs to a space-like spirit instrument that can store living creatures. Only complete creatures can enter the independent space of the double habitat sphere. After explaining this, Huang Laoli looked around with the power of his mind and finally chose a remote grove to signal Chu Zhongshan to go there. Chu boy, consciousness is close to the independent space formed by the double habitat ball. Then imagine consciousness as yourself and try whether you can enter the independent space. After Chu Zhongshan entered the wooded grove, Huang suggested. With calm qi and concentration, Chu Zhongshan Ray uses consciousness to connect the independent space formed by Shuenki ball in his mind, and then imagines the body outside consciousness as consciousness and the consciousness in his mind as himself. When the consciousness in the mind imagines the cost person, the completely closed independent space suddenly cracks a gap enough to enter. Through the gap of the independent space, Chu Zhongshan stepped into the independent space. Just after Chu Zhongshan used consciousness to imagine his body, the body originally standing in the woods disappeared instantly, and there was a gray gas as big as a finger cover. After the consciousness was imagined as a body and entered the independent space formed by the double habitat ball, Chu Zhongshan found himself in a new and strange space. Although there is no light emitted by the sun in this space, the light in the whole space is not very completely dim, as if the barrier of space can shine independently. However, the light emitted by the barrier is very gray, making the whole space gray, some like the way the world was not opened before he crossed. At the same time, there is no trace of heaven and earth aura in the whole space. This feeling is a bit like the earth before he crossed. Chew boy, come out as soon as you feel it. The independent space formed by the double habitat ball is not suitable for you to stay in it for a long time. Just when Chu Zhongshan wanted to see how big this independent space was, there was a voice of Huang Lao reminding outside the independent space. Without any hesitation, the body ray imagined as consciousness, a strong repulsive force, which directly drove him out of independent space. Huang Lao, there is no trace of heaven and earth aura in the independent space formed by the double habitat ball. If the spirit beast enters the independent space, how to absorb the heaven and earth aura and transform the energy suitable for me? Chu Zhongshan, who reappeared in the woods, asked in a puzzled tone. Chu boy, everything in the world pays attention to a balance, that is, there are gains and losses. If you want to help the spirit beast transform the energy suitable for your cultivation, then you must provide enough aura, such as spirit stone, spirit grass, and so on, Huang explained. Spirit stone. Only by assisting the spirit beast to absorb the aura in the spirit stone can it transform the energy suitable for its own absorption. After hearing Huang Lao's explanation, Chu Zhongshan was secretly relieved. Killing the law enforcement peak with a knife, in addition to saving time Liang and others, and harvesting pills that can improve cultivation and talent, his biggest harvest is the spirit stone. In addition to the tens of millions of spirit stones compensated by Su Sheaji, he harvested tens of millions of spirit stones of different grades from the storage bags of nearly 1,000 killed disciples. Now he is rich and powerful. He doesn't care about the consumption of Lingxi at all. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's attitude like a nouveau rich, old Huang didn't say much, but smiled mysteriously. Huang Lao, this island is almost 200,000 square meters. That is to say, I'm afraid the volume of spirit animals assisting in practice is also this area. Where should I start? The double habitat ball has been refined, and the specific location of the spirit beast has been determined. The next thing to do is how to subdue the spirit beast. Chu boy, if you want to subdue the spirit beast and sign a contract with it, you must be in its sober state. At this time, it is still some time before it wakes up, so we still need to wait patiently. Huang Lao understood Chu Zhongshan's mood of accepting the spirit beast, but he knew better how to successfully accept the spirit beast. Huang Lao, how long will it be before the spirit beast wakes up? Although he wanted to sign the master-servant contract with the spirit beast now and try the effect of the spirit beast on his own strength improvement, in order to ensure the success of the final acceptance, he could only forcibly suppress the impulse of acceptance. About 2 hours. Using the power of divine thoughts, he felt the breath of the spirit beast, and Huang gave an approximate time period. For about 2 hours, he calculated the time silently. He felt that it was enough time to capture the spirit beast. After leaving the forest, he showed his first-level body skills and ran directly to the edge of the island. Chu boy, what are you doing? Seeing that Chu Zhongshan rushed directly to the island without saying a word, old Huang asked puzzled. Huang Lao, Weishan Lake has a specialty called tailless fish, which is a rare delicacy in the world. The larger the tailless fish, the more unique the taste is. I'll catch some while the spirit beast hasn't awakened yet. While explaining to old Huang, Chu Zhongshan showed his body skills and continued to run to the edge of the island. The reason why Chu Zhongshan appeared in Weishan Lake was that he couldn't find Zhao and Jun's intention and wanted to try his luck in Weishan Lake. In addition, he also ran for non-belonging fish. After all, in the past few days in Hushan County, what he saw and heard most was the word-of-mouth tailless fish. You. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was actually trying to satisfy his happiness, Huang was always quite speechless. Martial artists break through the qi transformation period, and Zhenyuan can already provide all the energy needed by the martial arts body. Therefore, experts above the qi transformation period rarely eat the previous food like ordinary people in the secular world. However, Huang Lao, who has lived for more than 1,000,000 years, is still greedy for worldly delicacies and has reached the high level of Qihai period. However, he did not stop Chu Zhongshan from catching tailless fish. Because the island has few auras and lacks interesting things, it is also in place to do it without fishing. Compared with the islands only tens of thousands of meters away from the north and south, Chu Zhongshan didn't spend much time even if he only used the initial body method and martial arts. A minute later, Chu Zhongshan arrived at the edge of the island smoothly. After seeing the confused heads on the edge of the island, Chu Zhongshan finally knew why the island was sparsely populated. Originally, all these people crowded on the edge of the island to catch tailless fish. After looking around, Chu Zhongshan found a place where there were few fishermen, although the location was not very good. Then he used the medium-level body method and martial arts to fall in the selected position. After taking a look at the 6 ordinary martial artists around who were staring at the lake with the highest cultivation and only 3 layers of qi refining period, Chu Zhongshan, like them, also stared at the lake. As the most precious fish in Weishan Lake, tailless fish is not only the most delicious fish, but also the most powerful fish in the lake. Otherwise, it is impossible for only real fighters to have the opportunity to capture it. As the overlord in the lake, the mating season every year is when they are most active, and only when they are most active is the time when they can really catch. At the same time, the activity of tailless fish mating is a time of disaster for other fish in the lake. In order not to disturb the mating of tailless fish, at this time of year, most of the fish in Weishan Lake will hide far away and leave enough space for tailless fish. Therefore, this time of year is the quietest time of the whole lake. Look, the tailless fish is coming out. While Chu Zhongshan was observing the calm lake, a surprise sound suddenly came from the edge of the island about 50 meters away from him. Looking up, Chu Zhongshan found that dozens of tailless fish of different sizes jumped out of the lake. Chu Zhongshan doesn't know how many times he has heard others say about the appearance of tailless fish these days, but he has never really seen it. At this moment, seeing the tailless fish jumping out of the water for 2 meters, Chu Zhong genius can really see the appearance of the tailless fish. The tailless fish jumping out of the water is like the flower bone fish before he crossed, but it is a little different from the flower bone fish. The tailless fish has no tail. Presumably, this is also the origin of the name of the tailless fish. Originally, according to Chu Zhongshan's ability to fly in the air, he wanted to catch dozens of tailless fish jumping out of the water, but he didn't do it. Because among the dozens of tailless fish that jumped out of the lake, the heaviest one was only 9 liang, which didn't suit his taste. In fact, not only did Chu Zhongshan not do it, but also those who stood on the edge of the island and reached the level above the physical training period did not do it. Because they know very well that with the changes in the mating season of tailless fish this year, the tailless fish that used to be less than 1 kilogram have lost their previous high price, so they focus on the tailless fish that is larger and heavier. Experts above the body refining stage don't catch them. Instead, they take advantage of those martial artists in the qi refining stage. They use boards of different sizes in their hands as support points. These martial artists in the qi refining stage, like monkeys in the forest, rush to the lake very flexibly and reach out to catch those tailless fish that are still in mid-air for a while. During the qi refining period, although the time of the martial artist's shot was later than the time when the tailless fish jumped out of the water, it couldn't catch up with the number of people who shot, and the preparation was sufficient in advance. Therefore, dozens of tailless fish that jumped out of the water were all caught without exception. Without continuing to stare at the calm lake in front of him, Chu Zhongshan began to look around and observe the tailless fish jumping out of the lake in other places. The time is not very long. 10 meters away from the tailless fish that just jumped out of the lake, another wave of tailless fish jumped out of the water. This time, the number of tailless fish jumping out of the water not only reached hundreds, but also the largest tailless fish, weighing more than 1 kilogram, at least 7 liang per kilogram. When tailless fish weighing more than 1 kilogram appeared, those martial artists at the beginning of the physical training period immediately became nervous, threw their wooden boards to the lake, and then rushed directly to the tailless fish that jumped out of the lake. As for the warrior in the realm of qi transformation period, he still continued to stand in place and wait, and had no intention of shooting. Among the dozens of warriors who rushed to the tailless fish, 6 reached the 3-tier peak of the physical training period, and the goal of these 6 people went straight to the largest and heaviest tailless fish. Because there is only one largest tailless fish, 6 people want to take it as their own, so they attack each other in the process of seizing tailless fish. In the end, he was the strongest martial artist, temporarily repelling the other 5 competitors and first approaching the largest tailless fish. When the most powerful warrior reached out to catch the tailless fish falling from mid-air suddenly opened its big mouth and bit down on the arm extended by the most powerful warrior. The warrior who wanted to catch the tailless fish didn't think that the tailless fish in mid-air could control his body to fight back. His dodgy arm was directly sent into the tailless fish's mouth and was bitten off at once. With the blessing of the weight of half an arm, the largest tailless fish accelerated to fall and finally dived into the lake before the other 5 martial artists came up. Damn it! After taking a top-grade healing pill from his arms, the martial artist stood on the board, stared at the lake and cursed. Unfortunately, in the face of the tailless fish diving into the lake again, his curse didn't work. Finally, he had to return to the edge of the island depressed, and then return to the center of the island to heal. In the next 10 minutes, another 10 waves of tailless fish jumped out of the water. Although most of the tailless fish are caught, a small number of tailless fish eventually escape. Of the small number of tailless fish that escaped, at least 8 escaped by counterattack. The result of counterattack is that the strong in the 8 body training periods and the half-step chi transformation period either lack beating arms or legs. Through the detailed observation just now, Chu Zhongshan gradually found out some laws about tailless fish. For example, tailless fish with a length of less than 10 cm and a weight of less than 1 kilogram are equivalent to the chi refining period in the martial arts realm, and the height of each jump is 1 meter. Tailless fish of this grade are not aggressive, and the resistance after being caught is not fierce. Tailless fish with a head of more than 10 cm, less than 20 cm, and a weight of more than 1 kg and less than 2 kg are equivalent to the physical training period in the martial arts realm. The height of each jump is 2 meters, which has a very strong attack power. Tailless fish with a head of more than 20 cm, shorter than 30 cm, and a weight of more than 2 kg and less than 3 kg are equivalent to the chi transformation period in the martial arts realm. Each jump is at a height of 3 meters. They not only have strong attack power, but also can spray threatening water arrows. Just now, there was a martial artist whose strength reached the 10th floor of the body training period. Because of carelessness, he was almost shot by a water arrow. Fortunately, although the grade of tailless fish is the same as that of martial arts, their strength is 1 or 2 levels lower than their own grade. Otherwise, how dare the master of the great perfection realm in the body refining period catch the 8-grade tailless fish in the realm of chi transforming period? Although the basic situation of tailless fish was found out, there was still a doubt in Chu Zhongshan's heart. That is, when he was in a Ju-in, Yue Zichao once said that a martial artist in the half-step chi period caught a tailless fish weighing up to 5 kilograms and 7 liang. According to the observation, just now, tailless fish with a weight of more than 5 kilograms can reach at least 6 grades, which is equivalent to the soul period in the realm of human warrior. Even if the real strength of tailless fish is 1 or 2 levels lower than its own grade, 6 tailless fish at least have the strength in the gas C period. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan was very suspicious. Either Yue Zichao lied. The tailless fish caught by the warrior in the half-step chi transformation period was definitely not 5 kilograms and 7 liang. Or, it is the warrior who is half-step into chi period who hides his strength. Like himself, he is also the cultivation of chi C period perhaps higher. In his conjecture he prefers the second conjecture, that is, the master in the half-step chi transformation period hides his strength. After all, Yue Zichao's lying is not good for him. He has no reason to make up this lie. If the fact is as he guessed, then the purpose of this expert hiding strength is probably not the tailless fish in the lake, but the spirit beast under his feet, just like him. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan secretly raised a warning and observed the people around him at any time to see if he could find the hidden master. Weishan Lake is neither big nor small. At least it can't see the end with the naked eye. In such a wide lake, whether there are tailless fish with higher grade and stronger strength is one of the reasons why Chu Zhongshan has not done it all the time. Look, that tailless fish definitely weighs more than 4 kilograms. When Chu Zhongshan guessed whether there were more high-grade tailless fish at the bottom of the lake, a startling voice suddenly came from the island nearly 100 meters away from him. Weighing more than 4 kilograms, that is, the grade reaches the gas C period and can give full play to the strength of the gas transformation period. Quickly turned his head and watched. Chu Zhongshan soon saw the tailless fish that jumped out of the water and was more than 40 centimeters long. At the same time, He also saw 3 powerful experts in the gasification period, who were quickly approaching the largest tailless fish with the help of falling boards. Chu Zhongshan moved a little bit and looked at the place 10 meters to the right of the position where the non-affiliated fish appeared just now. According to the law of tailless fish jumping out of the water, Chu Zhongshan guessed that the place where the tailless fish will appear next should be where he is staring at now. Although we didn't pay special attention to the competition for tailless fish by the 3 experts in the gasification period, the place we pay attention to is not far from the place where we compete for tailless fish. Using the remaining light of his sight, Chu Zhongshan knew that the tailless fish, which was more than 40 cm long, finally fell into the hands of the old man, who reached the peak of the 6th floor of the cultivation period. He took back his attention and stared at the calm lake. Chu Zhongshan counted silently. When he counted to 60 seconds, countless bubbles suddenly appeared on the calm lake. With the bubbles, one after another tailless fish rushed out of the water. In a short period of more than 10 seconds, the number of tailless fish rushed out of the water reached tens of thousands. The tailless fish that led the way out of the lake, as he guessed, was more than 50 centimeters long and weighed more than 5 kilograms. At the same time, among the tens of thousands of tailless fish jumping out of the lake, there are 2 tailless fish with a length of more than 40 cm and a weight of more than 4 kg, and 4 tailless fish with a length of more than 30 cm and a weight of more than 3 kg. Without the slightest hesitation or too much suppression of their cultivation, Chu Zhongshan broke out in the early stage of Kihai period and flew into the air to the largest tailless fish in mid-air. The reason why we don't break out all cultivation is to avoid the master hidden in the dark and know his real strength in advance. The tailless fish with a length of more than 50 cm and a weight of more than 5 kg jumped out of the lake, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the scene. Because the tailless fish with a length of more than 50 cm and a weight of 5 kg is the second one in this year's tailless fish mating season, all the experts who have reached the Qi transformation period in the field have adjusted enough genuine to prepare to snatch this tailless fish. However, just as they had just thrown the prepared board into the water, a young man flying in the air made these masters in the Qi transformation period stop there. Flying in the air is an ability that can only be possessed by top experts in the air sea period. At the same time, the young man in front of him, who is only 16 or 17 years old, must be a child of the great forces and is likely to be an elite disciple of the 9 forces. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the 6 and 7 noble families to cultivate such excellent disciples. Although he didn't use all his strength, the speed of flying in the air was not slow. Just 3 seconds later, Chu Zhongshan appeared next to the tailless fish. The strong genuine wrapped in his palm and directly grabbed the head of the tailless fish. As the overlord in Weishan Lake and a high-level beast with grade 6, the largest tailless fish first ejected a water arrow with a trace of cold. Unfortunately, the water arrow with enough power to reach the Qi transformation period was smashed by Chu Zhongshan's palm, which can't play any role at all. After seeing that the water arrow was invalid, Liupin tailless fish opened its big mouth and directly bit the arm extended by Chu Zhongshan. Through the power of the water arrow just now, Chu Zhongshan basically found out the real strength of the tailless fish in front of him and the strength at the peak of the Qi transformation period. Therefore, in the face of the open bite, he did not retract his arm, but slightly changed the attack direction. The sharp big mouth of the blood pot, wiping the sleeve of Chu Zhongshan, opened the right hand of the package genuine, and the 5 fingers were like a sharp weapon, directly inserted into the head of the tailless fish. When the 5 fingers are inserted into the head of the tailless fish, the true yuan contained in the fingers will directly attack the fragile head of the tailless fish and completely destroy the vitality of the tailless fish. The lifeless tailless fish was put into the storage bag. Chu Zhongshan used genuine to conjure up a big hand and grabbed 2 tailless fish with a length of more than 40 cm. Genuine's big hand shook slightly and directly stunned the 2 tailless fish. Ignoring the remaining tailless fish, Chu Zhongshan returned to the island again. The 6 warriors who had stood with him were subconsciously at least 20 meters away from him. Chu Zhongshan didn't care about this. He took the tailless fish stunned by Genuine's hand and colluded with Huang Lao in his mind. Old Huang, check it out and see if there is a special relationship between the tailless fish and the spirit beast that is about to wake up. The reason why he caught the tailless fish was not only that he wanted to taste the delicious taste of the tailless fish, but also that he suspected that there was a certain connection between the tailless fish and the spirit beast under his feet. Otherwise, the spirit beast that has been sleeping for many years will wake up, and the tailless fish that has been very regular will immediately appear abnormal. So it's strange that there is no relationship between the two. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan suspected that the rising tailless fish on the lake was related to the waking spirit beast, old Huang knew that he had misunderstood that he was a real eater. Using the power of his mind, he checked the two tailless fish with a length of more than 40 cm from head to back. Huang Lao's face showed a trace of doubt. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Boy Chu, take out the 6 tailless fish you just killed." The idea connected with the storage bag, and the dead Liupin tailless fish appeared in his palm. Huang immediately used the power of his mind to check, but the result of the check made the color of doubt on his face heavier. "Huang Lao, what did you find?" Seeing that Huang Lao didn't speak for a long time, Chu Zhongshan, who was anxious, asked, "Chu boy, I can't answer you for the time being, because I'm not sure whether there is a real relationship between the two, so next you must catch a live 6-grade tailless fish and a live 5-grade tailless fish." Without explaining the results of the inspection, old Huang directly ordered. As for Huang Lao's request, Chu Zhongshan was very embarrassed and said, "Huang Lao, I have full confidence in catching 6-grade tailless fish alive, but I have no confidence in catching 5-grade tailless fish alive." The 5-grade tailless fish is equivalent to the longevity period in the realm of martial arts. Although the grade of tailless fish is seriously inconsistent with its strength, the 5th-grade tailless fish at least has the strength of the soul period. For this kind of tailless fish, let alone caught alive, whether it can be defeated is a problem. "Chu boy, 5-grade tailless fish don't need your hand." Chu Zhongshan's embarrassment made Huang quickly guess the reason, so he said very atmospheric, "That's good." Seeing that old Huang was going to do it himself, Chu Zhongshan was delighted. Huang Lao can give full play to the peak strength of the imperial realm. If he wants to catch Wupin tailless fish alive, he can not only get the secret between each tailless fish and spirit beast, but also enjoy Wupin tailless fish with higher quality and more delicious taste, which can be described as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The only worry is whether there are Wupin tailless fish in the lake in front of us, or whether Wupin tailless fish will really jump out of the water. When Chu Zhongshan guessed whether there would be Wupin tailless fish jumping out of the lake, the sound of blisters attracted his attention. Looking up, Chu Zhongshan took back his eyes and stopped paying attention. Because judging by the tailless fish that have jumped out of the lake for more than a dozen times, the number and size of blisters on the lake represent the number and grade of tailless fish that have jumped out of the water. The number of blisters on the lake just now is only more than 60, and the blisters are also very small. It is obviously impossible to have tailless fish of more than 8 grades, let alone tailless fish of 6 grades and 5 grades, so he doesn't want to pay attention at all. Wave after wave of tailless fish leaped out of the water. The number of tailless fish leaped out of the lake was more and more, and the grade was higher and higher. Chu Zhongshan's energy that he didn't pay attention to was gradually concentrated. When there were more than tens of thousands of blisters on the lake, Chu Zhongshan looked directly at the blistering lake. Just a second later, a tailless fish with a length of more than 50 cm and a weight of more than 5 kg jumped out of the water. After the experience of catching 6 tailless fish for the first time, Chu Zhongshan knew that with his current strength, it was not difficult to catch them alive, and it didn't cost much real yuan. So he stood still. Zhenyuan turned into a huge palm and directly grabbed the rising tailless fish. Looking at the giant palm caught at him, the 6-product tailless fish sprayed 3 water arrows one after another and shot on the giant palm at the same time. Although the 3 water arrows slowed down the speed of the giant palm, they didn't have much effect on the tailless fish, which was still in the rising stage. Finally, they were tightly held by Chu Zhongshan. As Chu Zhongshan, the top expert in the gas sea period, suddenly appeared on the scene, and everyone on the scene also knew that his goal was tailless fish with a length of more than 50 cm, so no one competed this time. "Huang Lao, check it out." Using Zhiyuan to imprison the churning 6-grade tailless fish, Chu Zhongshan informed Huang Lao. "All right." The power of mind soon checked the 6-grade tailless fish. Old Huang motioned that Chu Zhongshan could deal with it at will. Zhenyuan was shocked suddenly. The originally alive tailless fish suddenly had no breath of life. and then he put it into the storage bag. Chew boy, there will be no 5-grade tailless fish in a short time. You choose a place with high terrain and wait for it for the time being. Through the observation just now, old Huang has a certain assurance in his heart, but he needs a higher-grade tailless fish for verification. At the same time, he knew that the whoopin tailless fish would not appear in a short time, so he asked Chu Zhongshan to find a position that was excellent and suitable for his shot in a short time. Looking up and looking around, Chu Zhongshan found that there was a protruding rock 300 meters away from him, which was not only suitable for observing the constantly jumping tailless fish on the lake, but also suitable for Huang to exert his spiritual power through him. Flying into the sky to the protruding rock, Chu Zhongshan didn't say anything, but looked coldly at a 3-layer peak warrior standing on the rock. In the face of Chu Zhongshan, who can fly in the air and whose strength is at least in the Sea of Qi period, the martial artists in the Qi transformation period, even if they are not convinced, finally get up and leave obediently. Sitting on the rock, he took out the book of 4 divine beast boxing given to him by Jiao Jun and read it carefully. As for the tailless fish jumping under the rock, it is for Huang Lao to pay attention. Boom. Chu Zhongshan was slowly immersed in his exquisite and profound boxing skills and soon forgot the passage of time. He didn't wake up until Weishan Island sent out a violent vibration. Huang Lao, what happened? Put away the fist script and stand up from the rock. Chu Zhongshan asked a little nervously. Nothing, just a sign before the spirit beast wakes up. Compared with the tension of Chu Zhongshan, Huang Lao is very calm. The spirit beast is waking up. Hearing Huang Lao's reminder, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Yes, in 10 minutes at most, the spirit beast will wake up completely. And in the 10 minutes when the spirit beast is about to wake up, more than 6 products of tailless fish will jump on the lake. God thought swept the whole lake, and old Huang said confidently, Huang Lao, if the spirit beast wakes up, the island will surely collapse completely, so these people on the island. More than 6 tailless fish will jump on the lake. Huang's explanation makes Chu Zhongshan's eyes turn to the lake, and those who are desperately catching tailless fish. Remembering that the island under his feet was actually the body of a spirit beast about to wake up, Chu Zhongshan asked anxiously, whether it's the gas refining period or the gas melting period, anyone who can't fly and doesn't leave immediately will die. There was no emotional change at all, Huang said coldly. Weishan Lake has more tailless fish than ever before, which also makes a lot of takers involved in catching tailless fish this year. On the side of the island where he is located, the number of takers is nearly tens of thousands. If you count along the edge of the whole island, the number may exceed 100,000. As a jumper, Chu Zhongshan knew the impending disaster, but ignored these ordinary warriors. His heart was not so cold-blooded, so he flew up in the air and shouted to the people on the island. Listen to the people below, the island will collapse soon, you'd better get out of here, otherwise your life will be lost. Using the genuine expansion voice of Qihai period, the voice he just reminded spread over the whole island. Listen to the people below, Weishan Island will collapse soon. Hurry up and get out of listen to the people below. Weishan Island will collapse soon. Hurry up and get out of here. Otherwise, your life will be lost. After hearing the sound of Chu Zhongshan's reminder, 7 middle-level masters in the gasification period temporarily stopped catching tailless fish. First, they observed the situation around them. After discovering the abnormality of the lake, they directly chose to leave the lake, and then found the ship prepared in advance and left Weishan Island without worry. As for the rest of the people, facing the endless leaping tailless fish on the lake, greed blinded their eyes, so that they didn't believe Chu Zhongshan's warning just now and still tried their best to catch tailless fish. The duty has been done. As for those people who can't leave, Chu Zhongshan ignored these greedy people and returned to the rock again. Just as he was standing on the rock, old Huang in his mind suddenly reminded him, Chu boy, pay attention, the 5-grade tailless fish is about to jump out of the lake. Huang's reminder made Chu Zhongshan quickly turn his eyes to the lake. At this time, the lake seemed to be boiling, with waves and blisters. With waves and blisters, tailless fish of different grades, dumplings in the following pots, constantly jump out of the lake, which makes those who catch tailless fish more crazy, and even make a big shot for a high-quality tailless fish. In this regard, the sky in Chu disappeared. As the water of the lake churned more and more violently, the grade of tailless fish jumping out of the water became higher and higher. Soon, a tailless fish with a length of more than 60 meters and a weight of more than 6 kilograms appeared in the sight of Chu Zhongshan. Old Huang, let's do it. Seeing the whoopin' tailless fish jumping out of the water, Chu Zhongshan quickly reminded him. No hurry, wait. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's urging, Huang Lao didn't worry, and motioned that he didn't have to worry. With more and more whoopin' tailless fish jumping out of the lake, and desperately catching tailless fish, one of the martial artists who differentiated into the early stage of Qi gradually woke up. Using the plank under their feet as the support point, these early martial artists in the gasification period jumped directly in place for more than 10 meters. When they took off with their bodies, they began to observe the lake in the distance. When they found that the lake in the distance, like the lake under their feet, constantly jumped 5 kinds of tailless fish, their faces changed. After they landed on the board again, these early-stage masters of the gasification period found their relatives and friends and forcibly took them back to the island. Just like those middle-level masters who left the gasification period in advance, they took ships prepared in advance and accelerated to leave Waishan Island. Just a dozen early-stage masters in the gasification period had just boarded the ship. With the deafening roar, there was another violent shaking from Waishan Island. With the second shaking of Waishan Island, the whole lake surface of Waishan Lake was completely boiling. Not only more and more tailless fish jumped out of the water, but also some aquatic organisms and exotic animals hidden in the depths of the lake began to jump out of the lake like tailless fish, as if they felt that disaster was coming. Old Huang, don't you do it yet. As a 4-grade tailless fish with a length of more than 70 meters and a weight of more than 7 kilograms jumped out of the water, Chu Zhongshan quickly warned. No hurry, wait. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's urgent reminder, Huang Yijiu said calmly. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan could only turn his eyes helplessly. The second violent shaking of Waishan Island and the continuous emergence of 6-grade and 5-grade tailless fish on the lake made those who fell into madness wake up gradually. There is no way to wake up, because with the higher and higher grade tailless fish jumping out of the water, the more water arrows sprayed, the stronger the power of water arrows. In just a few minutes, the bodies of hundreds of warriors have been floating on the whole lake. After discovering these abnormalities on the lake, the awakened warriors fled back to the island and planned to leave Waishan Island by boat. However, just as they arrived at the place where the ships were stored, Waishan Island began to vibrate for the third time. This time, the shock not only stirred waves up to tens of meters on the whole lake, but also the boulders on the island began to roll down. The waves and falling boulders directly smash and drop the ships of those who want to leave the martial arts, making their idea of returning to land by ship come to naught. However, some martial artists, relying on their good water quality, directly rushed into the lake and planned to swim back to land. However, in the face of tens of meters high waves, it is useless in good water quality. They are directly stunned and killed by the waves. When Waishan Island vibrated for the third time, Chu Zhongshan already felt that there was something wrong with the rocks under his feet, so he flew directly into the air and observed the lake below in mid-air. He ignored those martial artists trapped by waves and boulders. It's not that he was cold-blooded, nor that he didn't save his life, but because with the third vibration of Waishan Island, the boiling lake has begun to jump up 3-grade tailless fish, which makes him unable to take into account these ordinary warriors for the time being. According to the division of martial arts realm, sampan tailless fish already belongs to the realm of the strong in the king's realm. Although their real strength is far less than their own grade, they are also the strong ones in the avenue period anyway. In this regard, Huang Lao, who has been observing calmly, did not continue to wait and see in the face of the sampan tailless fish jumping out of the lake. With the gray palm formed by the power of the soul, he directly held the sampan tailless fish in mid-air and then brought it to Chu Zhongshan. When sampan tailless fish appeared in front of the sky in the middle of Chu, it had completely become a dead fish. Because when Huang Lao held the 3-grade tailless fish with the gray palm formed by the power of the divine soul, he had used the power of the divine mind to check the situation of the tailless fish. At the same time, he also knew that Chu Zhongshan had always been eager for the delicacy of tailless fish, so he easily shocked the intelligence of tailless fish. Chu boy, things have changed. You should be prepared desperately. After Chu Zhongshan took the 3-grade tailless fish back to the storage bag, Huang told him with a dignified look. Huang Lao, what happened? Chu Zhongshan asked nervously. Originally, as long as the spirit beast wakes up, Old Huang uses the means of the top strongman in the imperial territory to directly control the spirit beast. Then he signs the master-servant contract with the spirit beast, and the whole process of accepting the spirit beast has been completed. However, the dignified tone in Huang Lao's tone just now made him be careful and dirty. He couldn't help pulling it up. Chu boy, in addition to the auxiliary spirit beast at the foot of the lake, there is an aggressive spirit beast at the bottom of the lake, and the grade of this aggressive spirit beast has reached the peak of 3 grades. Huang Lao explained in a dignified tone. Huang Lao, what do you mean? At the bottom of the lake, there was an aggressive spirit beast whose grade reached the peak of the 3rd grade. After hearing Huang Lao's explanation, Chu Zhongshan felt that his breathing began to be difficult. Like the king beast, the aggressive spirit beast has the combat power beyond its own level. The combat power of the aggressive spirit beast reaching the peak of the 3rd level may reach the 2nd level, which is equivalent to the imperial realm of the warrior realm. Although Huang Lao can give full play to the peak strength of the imperial territory, because he only has the body of God and soul, he has many powerful martial arts that can only be displayed through the body, which cannot be displayed for the time being. Therefore, in the face of aggressive spirit beasts that can give full play to the strength of the imperial territory, he may not be able to gain the upper hand in a short time. What if the auxiliary spirit beast escapes while they fight? Seeing the body of more than 200,000 square meters under his feet, Chu Zhongshan shook his head secretly. I'm afraid there's no way to take such a spirit beast with the cultivation of the 8-story peak of Thaxan's energy sea period. Chu boy, you can only act according to your circumstances. In the face of sudden changes, Huang Lao didn't know what to do for the time being. Seeing that old Huang was also helpless, Chu Zhongshan took off the life-saving jade pendant hanging around his neck. In case something happened that old Huang couldn't control, in order to get the auxiliary spirit beast, he had to use the life-saving jade pendant and summon Jiao and Jun to help. With Jiao and Jun's supreme strength, no matter the strength of attacking spirit beasts at the bottom of the lake is strong, it is not the enemy of Jiao and Jun. Having made a decision in mind, Chu Zhongshan held the life-saving jade pendant in one hand and stared at the lake below and the islands falling off rocks, waiting for the spirit beast to wake up completely. Just as Chu Zhongshan stared at the lake below, a dark shadow swam quickly from the bottom of the lake. Due to the continuous churning of the lake water, the original clear lake water gradually becomes turbid. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan is not sure whether the black shadow across the bottom of the lake just now is the figure of a human warrior. Although he was not sure, Huang Lao, who could use the power of God and soul, could. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan informed Huang Lao of what he had just noticed and what he had guessed, and let him check the situation at the bottom of the lake. There's still this. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's introduction, old Huang frowned and asked in surprise. The unexpected discovery of an aggressive spirit beast has made the whole thing chaotic. If the scene is really like what Chu Zhongshan said, and there are hidden experts, then today's things will be completely complicated. Finally, the ownership of auxiliary spirit beasts may be very variable. Thinking of this, Huang Laozhen then used the power of the spirit at the peak of the imperial realm to thoroughly investigate the whole Weishan lake. However, in addition to the creatures at the bottom of the lake, and ordinary martial artists who have not yet died, there is no dark shadow mentioned by Chu Zhongshan just now. Being able to hide the power of the spirit from himself shows 2 things. Either Chu Zhongshan was dazzled and mistook the creatures at the bottom of the lake for the figure of a martial artist, or the real strength of this expert also reaches the peak of the imperial realm, so you can avoid his mind to check. In Huang Lao's subconscious mind, he actually believed in the latter speculation, that is, there may be a strong man at the top of the imperial realm whose strength is not weaker than him at the bottom of the lake, so he quickly told Chu Zhongshan, Chu boy, you will continue to take off later and pay attention to the changes of things. If things are really out of control, you can directly use your life-saving card and call your master to help. Huang Lao, I see. Holding the life-saving card in his hand, Chu Zhongshan stared nervously at the lake. Boom! With the 4th violent vibration of Weishan Island, the whole Hushan County was filled with deafening roar. With the vibration and roar, the originally tumbling Weishan Lake was instantly quiet, and the falling boulders on Weishan Island seemed to be static and stopped there. Looking at the completely calm lake and island, tens of thousands of martial artists who survived on the island picked up large wooden boards one after another to leave the island and return to land. Boom! Just as those warriors stepped on the board, and then moved the board, the whole Waishan island exploded in an instant, and countless crushed stones were like deadly concealed weapons, killing tens of thousands of remaining warriors on the island in an instant. Countless rubble fell into the bottom of the lake, and the fog formed by dust dispersed. Chu Zhongshan finally saw the true face of Lushan Mountain, an auxiliary spirit beast. However, when he really saw the true face of Lushan Mountain, a look of surprise flashed on his face. Because after the smoke dispersed, a pug about 10 centimeters long and only 4 or 5 centimeters high floated in the air on the lake, which was shaped like a pug he had raised before crossing. Huang Lao, what's going on here? Pointing to the strange creature floating in mid-air and shaped like a dog, Chu Zhongshan asked puzzled. Chu boy, this is an auxiliary spirit beast, and it is a spirit beast just conceived. For the spirit beast floating in the air, old Huang, who knew what was going on, introduced it calmly. Huang Lao, you once said that the whole island is the body of the auxiliary spirit beast, so even if the volume of the spirit beast is not as big as that of the island, it won't be so different. Pointing to the dog more than 20 centimeters long, Chu Zhongshan shouted in disbelief. Chu boy, I just said it. The spirit beast in front of me is just bread. Just like human beings, the whole island is like a woman's belly, and the spirit beast is like a child in her belly. Of course, there is a deviation in volume. In Chu Zhongshan's mind, although he knew he couldn't see his expression, Huang couldn't help rolling his eyes. For Huang Lao's example explanation, Chu Zhongshan is also a white eye. Because he had never seen such a large proportion gap between the child born by that woman and her stomach. Chu Zhongshan couldn't see Huang Lao's expression, but through the sea, Huang Lao could see his every move clearly. After seeing Chu Zhongshan rolling his eyes like him, Huang Lao snorted bitterly, then he criticized. Chu boy, with your master's strength close to the title of supreme level, he will put you in danger and make you sign an unmanageable spirit beast. What Huang Lao criticizes is. Seeing that old Huang was not only angry, but also out of Zhao, Chu Zhongshan quickly admitted his mistake. In fact, when Huang Lao explained the relationship between the spirit beast and the island, Chu Zhongshan had found that the puppy floating in mid-air was very strange. Because since it appeared, the aura of heaven and earth within a radius of tens of miles has rushed into its body like a flood discharge. At this moment, it was only 10 centimeters complete, and it has risen by nearly 3 centimeters. Huang Lao, am I going to take over the spirit beast now? Chu Zhongshan asked with a gesture of hand when he looked at the spirit beast whose eyes had not been opened and whose shape was as lovely as a dog. Don't worry, wait a minute. Shaking his head, Huang Lao temporarily stopped Chu Zhongshan's impulse to subdue the spirit beast. If the mysterious strong man hiding in the dark doesn't do it, and the 3-level peak spirit beast lurking at the bottom of the lake doesn't do it, he will never take the initiative to do it. Otherwise, in the face of the siege of 2 strong men who are not inferior to him, he is not sure to win. As more and more heaven and earth auras enter the body of the spirit beast, the volume of the spirit beast is growing. 10 minutes later, the spirit beast, which was originally beautiful, small and lovely and shaped like a pug, has become a majestic and adult wolf dog. At this time on the extremely quiet lake, the lake water was suddenly separated, and a huge palm directly grabbed the spirit beast floating in the air. Old Huang, stop him. Looking at the huge palm suddenly stretched out to the spirit beast, the world consciousness in Chu reminded Huang Lao. At the same time, he himself quickly mobilized Genuine and Danshan and also planned to turn a huge palm to stop it. Chu boy, stop. Just as Genuine was about to turn into a palm, Huang Lao in his mind shouted to stop him. Huang Lao, the spirit beast is someone else's right away. Why don't you let me do it? Don't you want me to get the spirit beast? Looking at the giant palm closer and closer to the spirit beast, Chu Zhongshan roared with red eyes. Chu boy, calm down and concentrate. Don't be blinded by greed. His eyes are red and his temperament is impulsive. Chu Zhongshan's reaction at this moment is like those martial artists blinded by tailless fish. Therefore, old Huang directly uses the power of the soul to cast a heart-clearing mantra to wake him up. With the help of the heart-clearing mantra, the red eyes gradually returned to Kingaming, and the eager mood gradually calmed down. Huang Lao, I'm sorry. Remembering his impulse just now and his roar at Huang Lao, Chu Zhongshan apologized with great regret. At the same time, he also secretly congratulated himself for the existence of Huang Lao around him. Otherwise, in the face of the spirit beast that will be taken away, I'm afraid he will rush out regardless of everything. At that time, we will face the sneak attack of mysterious experts hidden at the bottom of the lake and aggressive spirit beasts. After self and reflection, Chu Zhongshan began to find himself and see why he suddenly became so impulsive. With his mind cultivation of breaking through the longevity period, let alone facing the spirit beast that can help practice. Even if he claims that he can make people become immortals and gods, he will not be so impulsive, let alone roar at Huang Lao, who is kind to himself. Just as Chu Zhongshan looked for his own reason, when the giant palm was less than a meter away from the spirit beast in the air, a deafening roar sounded. The sound wave formed by the roar not only directly shattered the huge palm formed by Zhenyuan, but also blew away all the clouds 10,000 meters above. The deafening roar made Chu Zhongshan give up the idea of finding his own problems temporarily, and then use Zhenyuan to form a defense layer to defend against the impact of the sound wave formed by the roar on himself. When the deafening roar stopped, Chu Zhongshan, who had been hidden in the clouds, had to show his figure. At the same time, the spirit beast, who has been absorbing aura with his eyes closed, also opened his eyes for the first time. The spirit beast opened his eyes, first looked down at the lake, and then looked up at the sky in Chu. After seeing the displeasure in the spirit beast's eyes, Chu Zhongshan suddenly had an idea in his heart that this newly born spirit beast has the wisdom that is not inferior to that of adult humans. Looking up at Chu Zhongshan, the spirit beast floating in the air closed his eyes again, continued to absorb aura, and continued to make his body bigger. The sound wave formed by the roar scattered the clouds used to hide, and Chu Zhongshan stopped hiding and directly approached the spirit beast floating in mid-air. When he was 100 meters away from the spirit beast, he said coldly to the lake, "Come out." If the roar just now is from the 3 top spirit beasts at the bottom of the lake, the huge palm formed by Zhenyuan must be a mysterious master hidden at the bottom of the lake. So Chu Zhongshan plans to force the other party to compete for the spirit beasts with real knives and guns. After waiting for a minute, seeing that the opponent hidden at the bottom of the lake still refused to come forward, Chu Zhongshan approached the spirit beast floating in the air for 10 meters and threatened, "If you continue to hide, don't blame me for taking the spirit beast." However, in the face of the threat of Chu Zhongshan, there was still no movement at the bottom of the lake. "Old Huang, help me defend against the sneak attack of attacking spirit beasts and mysterious experts. I'll take the auxiliary spirit beasts." Since the mysterious master at the bottom of the lake refused to come forward, that is, he didn't believe he could subdue the spirit beast. Maybe he thought that even if he really subdued the spirit beast, the roar from the bottom of the lake would stop him. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan flashed a sneer in his heart. He will make the mysterious master hiding at the bottom of the lake regret it. If the spirit beast at the bottom of the lake directly uses his roar to prevent him from subduing the spirit beast floating in the air, he can ask Huang Lao to help him resist for a few seconds. At this time, he can easily subdue the spirit beast. "Chu boy, you have a good idea." Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who continued to approach the spirit beast, old Huang asked in an unusually dignified tone. "The process of accepting the spirit beast is very simple. You only need to force a drop of blood into the spirit beast's head, and then attach the handprint of the master-slave contract. It takes only 2 to 3 seconds to completely accept the spirit beast. The spirit beast floating in the air in front of us is just a weak spirit beast who has just been born and whose grade is still in the 10th grade. In the face of Chu Zhongshan, a top expert whose strength is close to the soul period, he has no ability to resist at all. That's why it didn't choose to escape immediately after it was born, but tried hard to absorb the aura of heaven and earth and improve its grade. If Chu Zhongshan does this, then next they will face the mysterious masters hidden at the bottom of the lake and the 3 top spirit beasts lurking at the bottom of the lake. With only 1 spirit beast at the peak of the 3rd grade, old Huang is difficult to defeat it in a short time. In addition, he can use the spirit to avoid his own thoughts, and his strength is not weaker than his mysterious master. Old Huang feels that the power of the spirit that he has finally recovered will be consumed again. "Old Huang, if things can't be violated, I will directly call the master to help." Chu Zhongshan knew what he was worried about, so he directly carried Zhao and Jun out to reassure Huang. "Oh, all right." Seeing Chu Zhongshan's firm attitude, Huang Lao can only reluctantly agree. In fact, according to Huang's original intention, he didn't want Chu Zhongshan to call Zhao and Jun to help. At least he didn't want to see Zhao and Jun until the secret land of the wilderness was opened. Because he didn't know whether Zhao and Jun, whose strength was close to the supreme title, would allow himself to stay with Chu Zhongshan or continue to lurk in his sea of knowledge. After all, it is an extremely risky practice for the body of the spirit to lurk in the sea of knowledge of others. However, in order to help Chu Zhongshan and enable him to reach the peak of martial arts in the shortest time, and then help himself recover, Huang decided to gamble. Seeing Chu Zhongshan constantly approaching the auxiliary spirit beast and the mysterious master hidden at the bottom of the lake, the attack spirit beast at the top of the third grade didn't come forward to stop it, and let Chu Zhongshan continue to approach it. Less than 10 meters away from the auxiliary spirit beast, Chu Zhongshan quietly forced a drop of blood essence with one hand, and the other hand quietly made the mark of the master-slave contract. When all this was ready, he directly used the body method and martial arts close to breaking through the lower level of Chuanpin and appeared around the spirit beast like a blink. The blood essence drops directly on the head of the spirit beast. The empty right hand, together with the left hand that has already made half the mark, quickly forms the master-slave contract mark, which is printed on the position where the blood essence has just been dropped. When Chu Zhongshan used his body method and martial arts to appear next to the spirit beast in an instant, the bottom of the lake immediately made a roar louder than just now, containing a trace of the power of God and soul. The sound wave power formed by the roar makes the invisible void around produce ripples layer after layer. Through these ripples, it is enough to prove how powerful the roar of attacking spirit beasts is. The powerful sound wave quickly approaches the central sky of Chu. According to the speed of sound wave impact and the speed of Chu Zhongshan's printing, if he doesn't escape immediately, even if the printing is successful in the end, he will be attacked by powerful sound waves. With the power of sound waves, the attacked Chu Zhongshan may be shocked to death, cracked and shattered by sound waves. However, Chu Zhongshan's action puzzled the mysterious master hidden at the bottom of because Chu Zhongshan ignored the sound wave coming closer and closer behind him and focused on condensing the seal of the master-servant contract. At the moment when the mark was completely formed, the sound wave powerful enough to move the void just attacked him. At this time, a gray defense layer rose from him, easily blocking the power formed by sound waves. At the same time, the gray power constantly dissipates the power of sound waves to form a fierce void, and finally the power formed by sound waves disappears completely. No, the strong man at the peak of the imperial realm is hidden by his side. Just as the defensive layer of gray power rose on Chu Zhongshan, there was a sudden cry of surprise from the bottom of the lake. At the same time, the mysterious master also knows why the other party ignores the power of sound waves. With the cry of surprise, two figures rushed out from the bottom of the lake. Two figures rushed out of the bottom of the lake. One was a young man of about 25 or 6 years old, dressed in light cyan clothes and with ordinary appearance. The other was a middle-aged man about 40 years old, dressed in black robes and somewhat ugly. After seeing the young and middle-aged people who rushed out of the lake, the doubts in the heart of Chu Zhongshan were immediately solved. In Yiju-in, Yue Zich once said that an expert in the half-step qi transformation period caught a tailless fish weighing more than 5 kilograms. Chu Zhongshan suspected that the martial artist in the half-step qi transformation period was likely to be an expert hiding strength. At the same time, not long ago, he saw a dark shadow swimming through the bottom of the lake. And this shadow can escape the power of Huang Lao's mind, which is enough to show that these two people are the young and middle-aged people in front of them. The middle-aged man who rushed out of the lake did not act rashly for the time being, but used his mind to check the number of square circles in the sky in the middle of Chu, looking for the hidden top strongman of the imperial realm. Huang Lao, what is the strength of middle-aged people? While the middle-aged strongman didn't start, Chu Zhongshan quickly colluded with Huang Lao in his mind and asked, "The cultivation at the peak of the imperial realm is far more powerful than me." Huang Lao, who lurked in Chu Zhongshan's mind, said helplessly. Although it is said that with the help of Sanyang's soul reviving pill, he has restored the power of 3 layers of gods and souls, so that he can give full play to the strength of the peak of the imperial territory, some of the secret methods and offensive arrays he has mastered can be displayed only through the body. Now, in the state of the spirit body, he is not the opponent of the other party for the time being. Far more powerful than me. After hearing Huang Lao's evaluation, Chu Zhongshan's originally nervous mood suddenly relaxed. Since Huang Lao is not the opponent of the top power in the imperial realm, he must use his life-saving card to summon Zhao Enjun to help. With Zhao Enjun's strength close to the supreme title, All the problems in front of him will not be a problem, so he doesn't have much worry. Friend, please cancel your contract with the master and servant of the spirit beast, and then leave here. Seeing that the master-slave contract has been completed, the young man with ordinary appearance said hoarsely. After looking at the young man, Chu Zhongshan ignored him. Instead, he waved to the spirit beast, who had signed the master-servant contract. The spirit beast that was originally attracting aura disappeared in an instant and finally appeared in the independent space formed by the spirit ball in his mind. At the same time, 100,000 lower-level spirit stones of 6 grades are sent into an independent space so that the spirit beast can continue to absorb Reiki. Boy, you want to die. Seeing Chu Zhongshan waving away the spirit beast, the young man who also had the spirit ball changed his face and said in a murderous tone. At the same time, with anger, a strong momentum rose from the youth. Through the strong momentum rising from the youth, Chu Zhongshan knew that although the other party's realm was the same as him, there was only 8 peaks in the Kihai period, but his real strength was approaching the soul period. In other words, judging from the momentum alone, the strength of the other party is not weaker than himself. Taking out this life spirit knife, Chu Zhongshan also raised a momentum that was not inferior to or even better than the other party, which shocked the young man and the middle-aged man around him. The reason why the young man was surprised was that the middle-aged strong man around him once said that his talent, qualification, perseverance, and savvy were the top demon genius in the southern region. Even the demon-level disciples of the 9 forces can surpass him in these aspects. Unexpectedly, when competing for the auxiliary spiritual beast that can only appear for tens of thousands of years, he encountered a young opponent who is not inferior to him in all aspects, which temporarily shifted the young man's attention from the disappeared spiritual beast to Chu Zhongshan. My surname is Zhou and my name is Qi. I'm the princess of Hushan County. Continue to enhance the momentum of the body, and take the Benaming spirit sword that reaches the peak of medium grade. The youth took the initiative to introduce it. Are you the 97 prince of the Zhou dynasty? Hearing the other party's introduction of his origin, Chu Zhongshan flashed a trace of surprise on his face. In the past few days when he was sent to Hushan County, in addition to hearing how delicious the tailless fish is, what he has left is the rumors about the princess of Hushan County and the 97 prince of the Zhou dynasty. It is said that the 97 prince was the illegitimate son, accidentally born after the drunken son of Zhou Tianzi of the great Zhou dynasty had a relationship with an ugly palace maid. It is said that the 97 prince was very unpopular with the son of Zhou. Just after he reached adulthood at the age of 16, he was sent to the remote Hushan County without even holding the initiation ceremony. It is said that the 97 prince's cultivation talent is very poor and his character is very weak, resulting in the whole Hushan County falling into several powerful aristocratic families. In my mind, I recalled all kinds of rumors about the 97 prince. I looked at Zhou Qi, whose cultivation has reached the peak of the 8th floor of the Kihai period and whose real strength is close to the soul period. Chu Zhongshan took a look at Zhou Qi Gao. Yes, I am the unpopular 97 prince. Hearing that the other party directly pointed out his origin, Zhou Qi didn't deny it. He looked very indifferent and admitted coldly. Although the other party did not care, Chu Zhongshan flashed a cold light from the corner of his eyes. He knew that he was not as indifferent as he appeared. He must be full of hatred for the emperor of the Zhou dynasty in his heart. If there is a chance in the future, Chu Zhongshan believes that he is likely to destroy the whole Zhou dynasty. My surname is Chu and my name is Zhongshan. I come from Ligan sect, one of the 9 forces. Since the other party has reported to himself, Chu Zhongshan is not that timid person. He truthfully introduces his origin. No wonder. Hearing that Chu Zhongshan came from Ligan sect, one of the 9 forces, Zhou Qi nodded secretly. If you can cultivate young and gently, you will reach the 8th-level peak of the Kihai period and have the strength that is not inferior to your own. Only the demons and disciples from the 9 forces, or more accurately, from the 3 sects and the Qin Empire. The strength of the 5 families in the southern region is not as strong as it is rumored, and their evil disciples are not so excellent. Brother Chu, how old are you this year? Compared with the origin of Chu Zhongshan, Zhou Qi is most concerned about the real age of Chu Zhongshan. Because he experienced too many hardships in his youth, his appearance looked older than his actual age. In fact, he is only 19 years old this year. He has made such achievements at the age of 19. Zhou Qi believes that he is definitely the best genius in the southern region, and the Chu Zhongshan in front of us. It seems that he is only 16 or 17 years old. Zhou Qi doesn't believe that he can achieve the same achievements as himself in just 1 or 2 years, so he is eager to know his real age. 20 days ago, I just finished the youth ceremony. Chu Zhongshan didn't hide his age because it was no secret at all. 18. Hearing that Chu Zhongshan had just finished his 18th birthday, Zhou Qi looked surprised for the first time. Fortunately, the hardships of his youth made his mind very tough and soon stabilized his shocked mood. Brother Chu, I wonder if you can seed the spirit beast in your hand. I really need this spirit beast to improve my strength. Seeing Chu Zhongshan, whose momentum is not weaker than his own, and seeing the master around him constantly looking for the strong hidden in the dark, Zhou Qi tried to solve the current dispute by means of peace talks. Brother Zhou, do you think it's possible? The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and Chu Zhongshan asked back. I see, he nodded. Zhou Qi didn't say much. The spirit sword in his hand held a sword flower, and then the whole person disappeared in place. The speed is too fast for the naked eye to distinguish. The body method and martial arts must break through the mysterious products. In the face of the situation that the speed is not as fast as the other party, Chu Zhongshan didn't panic. His shoulders flickered slightly. A force that can affect the power of heaven and earth and solidify an area of 80 meters directly abandoned the fast-approaching Zhou to force him to stop. At the same time, Zhenyuan penetrates into Benaming Lingdao and moves Huang Pin's medium-level peak sword skills to directly attack Zhou Zai, who was forced to stop. Potential. Feeling that his speed was directly limited to nearly 6 floors, Zhou Qi's face changed, and then the whole person quickly stepped back. At the same time, a move of dripping water at the lower level of Xuanpin blocked the counterattack of Chu Zhongshan. The Benaming Spirit Saber, which contains nearly 9 layers of true yuan in the perfect danshan, collided with the sword river formed by the other party's sword technique. With the help of potential, he finally wiped out the power formed by the other party's sword technique. After the withdrawal of as like as 2 peas, the face of Chu and Tian Zhou were alike. After a very short fight just now, Chu Zhongshan found that Zhou Qi was a genius in martial arts. Both body martial arts and sword martial arts have entered the lower level of Xuanpin and reached the state of great success. If he doesn't have the potential to solidify the strength around him, he can't resist the attack of the other party at all. Moreover, Chu Zhongshan has a very real feeling that he may not be his opponent without using his cards. Zhou Yun, since his debut, is the first opponent in the same realm who makes him feel pressure and uses all his strength without confidence to defeat. Just as Chu Zhongshan paid attention to Zhou Zai felt the same about Chu. He has tried more than once to solidify the potential of the surrounding environment, but the power and shrouding speed of those attempts are far lower than those of Chu Zhongshan, which shows that Chu Zhongshan not only has special means to practice potential, but also often uses potential to fight. Of course, Zhou Qi is not afraid of the potential exerted by Chu Zhongshan, because he has the power to defeat the potential and defeat the bottom card of Chu Zhongshan. Mobilize Zhenyuan in danshan and start to use a sword move that he can't control in his cards with a very complex track. Feeling the destructive power from the other party's spirit sword, Chu Zhongshan, who is proficient in Miki Fist, can't help knowing that the other party has used his cards. Although I don't know why the opponent's sword technique contains destructive power, the habit of not being distracted in the process of fighting makes him directly use the chi-killing fist while recovering his potential. Thanks to his in-depth understanding of the 4 divine beasts boxing presented by Jiao and Jun, he further improved his understanding of boxing and became more skilled in the process of using Miki boxing. Although the process of casting Miki Fist was later than Zhou Zai, it was faster than him. After Zhou Zai's sword technique was completely formed, Chu Zhongshan's Miki Fist also completed the process of accumulating power. Destroy the sky and destroy the earth. The Benaming spirit's sword in his hand pointed to Chu Zhongshan, and Zhou Qi drank loudly. Miki Fist! He hurled his accumulated strength at Zhou Zai, and Chu Zhongshan also shouted loudly. The sword move of destroying the sky and the earth, and the 2 destructive forces formed the sword move of destroying the sky and the earth, and the 2 destructive forces formed by Miki Fist filled the whole Weishan Lake with an atmosphere of impending destruction. At the same time, where the 2 destructive forces pass by, the invisible void ripples layer by layer. which is enough to explain the horror of destroying the sky and earth and Miki Fist. Just when Chu Zhongshan and Zhou Qi used their cards at the same time, and the power formed by the cards contained destructive power, Huang Lao in Chu Zhongshan's mind and the middle-aged men around Zhou Qi all changed their faces and whispered bad at the same time. Just when the two destructive forces were about to collide, the two gray forces shrouded Chu Zhongshan and Zhou Qi respectively. Boom. Just when the gray power shrouded the bodies of Chu Zhongshan and Zhou Qi, the two destructive forces with similar forces and similar power collided and immediately produced countless more violent and more powerful destructive forces. These destructive forces were like a rainstorm. They took the collision site as the base point and sprayed out in all directions. Poof! Countless destructive forces, like rain, hit Chu Zhongshan and Zhou Qi, making a puff sound. Fortunately, their defense formed by gray power was very strong. The destructive power from the jet finally collapsed one by one and did not hurt Chu Zhongshan and Zhou Qi. After countless destructive forces completely disappeared, a large number of living bodies floated on the surface of Weishan Lake. These bodies included not only precious tailless fish, but also some other fish, shrimp, and so on. Chu Zhongshan and Zhou Qi looked at each other and found the surprise in each other's eyes. At the same time, Chu Zhongshan found that his understanding of Miki Fist was very shallow through the fight after using his cards just now. Come out! Just after the destructive power completely dissipated, the middle-aged man who had been guarding Zhou Qi looked directly at Chu Zhongshan and said, "Elder, what do you mean?" Chu Zhongshan pretended not to understand and asked. In fact, he knew very well what the middle-aged strong man meant just now. Because Huang Lao, who uses the power of God and soul to defend himself, has completely exposed his position and indirectly exposed his state at this time. If you are a strong man with cultivation below the imperial realm, you may not see the real state of Huang Lao, but for the middle-aged man whose strength is not weaker than Huang Lao, you can see the real reason at a glance. Boy, don't force me to do it. Seeing Chu Zhongshan pretending to be confused, a faint momentum rose from the middle-aged strong man. Although the momentum was very weak, the pressure revealed in the momentum made Chu Zhongshan feel deep pressure and the smell of death. Chu boy, let me go out and have a few moves with him. Watching Chu Zhongshan desperately resist the momentum rising from each other, Huang Lao, who knows the means of the top strongman in the imperial territory, said anxiously. Huang Lao, when the secret land of the wilderness opens more than a month later, you need enough power of the soul to hide from those supreme-level strong people and the rules of the secret land of the wilderness, so you can't do it. Seeing that old Huang was going to deal with the middle-aged strongman who oppressed himself with momentum, Chu Zhongshan quickly stopped him. If the other party is not Huang Lao's opponent, he will make a move, which can not only ensure that the power of the divine soul will not be consumed too much, will not affect the actions after the opening of the wasteland in the future, but also do not need to use the life-saving card left by Jiao and Jun. However, old Huang once said that he is not the opponent of the middle-aged strong man with only the body of the spirit. In that case, why waste the power of the spirit? Elder, stay on the front line. I want to see you in the future. Don't force me. Seeing that the momentum of the other party is gradually increasing, Chu Zhongshan has gradually been unable to resist the pressure brought by the momentum, so he can only use the life. However, before using his life-saving cards, he also had the last glimmer of hope that the other party could worry about his talent and strength just shown, as well as his background from Ligun sect. Well, if you don't force it, you can hand over the spirit beast and terminate the master-slave contract with the spirit beast. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man has no fear at all, and his words are more overbearing. In that case, don't blame me. Seeing that the other party refused to take the initiative to retreat, he could not bear the increasing momentum of the other party. Chu Zhongshan finally had to crush the life-saving jade pendant in his hand. As the life-saving jade pendant was crushed, a force that changed the color of the surrounding world and made the power reach the peak of the divine soul period slowly rose from his head. Just a little mole ant at the peak of the spirit period dared to stop me. Seeing the momentum rising from the top of Chu Zhongshan's head, the power is only the peak of the divine soul period. The middle-aged man showed a trace of disdain on his face, and his tone is a mockery of contempt. Really? Just as the middle-aged man's sarcastic voice fell, the power rising from the top of Chu Zhongshan burst open in an instant, and then the void over Weishan Island was forcibly torn apart. At the same time, from the torn void came an unusually cold and frightening voice. Bloody Butcher Zhao Enjun. When the middle-aged man saw the man coming out of the void, he shouted in panic. Who should I be? It's Zhou Zijie, a lone ranger. Looking down at the middle-aged man, Zhao Enjun also shouted out the origin of the other party. Zhou Zijie has seen elder martial brother Zhao. Seeing that Zhao Enjun also recognized himself, Zhou Zijie quickly bowed his head and motioned Zhou Zijun to salute as well. Younger generation, Zhou Qi has seen the elder generation. Lao Jiao thanks. Looking at Zhao Enjun falling slowly from the air, Chu Zhongshan's tone was casual but his attitude was very sincere. Got it. He glanced at the bottom of the lake and looked up at Chu Zhongshan. Zhao Enjun asked with a smile. Got it, nodded. Chu Zhongshan replied without any concealment. Something is going back to Qianlong Peak. Motioning Chu Zhongshan to wait for a while, Zhao Enjun turned to look at Zhou Zijie and said coldly, I heard you want my apprentice to hand over the spirit beast. Elder martial brother Zhao, younger martial brother, doesn't know that Chu Zhongshan is your disciple. I have offended you a lot just now. I hope you can forgive your recklessness. Seeing Zhao Enjun's gloomy face and a trace of cold, murderous spirit in his tone, Zhou Zijie's frightened body slightly trembled and begged. Do you go by yourself, or let me give it to you to leave? Although Zhao Enjun did not explicitly say that he would not pursue Zhou Zijie's request, he knew from his attitude of allowing Zhou Zijie to leave that he did not pursue Zhou Zijie's idea. Elder martial brother Zhao, younger martial brother, I'll leave now. Seeing that Zhao Enjun not only stopped investigating his crime of threatening Chu Zhongshan just now, but also allowed himself to leave here, Zhou Zijie's face showed a trace of joy. Then he grabbed Zhou Zijie's arm and wanted to leave before Zhao Enjun turned his face. However, Zhou Qi reached out and pressed his hand and said, Master, please wait a minute. I have something to say to Brother Chu. Turning his head and looking directly at Chu Zhongshan, Zhou Qi said, Brother Chu, because of my life experience, Zhou Qi has been hiding his name when going out to practice, and rarely shows his true face. Therefore, he has dealt with many young strong people, including disciples from 5 families and even Huashan sword sect. Unfortunately, these so-called demon-level disciples are much inferior to you. You can say that they are the only opponent I have seen in the past few years. Brother Chu, I don't think you enjoyed the fight just now, so I'm here to challenge Brother Chu. 6 months later, in the same position, how about you and me continue the unfinished challenge? Hearing that Zhou Qi took the initiative to challenge himself, Chu Zhongshan was very worried. Worry is not because you are afraid of the challenge of abandonment, but because you don't have much interest. Although Zhou Qi is a genius in martial arts, his martial arts have reached the lower level of Xuanpin, and he also has a powerful card. Chu Zhongshan is also not an ordinary person. What's more, Chu Zhongshan believes that he can definitely break through the divine soul period earlier than Zhou Qi after the practice of the secret land of the end of the world, and the improvement of spiritual beast-assisted cultivation. At the same time, it has the means of copying and pasting against the sky, as well as the pill that can improve the soul period, which can accelerate the improvement of cultivation in the soul period. At that time, regardless of cultivation or strength, Chu Zhongshan believes that he can definitely surpass Zhou Qi a lot, so he is not interested in Zhou Qi's challenge. Brother Chu, the longest is half a year and the shortest is 3 months. I will break through the divine soul period. Moreover, due to the particularity of my soul, the realm of the divine soul period can't delay me too much time, so Brother Chu doesn't have to worry that my cultivation and strength will lag behind you. Chu Zhongshan's anxiety is the same as Zhou Qi, a genius of demon level. He knows the reason why he is not interested at a moment's thought, so he briefly introduces his own situation. Okay, 6 months later, I'm here waiting for Brother Zhou's big fight. The sole particularity of Zhou Zijie's self-introduction made Chu Zhongshan, who was not very interested, suddenly interested. After considering his trip in the last 6 months, he finally agreed to Zhou Zijie's challenge. Brother Chu, see you in half a year. Holding fists with both hands, Zhou Qi said goodbye. Brother Zhou, see you in half a year. Similarly, with both hands holding fists, the heavenly eye in Chu sent Zhou Qi away and followed Zhou Zijie away. Do you come out by yourself or let me invite you out? After Zhou Zijie and Zhou Qi left, Zhao Enjun looked directly at the lake and said coldly, I count to 3. If you don't come out by yourself, I have to ask you out by myself. Seeing that there was no movement on the calm lake, Zhao Enjun sneered and threatened. 3. Extending his right hand, Zhao Enjun began the countdown. 2. When the countdown counted to 2, Zhao Enjun's outstretched right hand gradually produced a suction force, making the calm lake produce layers of ripples. 1. When the countdown counted to 1 moment, the suction of Zhao Enjun's right hand disappeared, but there was a frightening force in the palm of his right hand. Huala. When the awesome power came from Zhao Enjun's right hand, the calm lake suddenly separated from the middle, and then a spirit beast, about 2 meters high and more than 4 meters long, shaped like a lion seen in the zoo before Chu Zhongshan crossed, came out from the bottom of the separated lake step by step. 2 choices: submit to my disciple Chu Zhongshan, become his fighting spirit beast, or die. Looking at the lion's spirit beast coming out from the bottom of the lake, Zhao Enjun withdrew his right hand and put his hands behind him. His tone remained indifferent. Impossible. Hearing Zhao Enjun's 2 choices, a spirit beast like a lion, he refused in a low voice. Strong man, if I submit to you, I am willing to submit to your disciples. I would rather die. Master, it wants to submit to me. I don't want to take it as a spirit beast. When Zhao Enjun threatened the lion spirit beast to sign the master-servant contract with him, and the lion spirit beast strongly opposed it, Chu Zhongshan stood up and resolutely opposed it. Boy, the level of this spirit beast has reached the peak of 3 grades. Its real strength is comparable to that of the strong in the imperial realm. With such a fighting spirit beast as a pet, the 100-mile wind and cloud is not even a fart in front of you. Chu Zhongshan refused to accept the lion spirit beast as his own fighting spirit beast, which was beyond Zhao Enjun's expectation, but for the sake of Chu Zhongshan's safety, he patiently advised. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan still refused. Master, I don't need such a spirit beast. Chu Zhongshan refused Zhao Enjun's kindness for 2 reasons. The first reason is that he doesn't want to have such a powerful fighting spirit beast, which will affect his cultivation. Because the fighting spirit beast is different from Old Huang. When in danger, as long as it is not a fatal danger, Old Huang will not help no matter how he asks, which makes him have to work hard and try his best to improve his strength. However, if you sign the master-servant contract with the male lion spirit beast, your mind can control the male lion spirit beast at will. When you go out to practice in the future, you will have a certain relaxation in your heart. In this way, if you don't use him to stimulate your potential, you will also delay the motivation to practice desperately. The second reason is that he has a feeling in his heart that he will regret if he signs this spirit beast in the future. It's decided. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's firm attitude, Zhao Enjun finally interrogated. It's decided, nodded, Chu Zhongshan said firmly. Since my apprentice doesn't like you, then come back to Qianlong Peak with me, and become the peak-protecting beast of my Qianlong Peak. Zhao Enjun's unquestionable command. Spirit beasts are hard to find. Some warriors may have never seen spirit beasts in their lives, so Chu Zhongshan refused to accept the lion spirit beasts. Zhao Enjun still didn't let him go. Chu Zhongshan is in favor of the male lion spirit beast becoming a mountain-protecting beast. Although the Qianlong Peak is intimidated by Zhao Enjun, many strong people in the sect dare not step into it easily. There are still some people in the sect who don't have eyes and have to weigh the weight of Qianlong Peak. If Zhao Enjun stays at Qianlong Peak all the time, it's okay. With his supreme strength and the means of Bloody Butcher, those who don't have eyes can have a good look. What if Zhao Enjun has something to go out? Just like the youth ceremony of Chu Zhongshan this time. If Zhao Enjun stays in Qianlong Peak and lends 100 courage to the Hall of Merit, they dare not send Bailey Fengyun to challenge, nor dare they use conspiracy to force him to meet the challenge. Therefore, Qianlong Peak has a lion spirit beast, which is a mountain-protecting beast with the strength of reaching the imperial territory. Some small people absolutely dare not enter Qianlong Peak at will. All right. To become a mountain-protecting beast, although it has lost part of its freedom, it is at least good compared with being a spirit beast contracted by other people's master and servant. Chu boy, now come back to Qianlong Peak with me. Reach out and draw in the void, draw a gap enough for 2 people to pass through, turn around and give an order to Chu Zhongshan. Zhao Enjun takes the male lion spirit beast into the gap. Huang Lao, you should be mentally prepared. Seeing Zhao Enjun walking into the gap, Chu Zhongshan reminded Huang Lao in his mind before entering the gap. Being able to accurately say what Zhou Zijie threatened himself shows that Zhao Enjun has been paying attention to himself. In other words, even if he didn't hold the life-saving jade pendant, he would help Zhou Zijie when he really dealt with himself. Since he is always paying attention to himself, Huang must also be seen by him, when he uses the power of God and soul to help him resist the power of destruction. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan believes that the first thing Zhao Enjun does after he returns to the Qianlong Peak is to force Huang to come out on his own initiative. Leave it to fate. For Chu Zhongshan's reminder, Huang Lao reluctantly attached one sentence and completely fell into silence. Through the void gap torn by Zhao Enjun, Chu Zhongshan appeared at the top of Qianlong Peak. Looking at the male lion spirit beast climbing in the garden of other courtyard at the top of the peak, he looked at Zhao Enjun with a gloomy look. He finally sighed helplessly. Stepping into the stone pavilion, Chu Zhongshan said to Zhao Enjun, "Master, make a pot of clear tea." Without saying anything or asking anything, Zhao Enjun, sitting on the stone chair and shitting, made tea in an orderly way. When the tea was ready, he first poured a cup to Chu after reaching out to pick up the teacup and drinking it. Chu Zhongshan explained how he knew Huang and how Huang always cared about and helped him. 10 months ago, under your arrangement, Shifu, I went to Purgatory City to participate in the Challenge Arena competition and took advantage of it to become. Chu boy, what do you mean? After drinking the tea in the cup, Zhao Enjun also played with the cup and asked with a smile. Lao Jiao, you are my master. No matter what you do, the starting point is to consider for me. I know this very well, but old Huang also has no malice towards me. He cares and takes care of me no less than you, so I hope you don't embarrass him. Put down the teacup in his hand, Chu Zhongshan asked. Chu boy, you know the body of the spirit in the sea. Whether it is kind or malicious to you depends on your statement. I need to see it with my own eyes, listen to it with my own ears, and judge it with my own experience. For Chu Zhongshan's request, Zhao Enjun was not soft-hearted and still insisted on seeing him know the body of God and soul in the sea. Will you come out by yourself, or will I invite you out? Seeing that Chu Zhongshan wants to say good words for the spirit body, Zhao Enjun doesn't want to hurt his apprentice's heart, so he directly aims at the spirit body in his mind and threatens. Alas! With a helpless sigh, a gray figure mixed with yellow appeared in the stone pavilion. When he followed Huang Lao to learn the sound transmission magic and array fingerprints, Chu Zhongshan saw Huang Lao's spirit more than once, but it was all through his mind, which was not true. Now looking at Huang Lao standing in front of him, the body of the divine soul is obviously much thicker. Chu Zhongshan couldn't help observing carefully and wanted to see Huang Lao's real face, but an energy like Xuan Huang Qi directly blocked his sight and made him unable to see Huang Lao's appearance. Huang Tiangang has seen Brother Jiao. Huang Lao, who broke away from Chu Zhongshan's mind, greeted Zhao Enjun with very ancient etiquette after using the power of the divine soul to hinder Chu Zhongshan's observation. Zhao Enjun has seen Brother Huang. Once in Xia Ocean, a part of his blood, he knew the solemn etiquette of the supreme level strong when they met in ancient times, so he quickly stood up from the stone chair and saluted with the same tone and action. Brother Jiao, I know what you're worried about, but some things are not what you think. I don't mean any harm to Chu boy. Seeing that Zhao Enjun was also familiar with the meeting etiquette between the supreme and powerful in ancient times, old Huang was happy and felt that meeting Zhao Enjun in advance might not be as bad as he thought. Then he began to explain why he had temporarily sneaked into Chu Zhongshan's mind. Brother Huang, don't worry. With a lift of his hand, Zhao Enjun motioned to Huang that he didn't need to explain for the time being, and then ordered Chu Zhongshan, who pricked his ears and planned to steal a voice. Chu boy, there's nothing about you here. You can go back to your other hospital for the time being. Lao Jiao, you are my master. Old Huang and I are also very close. I can't know any secrets between you. Seeing that Zhao Enjun plans to drive himself away, Chu Zhongshan, who has just ignited a strong gossip in his heart, of course doesn't want to leave. Moreover, he also wants to hear Huang's experience when he was young and how his body was destroyed. Seeing Chu Zhongshan sitting motionless on the stone chair, he didn't mean to leave at all. Zhao Enjun snorted coldly, then waved his sleeve and sent Chu Zhongshan directly back to number 9 other hospital. Lao Jiao, you can. Chu Zhongshan, who returned to the number 9 other courtyard, looked up at the other courtyard at the top of the peak and muttered with gnashing teeth. Finally, he had no choice but to compromise. Then he went to visit Time Liang and others. Brother Chu, you're back. Just as Chu Zhongshan walked to the guest room and planned to knock on the door of Time Light, a guest room on the east side was opened. Zhang Qian, who was in good spirits, just came out of the guest room. When she saw Chu Zhongshan coming face to face, she was surprised and shouted. Good. He nodded to Zhang Qian. Chu Zhongshan carefully observed her current situation and nodded with satisfaction after finding that she was now the cultivation of the 6-layer peak in the physical training period. Since they were rescued from the law enforcement peak, it has only been more than 20 days. They have been promoted from the 4-level peak in the body training period to the 4-level peak in the body training period. This kind of cultivation has almost caught up with the top talents. Although this has its own reason to get back the pill and spirit stone for them, she can't ignore her own efforts. Brother Chu, in fact, my progress is still slow. Elder Martial Brother, she is now at the peak of the half-step Qi transformation period and can break through the Qi transformation period at any time. After being praised by Chu Zhongshan, Zhang Qian was very embarrassed and modest. Then, she took the initiative to turn the topic to Time Liang and began the first step of conquering Chu Zhongshan, thinking of Chu Zhongshan everywhere. Really, hearing that the time light has reached the level that can break through the Qi transformation period, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help feeling happy and wanted to visit him quickly. At the same time, the door of the Time Bright Room was just opened. I've seen Elder Martial Brother Chu at dawn. Seeing Chu Zhongshan standing with Zhang Qian, Time Liang couldn't hide the happy smile on his face. He walked to Chu Zhongshan in 3 or 2 steps and saluted respectfully. Good. You can break through the Qi transformation period anytime and anywhere. You must practice hard during this time. After carefully feeling the breath of Time Liang, Chu Zhongshan found that his spiritual power in the elixir field was very solid and strong, and he really reached the level that can break through the Qi transformation period. Bright, this is a century-old blood core, which can improve the potential and understanding of martial artists. From the storage bag, he took out a crystal stone in red and shaped like a nucleus. While handing it to him, Chu Zhongshan explained the role of blood nucleus. Elder Martial Brother Chu, this is too precious for me to accept. Time Light refused. Seeing the light of the time when he refused to take over the blood core, Chu Zhongshan didn't say anything, but his face gradually became gloomy. See Chu Zhongshan's face gradually gloomy, Time Bright finally obediently took over the blood core. This is a muddy pill that can improve the cultivation talent. It can improve the cultivation talent of a small level. After Time Liang took over the blood core, Chu Zhongshan's face returned to normal, and then took out a muddy sky pill and handed it to him while explaining its function. This time, Time Bright didn't refuse and took the pill obediently. When you break through the Qi transformation period and feel powerless to draw the spirit of heaven and earth, you can take the blood core and pill to improve your talent to break through the Qi transformation period. Elder Martial Brother Chu, thank you. Holding tightly the box with blood core and the pill bottle with muddy sky pill, Time Liang thanked excitedly. Accepting the thanks of Time Liang, Chu Zhongshan turned to Zhang Qian and Wang Zhongning, who came later, and said, "When your cultivation can break through the Qi transformation period, I also have a gift." "Thank you, Elder Martial Brother Chu." Reaching out to touch Inch hair, Wang Zhongning said with a giggle. Zhang Qian didn't say anything. She just looked at Chu Zhongshan with infinite tenderness. "Guangliang, since you have reached the point where you can break through the Qi transformation period, it's better to hit the sun than choose a day. Now you choose to break through. It's just that I have time to help you protect the law." After encouraging Zhang Qian and Wang Zhongning, Chu Zhongshan went to his practice secret room to observe the spirit beast in the independent space formed by the spirit habitat ball, and try the effect of the spirit beast on his own strength improvement. However, when he turned around and saw a trace of hesitation and worry in his eyes, he knew what was going on. Half-step Qi transformation period. Although there are 3 words, Qi transformation period, in the title, the disciples of this realm are still external disciples. They have been treated as external disciples of the realm during the body cultivation period for a long time. Only by truly removing half a character and truly breaking through the Qi transformation period can they be promoted to internal disciples. Therefore, disciples who have reached the half-step Qi transformation period want to break through the Qi transformation period immediately and enter a higher level, so that they can enjoy better treatment. Although Time Light does not lack the treatment enjoyed by internal disciples, from his heart, he still hopes to break through the Qi transformation period and become an expert in the Qi transformation period. Because only by improving the cultivation and Qi transformation period, he can better help Chu Zhongshan and better reflect the value of his followers. According to the solidity of the spiritual power in the Danshan, he could break through as early as 5 days ago. I'm afraid he's been waiting for himself to break through in front of yes. Seeing Chu Zhongshan let himself choose to break through now, Time Liang didn't hesitate and nodded directly. Go to the exercise field in the hospital. That's where I broke through the Qi transformation period. I hope I can bring you good luck. Reaching out to the open space in the front yard, Chu Zhongshan suggested. Everything is arranged by Elder Martial Brother Chu. The front yard is the place where the Time Light has long chosen to break through the Qi transformation period. However, whether to break through in this place requires Chu Zhongshan's advice. Bend your knees and sit on the ground of the exercise field. When time is bright, completely release the spiritual power in the danshan. The spiritual power that has been suppressed and completely boils soon began to impact the bottleneck of the realm of Qi melting period. As the Time Light has long reached the edge of breaking through the gasification period, the bottleneck of the realm has not stopped him for too long. With a fairly loud roar, a suction force appeared over the Qianlong peak, and the strong suction began to attract the aura of heaven and earth. With the bottleneck of the gasification period completely broken, the range of heaven and earth aura pulled over the Qianlong peak finally formed 7 miles. Looking at the traction force formed at the beginning, only the heaven and earth aura of 7 miles, Chu Zhongshan felt a little disappointed. Because according to the scope of the spirit of heaven and earth at the beginning of Time Light, when the breakthrough is over, it is difficult for him to break through the scope of the spirit of heaven and earth, that is, 140 or 50 miles at most. Pulling the aura of heaven and earth for 140 or 50 miles, talent is barely regarded as a real genius. The highest achievement in the future is the peak of Qihai period. However, considering that he had been a disciple of the sect for nearly 2 years when he first knew the Time Light, and his cultivation barely reached the 8th level of the physical training period, we can understand his breakthrough performance at this time, which belongs to extraordinary play. It seems that a large part of the reason why he was able to draw the heaven and earth aura of 7 miles from the beginning is related to the pill of law enforcement peak compensation. After all, when I first asked for pills, in addition to pills that can improve potential and understanding, there are also birth-free pills that can improve the cultivation talent. Of course, the current breakthrough is not his real limit. At the end of the breakthrough, he can draw the range of heaven and earth aura. Chu Zhongshan believes that he can reach or exceed 500 li, because I gave him the blood core and Hunshan pill in advance, which are treasures that can improve his talent. I can definitely continue to improve his talent when he breaks through. With the continuous improvement of cultivation in the light of time, the heaven and earth aura pulled over the Qianlong peak is also gradually expanding. When the range of heaven and earth aura reached more than 130 li, the speed slowed down obviously. Bright, take the centennial blood core first to improve your potential and understanding. When the light of time breaks through the Qi transformation period, and the range of the spirit Qi of heaven and earth reaches 140 li, the expansion speed is as slow as a pot ox walking. Seeing this situation, Chu Zhongshan quickly reminded him. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's reminder, Time Light quickly opened the box, took out the centennial blood core and took it. As the blood nucleus turned into a pure static force and began to improve the potential and understanding of Time Light, the traction force that was originally slow as a pot ox walking suddenly began to accelerate and expand, and soon exceeded 200 or 300 miles. When the range of pulling the Reiki of heaven and earth reached more than 420 li, the speed of involvement expansion began to slow down again. At this moment, it is the time to work hard. We must not let the speed of the force involved be as slow as a pot cow. Otherwise, the improvement of cultivation talent will not be perfect, so Chu Zhongshan once reminded, Bright, take Hunshan pill quickly and improve your cultivation talent. Without any hesitation, Shitliang directly took the Hunshan pill that had been prepared for a long time. When the Hunshan pill began to play its role, Shitliang's whole breath began to empty. At the same time, the pulling force over Qianlong Peak continued to expand rapidly, and soon reached 500, more than 500 miles, and finally reached 530 miles. The range of heaven and earth aura reaches 530 li, indicating that the talent of time and light reaches the level of top genius. Just when Time Light broke through the Qi transformation period, and the scope of the spirit of heaven and earth exceeded 500 li, many sect experts in the sect took off one after another to check the specific location of the disciples who broke through the Qi transformation period, and prepare to attract this top talented disciple into their own sect. However, when they found that the disciples who broke through the Qi transformation period chose to break through on the hidden dragon peak. They knew that the disciples who broke through might be friends of the bloody devil Chu Zhongshan, and the plan to win over could not succeed. Therefore, the strong men who just took off returned to their own place of latent cultivation. Zhang Qian, Zhongning, you have seen the process of Guangaming's breakthrough in the Qi transformation period just now. Improving your potential, savvy and cultivation talent has unimaginable assistance for improving your talent when breaking through the Qi transformation period. Therefore, I hope you can learn from the performance of Guangaming's breakthrough and reasonably arrange your plans when breaking through the Qi transformation period. Seeing that the time was bright when he fell into the empty state due to the improvement of his cultivation talent, Chu Zhongshan did not disturb him for the time being, but instructed Zhang Qian and Wang Zhongning according to his performance when he just broke through the Qi transformation period. After all, it is not difficult for them to have the elixir and spirit stone for law enforcement peak compensation to improve the realm of the body refining period. They will face a breakthrough in the Qi transformation period sooner or later. Today's breakthrough in the light of time, coupled with their own guidance, can provide these two people with some experience. Brother Chu, when we break through the gasification period, can you give us some advice? Time Light just broke through each process of the gasification period. Chu Zhongshan gave timely guidance twice. Zhang Qian saw clearly and had some ideas about his breakthrough of the gasification period. Ever in her heart, she hopes that when she breaks through the Qi transformation period, Chu Zhongshan can point out her own breakthrough as she points out the light of time today. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan said without making a commitment, Zhang Qian, I can't give you and Zhongning any guarantee that I can guide you when you break through the gas transformation period, because I don't have to stay in Qianlong Peak for a long time. For more than a month, it was the opening of the secret land of the end of the world. With the enthusiastic participation of Old Huang, I'm afraid his secret land experience, this time, will last more than 5 days. After the end of the training of the secret land of the wilderness, he was invited by the Emperor Qin Wushuang of the Qin Empire to jointly participate in the excavation of the new secret land. I don't know how long it will take. When the excavation of the new secret place is over, he has to prepare for the challenge of Zhou Qi for half a year, and this also involves the breakthrough of the Divine Soul period, so he can't give 100% guarantee. Really, seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't give any guarantee, Zhang Qian was a little disappointed. However, I promise that when you break through the Qi transformation period, as long as I am on the Qianlong Peak, I will not only guide you to break through, but also protect the Dharma for you. Hearing the disappointment revealed in Zhang Qian's tone, Chu Zhongshan couldn't bear it and finally gave a little guarantee. Brother Chu, thank you. Although the guarantee given by Chu Zhongshan just now has little chance of being practical in the end, he finally gave his promise after seeing his disappointment, which shows that he has a certain position in his mind. In this regard, how can Zhang Qian not be happy and grateful? The light wakes up. After giving Zhang Qian and Wang Zhongning some assurance, Chu Zhongshan turned his attention to Time Liang. After discovering that the bright breath in his body gradually weakened and finally disappeared completely, Chu Zhongshan knew that he would wake up immediately. Elder Marshal Brother Chu, your great kindness and virtue will be unforgettable forever. When he woke up, he didn't care about transforming the aura in his body. He hurried to Chu Zhongshan and couldn't control his inner excitement. Time Liang knows his qualification very well. It is a fluke to break through the Qi transformation period in such a short time. Not to mention that when he broke through the Qi transformation period, with the help of Blood Core and Hunshin Pill, the range of heaven and earth aura involved exceeded 500 li, and his talent reached the level of top talent. All this is given by Chu Zhongshan. Bright, not to mention the deep friendship between us. Just because you are my first follower and my only follower now, it's my duty to help you. Time Liang thanked him, and Chu Zhongshan didn't stop him, because he understands the current mood of Time Liang. If he doesn't accept his thanks, I'm afraid it will upset him and affect his next practice. Guangliang, you have just broken through the Qi transformation period, and your body is full of heaven and earth Reiki that has not been transformed. So what you need to do now is to use the upper level 8 product Genuine Pill, seize the time to transform Reiki into Genuine, and try whether you can directly break through the second layer of Qi transformation period. Looking at the time when the mood was still very excited, Chu Zhongshan was worried that the excited mood would affect his hard-to-break-through state of mind and cultivation, and hurriedly comforted. Elder Martial Brother Chu, I wrote it down. He nodded hard, and Time Liang responded. Guangliang, Zhang Kaiyan, Zhongning, I just came back from practice and need to be closed for a period of time, so I'm going to the secret room of practice now. You'd better catch the time to practice. After telling the three, Chu Zhongshan turned directly to the practice chamber. Elder Martial Brother Shi, congratulations. When you break through the Qi transformation period, you will show the level of top talent. Next, you will not only be able to successfully promote to the inner disciple, but also become a famous expert in the southern region. When Chu Zhongshan turned and went straight to the secret room of practice, Zhang Kaiyan and Wang Zhongning congratulated Time Liang one after another. Sitting in the secret room of cultivation, Chu Zhongshan took a deep breath. When he was sitting in the secret room of cultivation, Chu Zhongshan took a deep breath. When he was in a quiet mood, he consciously communicated with the independent space formed by the spirit habitat ball in his mind and began to observe the spirit beast he had just received. Since there are already creatures in the independent space, and this creature has signed a master-servant contract with himself, he can directly enter the independent space and view everything in the space without imagining himself as a body. When consciousness entered the independent space, Chu Zhongshan was stunned by everything in front of him. At the beginning, when he signed the master-servant contract with the spirit beast and received independent space, he sent in 100,000 medium-level spirit stones for the spirit beast to absorb and refine. Originally, he thought that 100,000 pieces of 6th-grade middle-level spirit stones were enough for spirit beasts to digest for a long time, but when his consciousness entered the independent space, he found that there were only less than 5,000 pieces of 100,000 pieces of 6th-grade middle-level spirit stones left. Moreover, these 5,000 pieces of spirit stones were disappearing at a speed that could be recognized by flesh eyes. How could he not be shocked? You know, it's only half a day to send 100,000 6th-grade medium-level spirit stones into the independent space. In such a short time, you can consume so many spirit stones. I'm afraid the speed of assisting spirit beasts to consume spirit stones is no worse than that of copying and pasting programs. Fortunately, when his eyes shifted to the spirit beast climbing on the ground of independent space and swallowing the spirit stone, his depressed mood eased a lot. The spirit beast, which was only the size of an adult wolf dog, expanded its body nearly 10 times after swallowing nearly 100,000 pieces of 6th-grade medium-level spirit stones. At this time, it is like a giant, it looks majestic, and the original level of only 10 grades has been upgraded to 8 grades. Master, now that I have reached the top of the 8th grade, I need more spirit stones to reach a higher level. Moreover, as long as I can reach the top of the 7th grade, I can help you improve your accomplishments. When Chu Zhongshan observed the spirit beast, he entered the consciousness of independent space and suddenly received the sound of the spirit beast. Chu Zhongshan was not surprised at this, because as early as when accepting the spirit beast, Old Huang had briefly introduced to him the relationship between him and the spirit beast after signing the master-servant contract. How many spirit stones do you need to advance to the top of the 7 grades? Only by being promoted to the 7th grade can you improve your cultivation. Hearing the request of the spirit beast, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help but pull it up. Master, like the spirit stone just now, it needs at least 500,000 yuan before I can barely reach the top of the 7th grade. For the problem of Chu Zhongshan, the spirit beast doesn't need to consider and calculate at all. He opens his mouth and says the number needed for promotion. The 500,000 6th-grade medium-level spirit stone is not too much burden for Chu Zhongshan, who is now well off, so he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, just when he didn't completely relax in one breath, the next paragraph of the spirit beast made his little heart pull up at once. 500,000 spirit stones are just the amount I need to advance. If I want to help my master improve his cultivation, according to your energy in the Danshan, if I help you improve a small realm, I need to consume at least 1 million spirit stones. At the same time, as the master's strength becomes stronger and higher, the number of spirit stones needed to improve the realm will increase exponentially. 1 million 6th-grade medium-level spirit stones can help him break through the 9th floor of the gas sea period. Chu Zhongshan was very disappointed to hear the comparison between the consumption and payment of spirit beasts. You know, copying and pasting an upper-level 6 product genuine pill only needs to consume a little more than 50,000 medium-level 6 product spirit stones. In his current state, only 3 such pills can easily break through the 9th floor of the gas C period. Compared with 1 million yuan, Chu Zhongshan doesn't need to calculate. He also knows that he has lost a lot. It takes 500,000 medium-level 6-level spirit stones to advance to the 7-level peak. What about advancing to the 6th-level peak? To suppress the depressed mood due to disappointment, Chu Zhongshan continued to interrogate the number of spirit stones needed for the spirit beast to advance to a higher level. If the higher the level is, and the expenditure and income are unbalanced, he needs to seriously consider whether it is appropriate to continue to support this spiritual beast that assists in cultivation. If you return to the master, if you are still the kind of spirit stone of that grade, you need at least 10 times more to reach the peak of the 6th grade. Similarly, there is no calculation. The spirit beast opens its mouth and pours. The figures from the spirit beast's mouth opened, but Chu Zhongshan couldn't help taking a breath. More than 10 times the number, that is to say, if the spirit beast wants to advance to the peak of the 6 products, it needs to consume at least 5.6 million medium-level spirit stones, which is almost 1/5 of his current collection of spirit stones. Moreover, this is only the number needed by the spirit beast to advance, not counting the number to assist his cultivation. If I don't provide the spirit stone, what will you do? The huge deviation between expenditure and income has made Chu Zhongshan want to give up cultivating spirit beasts temporarily, but before that, he needs to know the consequences of giving up spirit beasts. If the spirit stone is not provided, the spirit beast will die. No matter how much he loves the consumption of the spirit stone, he should also keep the life of the spirit beast. After all, he used a life-saving card to finally get the baby. If there is no aura for me to absorb, then I will fall into a deep sleep. When the master provides aura, I will wake up. As like as 2 peas, the mood of Chu Zhongtian wants to give up, and he does not let the spirit beast have any dissatisfaction. Chu boy, are you going to give up supporting spirit beasts? Just when Chu Zhongshan decided to give up supporting the spirit beast temporarily and let it sleep temporarily, Huang Lao's voice suddenly came from his mind. Old Huang, you're back. My master didn't care about you. After hearing Huang Lao's voice, Chu Zhongshan temporarily forgot the troubles brought by the spirit beast and asked the news of concern. After all, Huang's help to him now is greater than Zhao Enjun's. In a short time, he can't live without Huang's help. No, your master is a person with unique vision and is not bound by secular etiquette. He not only accepted my existence and agreed that I should stay in your mind, but also presented some pills that can restore the power of the soul. When mentioning Zhao Enjun, Old Huang praised by feeling. Old Huang, my master is a man who refuses to suffer. He not only allows you to continue in my sea of knowledge, but also gives you a pill to restore your soul. I'm afraid you have to pay some price. Old Huang's praise for Zhao Enjun made Chu Zhongshan feel relieved. However, thinking of Zhao Enjun's rumors, he didn't believe that Huang could let Zhao Enjun pass him easily with just some words, and selflessly presented some pills that could restore the power of the soul. Chu boy, after talking to your master in detail, I have a feeling that your master is definitely not an ordinary person. His future achievements are many times better than those titles I have seen before my body was damaged. So for your sake, I'll give him some insights on the cultivation of the title Supreme Power. With these insights, your master will break through the title Supreme Power in 3 years or 5 years. Huang didn't care about the slightest ridicule in Chu Zhongshan's words. He still praised Zhao Enjun and his excellence. As short as 3 years and as long as 5 years, Zhao Enjun can break through the title of Supreme. Hearing Huang Lao's judgment on Zhao Enjun's strength, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help being happy for him and himself. With the faster and faster speed of self-improvement, the talent revealed is becoming more and more excellent, which has seriously threatened the interests of some people. Now their cultivation is still low. They just use some small tricks to frame themselves and prevent them from improving their cultivation. When you break through the soul period and longevity period, if you continue to maintain such a promotion speed, I'm afraid some people will be unable to sit still and carry out assassination against themselves, so as to prevent their interests from being affected when they become strong. If Zhao Enjun can break through the title of supremacy in such a short time, for some people, it will form a strong deterrent and give himself more time to improve his cultivation. Chu boy, don't mention your master first. When I returned to know the sea just now, I saw your eyebrows locked and your face determined. Were you frightened by the huge consumption of the spirit beast, and plan to give up supporting the spirit beast? Zhao Enjun's excellence not only makes Huang Lao admire, but also strongly stimulated. Before his body was damaged, he was not only a demon genius famous in the central region, but also an array master famous in the eternal continent. In the future, he must be the supreme master of both his major and array, and a person who can determine the real life of the eternal continent. However, the rupture of his body completely shattered his dream, so he urgently needs to repair his body and reunite his shattered dream. If he wants to recover his body as soon as possible, he hopes that it all lies in Chu Zhongshan. He will not give up any chance to improve Chu Zhongshan's cultivation, and that's right. Without denying his inner thoughts, Chu Zhongshan analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of cultivating spirit beasts with Huang in detail, so as to prove that he had no choice but to give up cultivating spirit beasts. Chu boy, how many spirit stones do you have now? Huang didn't say much about Chu Zhongshan's analysis, but turned the topic to his Lingxi collection. More than 6 million 8-grade lower-level spirit stones, more than 23 million 7-grade middle-level spirit stones, more than 10 million 6-grade middle-level spirit stones, 7 million 5-grade middle-level spirit stones, and 40,000 4-grade upper-level spirit stones. Consciousness contacted the storage ring and storage bag and counted the number of Lingxi. Chu Zhongshan said without any concealment. Chu boy, I hope you can give all the lower-level spirit stones of the 8th grade and the middle-level spirit stones of the 7th grade to the spirit beast to absorb and refine. When he reaches the peak of the 7th grade and can help you improve your cultivation, you are deciding whether to give up training. After hearing the Lingxi reserve of Chu Zhongshan, old Huang couldn't help taking a breath of air conditioning. Because he didn't expect that Chu Zhongshan had collected so many spirit stones in the month when he refined the Sanyang Soul Reviving Pill. It seems that in this month, he must have had some experiences he didn't know. After balancing his surprise, old Huang asked Chu Zhongshan to try according to the spirit stone consumed by the spirit beast promotion and the energy needed to help Chu Zhongshan improve his cultivation. All right. If the requester is not Huang Lao, even Zhao Enjun and Chu Zhongshan need to think about it carefully to see if it is appropriate. However, in the face of Huang Lao's request, Chu Zhongshan nodded and agreed without any worry. The idea is to connect the storage ring and storage bag, and send all the stored 8-grade lower-level spirit stones and 7-grade middle-level spirit stones into the independent space formed by the spirit habitat ball. Seeing that there were so many spirit stones in the space suddenly, the spirit beast with a slightly depressed look was refreshed because Chu Zhongshan planned to give up cultivation. He directly opened his mouth and began to devour the spirit stones in the independent space. The spirit stone mound, like a hill, quickly disappeared at a speed recognizable to the naked eye after being swallowed up by the spirit beast. Chu boy, if you want to refine so many spirit stones, the spirit beast needs at least 3 hours, so during this period of time, you can continue to experience the perception of the refining process and enhance your own accumulation. Seeing the spirit beast devouring the spirit stone in a big mouth, for fear that Chu Zhongshan loves Huang Lao of the spirit stone, he quickly diverted his attention. All right. When the consciousness withdrew from the independent space, Chu Zhongshan responded, then took out the 4 divine beasts boxing and continued to understand the essence of the boxing. After a short fight with Zhou Qi, Chu Zhongshan found that martial arts also had unimaginable assistance for the improvement of the martial artist's own strength. The reason why he didn't feel deep in the past was that his own martial arts improved very fast. Except for Lu Yuan of Huashan Sword Sect, he was barely able to surpass him in the martial arts of swordsmanship. The rest of his opponents made him feel that martial arts played a significant role in improving his strength. Therefore, in the process of cultivation, his focus is to improve his cultivation and improve the potential that can assist in combat. He doesn't pay much attention to the cultivation of martial arts. Now, through the fight with Zhou Qi, let him understand his previous mistakes. So there is another item in the next cultivation plan, that is to take some time to improve his martial arts. The reason why he chose the 4 gods and beasts boxing is that through the understanding and perception of the 4 gods and beasts boxing, he can not only master a set of powerful boxing skills, but also significantly improve other skills. His thoughts fell into the understanding and perception of the four divine beast boxing. Chu Zhongshan forgot the passage of time again. He didn't wake up from his perception until the voice of Huang Lao's reminder sounded. Huang Lao, the spirit beast has reached the peak of 7 grades. Huang Lao woke himself up at this time. It must be because of the success of the spirit beast promotion. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan woke up and subconsciously interrogated the spirit beast. That's right. After answering, Huang Lao said with expectation, Chu boy, calm down and concentrate, and begin to accept the energy transformed by the spirit beast. Consciousness communicated with the spirit beast in independent space and ordered him to start assisting his practice. With an unimaginable pure energy, it was input into his own body from the spirit beast. After feeling this pure energy, Chu Zhongshan showed an unimaginable expression on his face. Since he was able to practice again, Chu Zhongshan has absorbed many treasures containing energy, such as spirit stone, elixir, spirit fruit, red liquid, human spirit root, and so on. Among them, there is no lack of very pure energy, but those pure energy cannot be said to be very different from the energy transformed by spirit animals, but the gap is quite huge. At this moment, he finally understood why Huang Lao wanted to let himself try, and then decided whether to give up the cultivation of spirit beasts. It turned out that he wanted to cultivate spirit beasts willingly through the energy transformed by spirit beasts and the improvement of his strength. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan's gratitude to Huang Lao is 1 point thicker, and his dependence is 1 point heavier. When Chu Zhongshan lamented the purity of the energy transformed by the spirit beast, the pure energy continuously entered the body and independently purified the perfect Danshan, which was already very pure energy. Although there is not much energy transferred from the spirit beast, the transmission of energy has been continuous, so the true Yuan in the perfect Danshan is continuously purified. 10 minutes later, the purified pure Zhenyuan was completely boiling and began to impact the bottle diameter on the 9th floor of the gas C period. Originally, because of the perfect Danshan, the not solid bottle diameter, only one impact, let him smoothly enter the 9th floor of the air C period. After the cultivation broke through the 9th floor of Kihai period, the pure energy input by the spirit beast not only did not decrease, but began to surge. The surge of pure energy directly compressed the perfect Danshan, so that he didn't have to take Zhenyuan pill and bear the pain of breaking and reuniting the perfect Danshan. 30 minutes later, as the perfect Danshan was expanded several times at one time, his cultivation was successfully promoted to the peak of the 9th floor of the Kihai period. Feeling the power of pure energy, Chu Zhongshan also wanted to use the pure energy input by the spirit beast to strive for a breakthrough in the 10 layers of perfection in the gas C period. However, the pure energy input by the spirit beast began to decrease gradually and finally stopped. Huang Lao, it's worth it. After the input of pure energy stopped, Chu Zhongshan, who was connected with the spirit beast's heart, knew that this was the depletion of transformed energy, so he stopped practicing temporarily, but praised old Huang in his mind. The pure effect of the energy transformed by the spirit beast into Reiki is 10 times stronger than the high-quality pill given by the instrument spirit. I'm afraid it will be an unimaginable speed for him to improve his cultivation in the future. Chu boy, are you still going to give up the idea of cultivating spirit beasts? After hearing Chu Zhongshan's praise, Huang Laodi said with a laugh, Huang Lao, not only will I not give up the idea of cultivating spirit beasts, but also I will strengthen the cultivation. I can't rob and seize the consumed spirit stones. Chu Zhongshan didn't pay attention to Huang Lao's ridicule, but decided to cultivate the spirit beast. He even had an idea in his heart, that is, to find a chance to kill the merit hall and extort some spirit stones from the merit hall that controls the sect's wealth. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan quickly took out 1,000,000 6th-grade medium-level spirit stones from the storage bag and planned to send them into an independent space, and then let the spirit beast transform pure energy and strive to improve his cultivation to the 10 layers of perfection in the Kihai period. However, Huang Lao stopped him. Chu boy, are you going to continue to improve your accomplishments and continue to break through the realm? Seeing Chu Zhongshan's move to take out the spirit stone, old Huang hurriedly asked. Yes, the energy after the transformation of the spirit beast is too pure. I plan to improve my cultivation to the 10 layers of perfection in the period of the Sea of Qi. He didn't hide his thoughts, Chu Zhongshan said truthfully. Chuboy, the 10 floors in the Kihai period are completely different from the first 9 floors. If you want to break through this realm, you must reopen a Zhangdan field in the middle abdomen. So if you want to break through this realm, you need not only pure energy, but also deep understanding. I hope you can have a good understanding for a period of time, accumulate well, and choose to break through the 10th floor of the Gas Sea period. For Chu Zhongshan's idea of continuing to improve his cultivation, Old Huang gave suggestions that were not suitable for a breakthrough for the time being from his own situation. After carefully understanding the meaning of Huang Leigang's words, Chu Zhongshan felt that he was really too anxious, so he decided to give up the idea of continuous breakthrough for the time being, but experienced the changes in his own strength after the breakthrough, and even realized how to better break through the 10 layers of perfection in the Gas Sea period. Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who accepted his proposal with an open mind and took action immediately, Huang nodded with satisfaction. There are so many known secret places in the southern region that it is unclear how many secret places there are in the southern region. However, the strongmen of the supreme level and the title supreme level classify and rank the known secret places according to the size of the secret places, the number of treasures contained, and the degree of danger in the secret places. Among the top 10 secret places, the space inside each secret place is no less than a continent. The number and quality of treasures contained in each secret place are amazing. Similarly, the degree of danger is also quite serious. Tianhuang Secret Place, ranked 5th among the top 10 secret places. Different from the other 9 top 10 secret places, if you want to enter the other 9 top 10 secret places, the minimum requirements for cultivation should also reach the soul period. The top 3 secret places have reached the road stage for the minimum requirements of cultivation. Only the secret land of the End of Heaven has no minimum requirements for the martial arts realm, but has the highest restrictions. Even if you are just a rookie at the first level of Qi refining period, you can enter the secret realm, but a strong person whose cultivation reaches the supreme level cannot enter the secret realm. Of course, as the supreme level strongmen of the 9 forces, and a few supreme level strongmen in the casual cultivation world, they are in charge of the opening of the wasteland. If you are not a disciple of the 9 forces, if you are not one of the few personal disciples of the supreme power of scattered cultivation, it is basically daydreaming to enter the secret land of the wilderness. As one of the top 10 secret places in the southern region, the wilderness secret place is opened every 10 years. After each opening, the number of people entering the secret place is limited, and the number of disciples sent by each force is allocated in advance. Take Liyun's sect for example. After each opening of the wilderness secret realm, the number of disciples who can enter the secret realm is 1 disciple in the Qi refining period, 3 disciples in the body refining period, 5 disciples in the Qi transforming period, 7 disciples in the Kihai period, 9 disciples in the divine soul period, 11 disciples in the longevity period, and the strong from the great road period to the peak of the strong in the imperial realm. There are no restrictions. Of course, even without any restrictions, the top level of the 9 forces will not send many strong people above the main road into the secret land of the wilderness. The strong man above the De Dao period is the real cornerstone of a sect and family, and the hope of the long-term prosperity of the sect and family. The loss of such a strong man is unbearable pain for the sect and family. Therefore, the number of strong people who choose to enter the secret territory of the wilderness is generally 3 to 5, which is within the range that the 9 forces can bear. The number of people sent by the remaining 8 forces into the wasteland is basically the same as that of Liyun's sect. The only difference is that there is 1 more or 1 less strong person above the avenue. As for the strong at the supreme level of scattered cultivation, only 1 disciple can be selected for each realm. Loi country is located in the southwest of the southern region. Its remote geographical location makes Loi country not strong. If divided according to the grade of the aristocratic family, Luoyi country barely belongs to the kingdom of 7 grades, and the strongest person in China is still a top expert at the 3-tier peak in the Gas Sea period. Although the national strength is not strong, due to the unique geographical location and the secret control of the top 9 forces in the southern region, Luo country is rarely invaded by other forces. The public security in the whole kingdom is fairly good, and the life of the domestic people is fairly comfortable. On the 2nd day of the new year, the dragon looked up. Fanfiction City, which is only a few hundred kilometers away from the southwest of Loi country, is tens of thousands of meters away. Suddenly, a static cloud is torn from half by a strong force. From the middle of the torn cloud, there is a gap that can accommodate 2 people. Then, one after another warrior came out of the gap. Master, this is where the secret land of the wilderness was opened. When the 7th person passes through the gap, with a wave of his hand, the originally split gap gradually closes and finally disappears. Standing on a huge cloud thousands of miles above Fanfiction City, a young martial artist with only 10 layers of cultivation was asked with an excited look. Yes, this is the entrance to the secret land of the wilderness. The last one passed through the gap, and the old man who looked more than 60 years old with slightly gray hair responded, Master, it seems that we are the first strong people to arrive here. The young man, who was in the period of physical training, looked around and said with a slight complacency. Just as his words fell, in the void several kilometers away from him, a gap that can accommodate 3 people to pass through at the same time was instantly torn open. Then, either 2 or 3 martial artists came out of the gap together. After the last strong one who left the gap leveled the gap, the number of martial artists appeared in mid-air reached 40. When 40 people were standing in the sky, a larger cloud, among the first group of people who appeared, the very lively martial arts cultivator stared at the people who suddenly appeared in the void. However, a strong man with cultivation reaching the 7th floor of the divine soul period around him hurriedly warned, Xiao, don't stare at them. They are still one of the 9 forces of the Gale family, and they are people we can't afford to provoke. The Wind family known for its speed. Hearing the elder martial brother's reminder, the martial artist called Xiao quickly withdrew his attention and said in surprise, Yes, in the whole southern region, if the Gale family thinks its speed is the second, then no force or strong man dares to call its speed the first. The strong man of longevity among the 7 sighed. Just as his sigh fell, the void hundreds of meters away from the left and right sides of the Wind family was torn into 2 gaps that could accommodate 3 people. Then the same number of 40 martial artists came out of each gap. Second senior brother, who are they? After just looking around, Xiao Wu quickly lowered his head and asked his senior brother for advice. The group in the east is the strong man of the Chu family, one of the 9 forces, and the group in the west is the Xia family, one of the 9 forces. The strong man of the divine soul period, who has a wide range of knowledge, introduced him in great detail to the younger martial brother called Xiao. Not long after the warriors of Chu family and Xia family reached the void above Fanfiction City was torn by powerful forces 4 times in a row. From these 4 torn gaps, a large number of martial artists came out one after another. Xiao, like us, the 8 martial artists who appeared in the first gap are all casual practitioners. The one standing in the middle of the crowd is Zai, which is famous in the southern region and known as the God Claw Hand. He is a ruthless supreme-level strong man. The 7 martial artists appearing in the second gap are also casual practitioners. Standing at the back of the crowd, the old man with a smile on his face is called Smiling Tiger Hao Ren. He is also a ruthless supreme strong man. The 40 martial artists appearing in the third gap are still from the Ouyang family, one of the 9 forces and good at strange weapons, jade flying fans. As for the 40 martial artists appearing in the fourth gap, they are also from the 9 forces. They are one of the 9 forces and the Yan family among the 5 families. When introducing Yan family as like as 2 peas, the strong spirits could not help but secretly look at the crowd. The 2 faces are exactly the same, but each is a girl who is so beautiful that she can make men crazy. After the Ouyang family and Yan family appeared in the void was torn 4 times in the next period of time, but the number of martial artists who came out of the gap was basically 7 or 8. That is to say, they were also the body of casual cultivation. After the last batch of scattered cultivation strongmen appeared, there was a brief calm in the void above Fanfiction City. After half an hour, a powerful man in the main road of the Chu family calmed the void for nearly half an hour and was forcibly torn apart at once. This time, the torn void is enough to accommodate 4 people to pass through at the same time. Moreover, in the torn void, the first thing that comes out is not the warrior, but a stream of black smoke emitting a pungent smell. Demon Heart Sect. Without the introduction of senior brother Shenhun period at all, through the black smoke from the gap, Xiao knew that the martial artist who appeared this time came from one of the 9 forces and the magic heart sect among the 3 sects. Gaga, Mengxi Niang Pai of the Yan family, it was my king's carelessness that day. I even let you leave my hand. After entering the secret land of the wilderness, I'll see how I tortured you. Among the strong men of the evil heart sect who left the gap, a middle-aged man with a slightly fat look, gloomy temperament, and a long scar on his face, threatened a young woman of about 30 in the Yan family with a strange smile. Yin's an old man, at that time, my wife had something important to do and didn't want to tangle with you too much. Do you think my wife would be afraid of you? Facing the threat of the scarred man, the beautiful young woman known as Mengxi fought back without showing weakness. Old Heart, be quiet. Seeing the defeated generals of his former subordinates, he dared to Old Heart, be quiet. Seeing the defeated generals of his former subordinates, he dared to refute himself to his face. The scarred man seemed to be greatly insulted, and a strong momentum rose from his body. Looking at his murderous appearance at this time, it was obvious that he was going to teach a beautiful young woman a lesson. But at this time, a white-haired old man of the Magic Heart sect said a gentle silence, which made the scarred man calm down honestly. Xiao, who was born in Sangxiu, was surprised by the conflict between the Magic Heart sect and the Yan family just now. Since the 5 families came here, no matter whether they are familiar with each other or whether they have gratitude and resentment, they all choose to remain silent. Only the strong man of the evil heart sect, one of the 3 sects, took the initiative to stir up trouble and acted recklessly as soon as he appeared. It is enough to show that although the 5 families are tied with the 3 sects for the 9 forces in the southern region, their real strength is still much worse than the 3 sects. Just when Xiao Wu lamented the strength and hegemony of the sect, the void in front of him was torn at once. From a small opening in the torn gap, the people on the scene deeply felt the sharp sword spirit from the gap. There is no need to look or guess. Everyone at the scene knows that the one tearing the void this time is Huashan's sword sect, which is pure sword repair among the 3 sects. Sure enough, the sharp sword spirit soon expanded the gap to a channel that can accommodate 5 people at the same time. When the warriors of Huashan's sword sect, or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, walked out of the void gap together, the void only 100 meters away from them was torn at once. This time from the torn gap, there was a cloud talking about the wind, but it was all-inclusive. Similarly, there is no need to see or guess. Everyone at the scene also knows that among the 3 sects, Ligan sect, whose strength has obviously surpassed that of Magic Heart sect and Huashan sword sect, is about to appear. Elder Martial Brother Chu. When the people of Ligan sect appeared in the void over Funning City through the gap, a surprised voice came from Huashan's sword sect. Chu Zhongshan, who was standing among the people of Ligan sect, immediately turned around after hearing the familiar voice, and then saw Lu Yuan, who had a good relationship with him and was known as the Sword. Younger martial brother Lu. Holding fists with both hands, Chu Zhongshan responded enthusiastically, approached Lu Yuan and observed his cultivation. When he found that Lu Yuan was so full during the gasification period, he couldn't help but sigh. When he left the Chu family, Chu Zhongshan knew how long it would take, and his accomplishments and experience would gradually separate from the younger generation of the family and the younger generation. When he broke through the Qi transformation period and revealed his demonic talent, he knew that his cultivation and experience would break away from his friends and martial brothers he had just met. And the facts also proved his conjecture. In the southern region, there are few peers who can always follow his steps to improve his cultivation, as few as Chu Zhongshan. Until now, no one has been found. When Chu Zhongshan observed Lu Yuan's accomplishments, Lu Yuan also observed Chu Zhongshan's accomplishments for the first time. It has been half a year since the last meeting in the Chaotic Stone Group in the Shura secret place. He is eager to know what level of cultivation has been reached in the middle heaven of Chu, which cannot be seen however. When he really wanted to carefully observe Chu Zhongshan's cultivation, he found that he couldn't see through it at all. You can't see the cultivation of the other party. There are only 2 situations. Either the other party is an out-and-out ordinary person, and there is no cultivation in Danshan, or the other party's accomplishments exceed his whole realm, so that he can't find out. Chu Zhongshan is not only not an ordinary person, but also a genius whose talent and savvy are not inferior to him. This shows that the other party's cultivation has broken through the Qi transformation period and reached the Qi C period. Nephew Lu, your friend, Your accomplishments have reached the level of 10 layers of perfection in the Kihai period, and the genuine in Jingdanshan and Xiadanshan are strong and pure. As long as you can further refine your soul, your accomplishments will naturally enter the spiritual period. As a peerless swordsman born for the sword of Huashan's sword sect, Lu Yuan can be said to be one of the hopes of Huashan's sword sect, whether it can be stronger in the future. Therefore, the sword sect has always attached great importance to his safety. This time, when the secret land of heaven was opened, a strong king was always around him. It was the strong king who saw through the cultivation of Chu Zhongshan and told Lu Yuan truthfully. The peak of Kihai period. Hearing the introduction of the sect martial uncle around him, Lu Yuanmu stared at Chu Zhongshan with an incredulous look on his face. Chu Zhongshan's ability to break through the air-sea period has made him feel incredible, but he can barely accept it. After all, he had seen the fear of knowing Chu Zhongshan's. However, he could not believe that his cultivation was directly promoted to the great perfection of the top 10 layers in the Kihai period and successfully opened up the second Danshan. The last time I met in the chaotic rocks in Shura secret place, Chu Zhongshan was the cultivation achievement of the 9th floor peak during the cultivation period, and he was the cultivation achievement of the 8th floor peak during the cultivation period. After the centennial blood core harvested from the rocks in Shura secret place, and the elixir prepared by the sect in advance to improve his cultivation talent and potential, when he broke through the Qi transformation period, he attracted more than 10,000 li to 10,444 li, becoming the 4th demon disciple of Huashan Jianzong. At the same time, with the help of the heaven and earth aura of 10,444 li, and the assistance of the upper-level 5-pin condensing Qi pill, the cultivation was raised to the 3-level peak of the Qi transformation period in less than a month. In the following period of time, he stayed in the secret territory of the disciples of Jianzong, who specialized in refining the Qi period with their origins. His cultivation has been advancing by leaps and bounds. In just 4 months, his cultivation has been improved, and he is not far from breaking through the Qi C period. The speed of his cultivation has broken many records of Huashan's sword sect, and he has been regarded as the first person of the sect by the high level of the sect. Originally, in a short period of half a year, his cultivation directly improved to a great level. He thought that his cultivation had exceeded Chu Zhongshan and left him far behind. Now, after knowing Chu Zhongshan's real cultivation, the pressure accumulated in his heart suddenly relaxed, making his whole person relaxed. Since I can't surpass Chu Zhongshan, I regard him as the goal of catching up. Maybe it's also a good choice for me. Elder Marshal Brother Chu, I admire you. Lu Yuan, relieved of the pressure in his heart, further improved his state of mind and praised with a smile on his face. Younger Marshal Brother Lu, you are also excellent. The only thing you lack is some opportunities. Chu Zhongshan has always seen the changes in Lu Yuan's spirit and expression. Chu Zhongshan also admired him for being able to figure it out so quickly. If this matter is put on him, he doesn't know whether he can adjust his state of mind in a very short time like Lu Yuan. Just when Chu Zhongshan and Lu Yuan were making cold noises with each other, he didn't notice that in the crowd of Huashan's sword sect, there was a young man with handsome appearance and somewhat feminine temperament who reached the peak of the 5 layers of Kihai period. He was staring at him with a sinister face. What Chu Zhongshan doesn't know is that not only Huashan Jianzong, but also a young son of the Magic Heart clan, Xia family, Aoyang family and Yan family is staring at Chu Zhongshan. In the eyes of these people, they are either insidious, fearful, or curious. Younger Marshal Brother Lu, let's talk in detail when we are free in the future. Seeing the clouds where the strong sects have chosen to stand, Chu Zhongshan plans to end the cold noise and want to return to Jiawenjun. Elder Marshal Brother Chu, on the 5th day of May, I will follow the elders of the sect to visit Liyun's sect. At that time, Elder Marshal Brother Chu must treat younger Marshal Brother well, Lu Yuan said with a smile. Well, on the 5th day of May, I will wait for younger Marshal Brother Lu at Qianlong Peak. Reaching out and hugging, Chu Zhongshan turned and returned to Jiawenjun. Chu boy, when did you provoke so many enemies? When Chu Zhongshan just returned to Jiawenjun and had not come to explain his relationship with Lu Yuan, he asked with some surprise. Chu Zhongshan didn't notice the eyes that paid attention to him because he hadn't seen Lu Yuan for a long time. However, Jiawenjun, who had been paying attention to Chu Zhongshan in case he had an accident, noticed the eyes that looked at Chu Zhongshan. "Master, your apprentice, I'm an honest and proper child. I never provoke trouble. When did I provoke the enemy?" Zhao Enjun's first words completely confused Chu Zhongshan. However, Chu Zhongshan's reply was not only disbelieved by Zhao Enjun, but also despised by many strongmen and disciples of the sect. Just because a friend was caught, he killed the law enforcement peak with a knife and slaughtered nearly 1,000 people, forcing Su Sheaji, the deputy head of the law enforcement peak, not only to release the people, but also to apologize. If such people are honest, they can be regarded as good babies. What's the matter with the disciple of Huashan Sword Sect who reached the peak of the 6th floor in the period of Kihai? Reaching out to the crowd of Huashan Sword Sect, a young man with feminine temperament pointed, Zhao Enjun reminded. Looking up, Chu Zhongshan immediately thought that the person Zhao Enjun pointed to was very helpless and said, "This person is Lin Aoquan. You met me when you arranged me to go to Purgatory City for refining." There was a little misunderstanding between each other. In fact, the conflict between him and Lin Aoquan lies in Lin Aoquan's arrogance and high self-esteem. If he didn't think he was the strongest in the secret realm, he could control everything, and he was obviously biased towards the wolf cloud. In Lu Yuan's face, he couldn't have any conflict with Lin Aoquan. However, what surprised Chu Zhongshan most was how Lin Aoquan escaped the sweep of that force, and how he escaped from the cave left by the suspected Peerless Strong, when the Peerless magic soldiers woke up and broke out the power that could destroy, because he had been staring at Chu Zhongshan insidiously. When Chu Zhongshan looked at him, Lin Aoquan noticed it for the first time and immediately whispered a few words to a middle-aged strong man around him. Then the middle-aged strong man looked up at Chu Zhongshan, and a sharp murderous spirit flashed in his eyes. However, when he saw standing next to Chu Zhongshan, he looked at his Zhao Enjun with a sneer, looked pale, and immediately told Lin Aoquan not to recruit Chu Zhongshan easily in the future. What happened to that man? When the middle-aged strong man around Lin Aoquan lowered his head because of fear, Zhao Enjun moved his finger and pointed to the direction of Morxinzong. "That man is the Xuanwang of the First Emperor, 3 kings and 9 princes of the younger generation of the Magic Heart sect. He is the Liang Zai formed during the practice of Shura Secret Place." Under the sign of Zhao Enjun, Chu Zhongshan saw the Xuanwang hiding behind the strong man of the Evil Heart sect, and his attitude was very casual. "Oh." Chu Zhongshan's explanations suddenly reminded Zhao Enjun that when Chu Zhongshan ended the Shura secret realm, he had mentioned the massacre of the gifted disciples of the Evil Heart sect to himself, and he didn't take it to heart at that time. At this time, hearing Chu Zhongshan's reminder, he suddenly thought of it. Nearly half of the 13 young masters among the 1 emperor, 3 kings and 9 princes were killed by Chu Zhongshan. Finally, Emperor Xuan had to apologize to save his life. At this moment, it is normal for Xuanwang to look directly at Chu Zhongshan with vicious like Lin Aoquan. When he found that Chu Zhongshan noticed himself, Xuanwang also mentioned Chu Zhongshan to the middle-aged strong man around him. Hearing that Chu Zhongshan was the murderer who slaughtered their disciples of the Evil Heart sect in the Shura secret territory, and finally did not know how to escape their encirclement, the middle-aged strongman of the Evil Heart sect raised his head and glared at Chu Zhongshan. Even when he saw Zhao Enjun standing beside Chu Zhongshan, he still made no secret of his strong murderous spirit. "What's the matter? I want to do it." Seeing the strong man of the Evil Heart sect, he didn't care about his own existence at all. He had to deal with Chu Zhongshan in front of his own face. Zhao Enjun didn't show any momentum, but just a rhetorical question. However, it was this faint sentence that made the white-haired old man of Morxinzong's face change. The white-haired old man turned his head and glared at the middle-aged strong man and Xuanwang, then turned his head and threw an apologetic look at Zhao Enjun. In this regard, Zhao Enjun just sneered and didn't give any response to the white-haired old man. Then his finger pointed to the Aoyang family and asked, "So, how did you provoke the Aoyang family?" Chu Zhongshan didn't mention that he had a conflict with the disciples of Aoyang family when he introduced the experience of Shura secret territory. That man's name is Aoyang Heyu. He is Lu Yuan's friend. Because there was a little unhappiness when distributing blood nuclei and blood essence for 100 years. My adult let him go a lot, but I didn't expect his mind to be so narrow-minded. He still hates me until now. Seeing Aoyang Heyu standing next to the strong ones of Aoyang family, Chu Zhongshan disdained and said, "To tell the truth, the conflict with Auyang Heyu was entirely his own fault. When distributing blood nucleus and blood essence at the beginning, he didn't take him into account, but he thought highly of himself and looked down on people. Chu Zhongshan had to teach him a lesson. Fortunately, Auyang Heyu is different from Lin Aoquen and Xuan Wang. He did not complain to the strong of the family, but clenched his right hand and took a challenging posture. Chu Zhongshan ignored this at all. Chu Zhongshan didn't take Auyang Heyu's provocation to heart at all. Because Auyang Heyu's qualification and talent are far inferior to Lu Yuan. At the beginning, Auyang Heyu was also the cultivation achievement of the 8th floor peak during the training period when he fought against the rocks in the Shura secret realm. Now, in the past 6 months, he is only the cultivation of the 4-level peak in the Qi transformation period. Let alone challenge him, he is not even qualified to challenge him. The contempt of Chu Zhongshan made Auyang Heyu very angry. He wanted to challenge him now and let him see the results of his recent efforts. However, after hearing the elders around him explain Chu Zhongshan's current cultivation, his inner anger disappeared in an instant. Then how did you get involved with the Xia family? Zhao Enjun was very dissatisfied with Chu Zhongshan's casual introduction of his gratitude and resentment with Auyang family, but considering that the place of resentment was sure a secret place, he could only suppress his dissatisfaction at the bottom of his heart temporarily. Then he pointed to the Xia family. At first glance, a trace of doubt flashed across Chu Zhongshan's face because he didn't remember any involvement with the Xia family, but when a baby-faced teenager stood next to the supreme power of the Xia family and showed him a flattering smile, Chu Zhongshan suddenly remembered that he knew the baby-faced teenager. You should also have an impression of this person. He smiled at the boy with a baby face, and Chu Zhongshan reminded him. Really, he should know the boy with baby face. Chu Zhongshan's reminder made Zhao Enjun start to recall carefully, but after searching all the pictures in his mind, he really couldn't remember who the boy with baby face was in front of him. The young man's name is Charlotte. I knew him in the Shura secret place. So far, he is the first person who chased me but didn't kill me in the end. Seeing Zhao Enjun, he couldn't remember who the boy with baby face was. Chu Zhongshan knew that his reminder was a little difficult for him. Although the power of his mind and soul in the life-saving jade pendant is only the strength of the peak state of the soul period, he himself is a supreme strong man. How could he pay attention to Charlotte who had only cultivation in the body training period at that time? Master, when I was chased by that strange creature and had to use my life-saving cards, the boy named Charlotte was nearby. I thought you noticed him. Cut, the disciples on the 2nd level of Shura secret realm are all in the period of physical training. How can I notice such a small person, my supreme level strong man? As Chu Zhongshan guessed, Zhao Enjun never paid attention to the existence of Charlotte. At the same time, he was also very dissatisfied with Chu Zhongshan's contempt for his idea. Chu boy, although I know you have a strong ability to flirt, I didn't expect you to provoke one of the 2 pearls of the Yan family. It's amazing. Perhaps it was because he was dissatisfied with Chu Zhongshan's contempt. When pointing to the next goal, Zhao Enjun couldn't help teasing. Following the direction pointed out by Zhao Enjun, Chu Zhongshan soon saw Yan Danshan standing among the strong men of the Yan family, but to his great surprise, there was a second Yan Danshan standing in the crowd. The eyes squint as 2 peas and look straight at Yan's family. 2 girls are the same as the girls. Chu Zhongtian soon discovered the difference between the 2 girls. Among them, Yan Danshan, whose temperament is like fire and deliberately avoids his eyes, was tangled with himself in the Shura secret realm. Another girl with temperament such as water, who is very shy when she is deliberately concerned by herself, is likely to be the sister of Yan Danshan twins or her sister. After distinguishing the identities of the 2 peerless girls, Chu Zhongshan took back his eyes and quickly explained to Zhao Enjun that it was actually for Dongfeng Yangping. Master of the 2 girls, I only know the girl with fiery temperament. Her name is Yan Danshan. She is a crazy woman. At the beginning, I didn't know how to provoke her in the rubble of Shura secret place, which made her hold a grudge against me all the time. At the same time, I want to solemnly explain that the lover of that crazy woman is Qin Yuanshuang of the Qin Empire, which has nothing to do with half of my copper coins. Really? Zhao Enjun looked at Chu Zhongshan with a smile, then turned his head and looked at the void, ignoring him, while Dongfeng Yangping looked at him with questions. As Dongfeng Yun'er's brother, Dongfeng Yangping has never seen Dongfeng Yun'er's true face when he grows up. Therefore, after seeing two stunning girls who make him feel the same, he can't help but doubt that Chu Zhongshan has an unspeakable relationship with these two women. Brother Dongfeng, I can swear to God that I really have nothing to do with that woman. Don't talk nonsense to Yuner. The doubt in Dongfeng Yangping's eyes made Chu Zhongshan anxious, and even didn't hesitate to take an oath to prove his innocence. Zhongshan, I believe you. Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who was eager to distinguish and even vowed to prove himself, was Dongfeng Yangping, who knew his aggressive character, and finally chose to believe him. However, he turned as like as two peas, and asked Yan Danshan about the origin of the girl who was exactly the same as Yan Danshan. In order to prove his innocence, he informed Dongfeng Yangping of his understanding of Yan Danshan and his judgment on her. Brother Dongfeng, you can try to touch the girl with water temperament, but I don't agree with you about Yan Danshan with fire temperament. What Chu Zhongshan didn't notice was that, when he enthusiastically helped Dongfeng Yangping analyze and recommend Yan Danshan's sisters, the eyes of many strong people of Liyan's sect looked at him with a very complex look. In addition to the Fast Wind family known for speed, and the Chu family with his same surname, 6 of the 9 forces are inextricably related to Chu Zhongshan, which makes them think of Jiao Enjun. In those years, although Jiao Enjun offended many people because of his arbitrary style, it was precisely because of his character that he made several close friends at the same level, which was the reason why he had the courage and confidence to kill the peak of law enforcement later. Today's Chu Zhongshan can be said to have followed Jiao Enjun's old path. It is difficult that Chu Zhongshan will also have the courage and confidence to cause sectarian civil strife, and it was precisely because of this worry that the strong men of the Merit Hall and the law enforcement peak looked at each other, and then nodded secretly. In fact, these strong men of the sect don't know that except for the Strong Wind family and Chu Zhongshan, he not only had contact with the Chu family, but also the hatred between them is much more serious than the hatred he has formed now. When Chu Zhongshan and Dongfeng Yangping introduced and analyzed the Yan Danshan sisters, when many strong men of Liyan's sect were in a myriad of thoughts, suddenly, there was a sound of gold and iron in the distant sky. With the sound of the golden iron horse, thousands of clouds appear in the distance, as if affected by an inexplicable force, quickly gather together, and finally form a colorful cloud road, highlighting a noble momentum. When the colorful cloud road leads to the distant sky, a chariot pulled by 7 6-grade dragons looks slow, but in fact it drives very fast. On both sides of the chariot, there are 16 strong men who have reached the peak of the divine soul period. Behind the chariot, there were 40 imperial warriors with different accomplishments. Looking at the chariot pulled by 7 6-grade dragons in the distance, the remaining people were stunned, except the 16 supreme-level strong ones. Even Chu Zhongshan was shocked. When I first saw the Kipin Chimu Jiao in the lake at the boundary of Jiupin and Bapin in the Endless Forest, I was helpless in the face of the random attack of Kipin Chimu Jiao. Until now, the memory of Chu Zhongshan is still fresh. Nowadays, some people not only drive Jiaolong as a cart-pulling animal, but also equivalent to the 6th grade of the peerless strong man in the divine soul period among human warriors. How can he not be shocked? What a great prestige! Just as the chariot pulled by the 7 6-grade dragons approached the void above Funning City, a powerful man in the Magic Heart sect, who reached the stage of Half-Step Avenue, was very dissatisfied and sarcastic. Just as his sarcastic voice fell, a white and flawless jade hand with the power of rules suddenly stretched out from the chariot and patted it on the side of the Demon Heart sect. Your Highness Yuxin, please show mercy. Seeing the jade hand with the power of rules stretched out from the chariot, the white-haired old man of the Magic Heart sect waved an old and thin palm with the same power of rules to resist the clapped jade hand temporarily. At the same time, please loudly. Break your arm and spare his life. After being blocked by the white-haired old man, the strong man in the chariot seemed not to be angry. She neither took back the jade hand containing the power of law, nor continued to attack, but left a cold request for punishment. Your Highness Zai Yuxin is generous. Hearing the punishment given by the strong man in the chariot, the white-haired old man of Morxinzong looked happy, and then waved and cut off one arm of the powerful man in the half-step road period. Only this time, if there is another time, the gods and souls will die. Seeing that the white-haired old man cut off the person who had just offended him by hand to show his respect for himself, the strong man in the chariot was embarrassed to continue to investigate. After leaving a warning, he drove to the largest cloud in the void. Just a word of offense, he cut off the arm of a powerful man in the half-step road period, and it was still an irreparable injury. Chu Zhongshan finally deeply realized the strength and hegemony of one of the 9 forces in the southern region, and the only empire in the younger martial brother Chu. I haven't seen you for many days. How are you recently? Just after the people of the Qin Empire stood still, a young man with unique style, extraordinary temperament, and cultivation was at the top of the Sea of Qi, but it gave people a kind of strong man in the soul period. The young people who came out of the crowd of the Qin Empire immediately attracted the attention of the vast majority of people on the scene. Among them, Yan Danshan from the Yan family showed naked love in his eyes when looking at the young people. Elder martial brother Qin, please worry about it. Younger martial brother, the recent days are quite peaceful. He motioned Dongfeng Yongping not to move for the time being. Chu Zhongshan also stepped out of the crowd and stepped on a separated cloud to meet the youth. At the same time, salute with a fist. When seeing the relationship between Chu Zhongshan and the youth of the Qin Empire, some strong people who knew the origin of the youth were shocked. You know, this young man who came out of the great Qin Empire is not an ordinary person. He is the 99th prince of the real overlord of the great Qin Empire. He is the prince with the top 3 talents and qualifications among all the princes of the empire. It is even rumored that the king of Qin intends to make him the lord of the empire. The leader of the Qin Empire, that is, the actual master of the southern region. I don't know how many strong people want to get acquainted with such people. Junior brother Chu, although you know your talent is extraordinary, your cultivation speed is still far beyond your expectation. When Chu Zhongshan left the crowd and met himself, Qin Wushuang couldn't help sighing. As one of the most outstanding princes of the Qin Empire, Qin Wushuang, who has a purple dragon token, not only has outstanding cultivation, but also has unique vision. At the beginning, when he first saw Chu Zhongshan on the 97th rebel group in Shura secret territory, he saw the extraordinary nature of Chu Zhongshan. Although his talent and potential cannot be compared with those top talents in the southern region for the time being, he is also a rare genius in the world. Otherwise, with his identity and strength, he would not pay attention to Chu Zhongshan, who has no fame and background. However, what he didn't expect was that in only half a year, Chu Zhongshan was not only directly promoted to the 10th floor of the Qihai period, and his cultivation was equal to him, but also the potential contained in his body had caught up with the real talents in the southern region, which surprised him for the first time about the deviation of his eyesight. Compared with elder martial brother Qin, younger martial brother is still far behind. Facing Qin Wushuang's appreciation, Chu Zhongshan responded modestly. At the same time, I was shocked by Qin Wushuang's qualifications and the speed of improvement. At the beginning, when the 97th rock of the chaotic stone group in Shura secret place met, Qin Wushuang was also the cultivation achievement at the peak of the 9th floor during the body training period, and his strength was also unfathomable. Now, in the past 6 months, like himself, he not only improved his cultivation to the 10 layers of fullness in the Qihai period, but also gave people a feeling that he was a peerless strong man in the divine soul period. Qin Wushuang can be said to be the first peer he met, who can go hand in hand with him in cultivation, and the first peer who can think he is not an opponent in the same state. How can Chu Zhongshan not admire this? Younger martial brother Chu, your situation is different from mine. There is no comparability between you and me. Facing Chu Zhongshan's modesty and praise for himself, Qin Wushuang shook his head. Although his cultivation is the same as that of Chu Zhongshan, which is the same as that of 10 layers in the period of Qi Si, and his strength is far better than that of Chu Zhongshan, his age is higher than that of Chu Zhongshan. If he is evaluated only from his age and qualification, there is no good or bad between him and Chu Zhongshan. Moreover, with the passage of time, the potential in Chu Zhongshan's celestial bodies continues to improve, and Chu Zhongshan is likely to surpass him in the future. Qin Wushuang felt a little shocked when he thought that Chu Zhongshan might surpass himself in cultivation and strength in the future. Because he knows his own situation very well, not to mention his peers in the southern region, even in the central region with a large number of talents, his current qualification, potential, and strength are also the top, and there are few talents who can surpass his peers. Unexpectedly, in the remote southern region, there was a peer who might surpass him, and the peer was younger than him. Qin Wushuang was shocked. Fortunately, Qin Wushuang is not an ordinary person. He quickly adjusted his mind and then said with a little apology, "Younger Marshal Brother Chu, I'm really sorry. There has been a little change in the proposal to invite you to participate in the excavation of the secret territory. I'm afraid it will take some time to start again." "It doesn't matter," shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan indicated that he didn't care. At the same time, he was secretly relieved. Originally, according to the agreement with Qin Wuxuang, the time to dig the secret place was the third day after he ended his training in the natural secret place. At first, Chu Zhongshan agreed to accept his invitation because he had only 5 days to practice in the secret land of the wilderness. If there was no accident after 5 days, Zhao Enjun let Zhao Enjun use his means to tear the void and send himself directly to the edge of the Qin Empire so that he could meet the appointment on time. However, when the cultivation broke through the Qi transformation period and was able to return to the family to visit relatives, he accidentally encountered Huang Lao. The original agreement may not be right, because there are not only the treasures of Huang Lao, who urgently needs to restore his soul in the secret land of the wilderness of heaven, but also he has a way to stay in the secret land for a longer time. Chu Zhongshan knows that he is likely to break the appointment. Now Qin Wuxuang's initiative to postpone the excavation of the secret land just suits his heart. "Younger Marshal Brother Chu, keep the jade pendant I gave you. When it's suitable for digging the secret place, I'll make an appointment with you through the token." Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't mean to blame at all, Qin Wuxuang breathed a sigh of relief. If it is before the meeting, he only needs to inform Chu Zhongshan without taking into account Chu Zhongshan's feelings, but now it is different. Because in the future, his accomplishments and strength may surpass his Chu Zhongshan in an all-round way, which makes him attach great importance to it. He must take into account the feelings of Chu Zhongshan, so as not to misunderstand Chu Zhongshan because of this small matter. "Elder Marshal Brother Qin, I will." After nodding, Chu Zhongshan looked around and said to Qin Wuxuang, "Elder Marshal Brother Qin, almost all the people from all forces have arrived. Let's go back first." "Younger Marshal Brother Chu, see you later." "Elder Marshal Brother Qin, see you later." After greeting each other, Chu Zhongshan and Qin Wuxuang turned back to their respective camps at the same time. "Zhongshan, who is that man?" When Chu Zhongshan returned to the strong sex, Dongfeng Yangping asked curiously. In fact, not only Dongfeng Yangping was curious, but all the strong men of the sex on the scene were very interested. They pricked their ears one after another and wanted to know who the gorgeous young man was. People who know the origin of Qin Wuxuang want to know the relationship between Chu Zhongshan and him. After all, Qin Wuxuang's identity and background are too special, and his existence has too much influence. His name is Qin Wuxuang. He is the 99th son of King Qin of the Qin Empire. I just briefly introduced the origin of Qin Wuxuang, but I didn't say much about others. At the beginning, when Zhao Enjun saw the purple dragon token given by Qin Wuxuang, he specially told him that Qin Wuxuang's identity and background were not simple, so he could make friends with him in the future and never offend him. Therefore, it is inconvenient for Chu Zhongshan to disclose too many things about Qin Wuxuang, so as not to cause unnecessary disputes. For the introduction of Chu Zhongshan, many strong people of Li'an sect are very disappointed. However, they were also surprised by Chu Zhongshan's ability to make friends and cause trouble. If you include the Huashan sword sect, the Magic Heart sect, the Aoyang family, the Xia family, and the Yan family, the 9 forces in the southern region, except Li'an sect, the 6 forces have a certain relationship with him. Thinking of this, several strong men from the law enforcement peak and the merit hall looked at each other, and soon flashed some exchanges about intrigues and tricks in their elder martial brother Jiao and elder martial brother Wei. The time is almost up. Shall we start to open the secret land of the wilderness next? After Chu Zhongshan and Qin Wuxuang returned to their respective camps, they stopped in the chariot in the clouds and suddenly heard a pleasant voice. "Your Highness Yuxin, every time you open the secret land of the wilderness, Yudakin will lead. How to open the secret land next, Your Highness, just tell me." The supreme-level strongman from Jianzhong, a middle-aged man called Elder Martial Brother Wei by the strongman in the chariot, said on his own initiative. Elder Martial Brother Jiao, seeing that the strong of Jianzhong had no opinion, the target of the chariot owner's interrogation turned to Zhao Enjun. In the face of the strong and domineering De Qin, Zhao Enjun's attitude remained very casual and said, "Whatever. Okay, since Elder Martial Brother Jiao and Elder Martial Brother Wei have no opinion, we will officially open the secret land of the wilderness." For Zhao Enjun's casual attitude, the strong man in the chariot was not angry at all, but after giving an order, the chariot directly rose to a higher void. As for the Devil Heart sect, the 5 families, and the 8 supreme-level strong men of scattered cultivation, the strong men in the chariot simply ignored it, and the expression of their intention was also very obvious. That is, they had only the choice to listen to and had no right to question. In this regard, the 8 supreme strongmen of casual cultivation and the supreme strongmen of the 5 families have no dissatisfaction. Only the white-haired old man of the Magic Heart sect flashed a trace of displeasure on his face, but he can only accept the reality reluctantly. After all, in the past 100 years, the strength of Lian sect and Huashan Sword sect has continued to improve. Not only the strong of the middle-aged generation can be found everywhere, but also the evil spirits of the young generation can emerge one after another. On the contrary, the Evil Heart sect, which is also one of the 3 sects, can compete with Lian sect and Huashan Sword sect in addition to the strong of the middle-aged generation, while the young generation is in the overall disadvantage. The 9 forces and 8 scattered cultivation together have a total of 17 supreme-level strongmen. 17 supreme-level strongmen take off one after another and then stand in a unique position. Then, the eyes of the 16 supreme powers turn to the chariot in the central position. Go! It seemed that the strong man in the chariot threw a palm-sized stone tablet from the chariot. The stone tablet thrown into the air rose in the wind, and soon rose into a huge stone tablet about 100 meters high and more than 50 meters wide. The front of the stone tablet is engraved with a word of heaven, and the back is engraved with a word of famine. The end of time. Looking at the huge stone tablet floating in the air and the word natural disaster on both sides of the stone tablet, the sky in the middle of Chu vaguely felt a boundless ancient breath. I don't know if it was his illusion. Just when the word the end of the world revealed the breath of boundless ancient strength, he vaguely felt a picture roll in the storage ring beating slightly. However, when he wanted to get through the storage ring, he found that the picture scroll obtained from the palace on the 3rd floor of the Blood Devil's secret land lay there quietly, and there was no place to move according to the reason, which made him very confused. However, he also knows that this is not the time to consider the picture, so he can only temporarily suppress his inner doubts and continue to pay attention to the giant stone tablets in the void. After the giant stone tablet was set in mid-air, Zhao Enjun and the remaining 16 supreme-level strongmen took out the stone tablets with the same style and extremely similar shape, and threw them into mid-air at the same time. 16 stone tablets with extremely similar shapes also rose at the sight of the wind, and soon rose into giant stone tablets about 60 meters high and more than 30 meters wide. Different from the stone tablet thrown by the strong Qin dynasty in the chariot, the stone tablet thrown by Zhao Enjun did not have the word natural famine on it. The 16 giant steels that rose in the wind were not fixed in mid-air, but formed a circle around the largest steel thrown by De Qin Qiang in the chariot. After the 16 giant stone tablets formed a circle, Zhao Enjun and other 16 supreme-level strongmen left their respective forces one after another, and then stayed on the giant stone tablets they threw out. As for the chariots from the Qin Empire, as well as the strong ones in the chariots, they are parked on the largest stone tablet surrounded by 16 giant stone tablets. Do it! When all the supreme-level strongmen were in place, the Dakin strongman in the chariot gave a drink. Then, led by the strong men of the great Qin dynasty in the chariot, 16 supreme-level strongmen began to input the energy containing the law into the stone tablet. With the input of the ability to contain laws, each giant stone tablet began to shine. However, the light emitted by the 16 giant stone tablets is slightly dimmer than that emitted by the central stone tablet. When the light emitted by the 17th giant stone tablet has made it impossible for the people under the stone tablet to look directly, a gray energy is emitted from the 16 stone tablets, and all the 16 gray energy is integrated into the central stone tablet. 10 seconds later, he integrated into the 16 gray energy of the central stone tablet and separated from the central stone tablet again. And in the 16 gray energies separated from the central stone tablet, there is a hint of purple. When the 16 paths were mixed with purple-gray energy and returned to their respective stone tablets, a vortex gradually appeared at the bottom of the stone tablet where Zhao Enjun and others stood. At the beginning, The vortex at the bottom of the stone tablet was very small as only a thumb, but as the supreme power standing on the stone tablet continued to input the energy containing the power of law, the vortex gradually expanded. Through the size of the vortex formed at the bottom of the 17 stone tablets and the speed of vortex expansion, we can clearly see the strength of the 17 supreme-level strong men. The fastest and most stable expansion of the vortex is not the strong man in the chariot on the central stone tablet, nor the supreme strong man surnamed Way of Huashan Sword Sect, but Zhao Enjun, who puts one hand behind his back and inputs the energy of the law with only one hand. At the same time, Zhao Enjun, who continues to input the energy contained in the law, not only looks relaxed, but also has leisure and will to observe the performance of others. Whether from the most powerful empire of the Qin dynasty or the strongest in the casual cultivation, their performance could not attract Zhao Enjun's attention. After only paying attention to them, they took their eyes away from them and finally turned to Chu. Then he smiled and nodded with Chu Zhongshan. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan is speechless. Everyone knows your strength is very strong, but you can't show it so obviously. You know, except you Zhao Enjun, the remaining 16 supreme-level strong people are all going all out to input the energy containing the power of law. Even the supreme-level strongman from Huashan Sword Sect works very hard. Don't you provoke others' jealousy by doing so? As Tiangxin and Chu thought, Zhao Enjun was obviously a large section higher than other supreme-level strongmen, which shocked the strongmen of Huashan Sect and Moxin Sect, which are the same three sects. After seeing Zhao Enjun's strength, the law enforcement peak and the merit hall were even more gloomy. They exchanged with each other, but they shook their heads. As the supreme power inputs more and more energy containing the power of law, the vortex formed at the bottom of the stone tablet becomes larger and larger. When the vortex expands enough to accommodate an adult, the supreme power on the 17 stone tablets temporarily stops inputting energy. At the moment when the energy input was stopped, except Zhao Enjun and the strong man of the Qin dynasty who was sitting in the chariot and couldn't pay attention to his face, the remaining 15 supreme-level strong men took out a pill the size of a dragon's eye and emitting 3 colors of light and took it. 10 minutes later, the voice of the strong Qin came from the chariot on the central stone tablet. The secret land of the wilderness has been opened. Every warrior who enters the secret land of the wilderness enters from the stone vortex of your force. Speaking of this, the strong man of the Qin dynasty in the chariot paused a little, and then flew a treasure similar to a chessboard from the chariot, which was obviously more powerful than a spirit weapon. I'm afraid the grade has reached the real weapon. Like a real weapon of a chessboard, it slowly rose into the air and finally set it above the 17 stone tablets, and then sent out a transparent light mask to cover the 17 stone tablets directly inside. Looking at the realware like a chessboard and the protective cover formed by the realware, Chu Zhongshan's careful dirty couldn't help but pull it up. When you get the qualification to enter the wilderness secret place, your elders must have given you a token made of the wilderness stone. That token is your certificate to enter the wilderness secret place. On the contrary, those who do not have a token cannot enter the wilderness secret place without permission. If you find it, all gods and souls will be destroyed. When the protective cover formed by the real weapon of the chessboard completely shrouded the 17 stone tablets, the strong man of the Qin dynasty in the chariot ordered, "The children of the Qin Empire, from the vortex of the central stone tablet, into the secret land of the wilderness." At the command of the powerful men of the great Qin dynasty in the chariot, 40 warriors of the great Qin Empire took out one token in a shape similar to the style of the stone tablet, but it was obviously hundreds of times less, and then took the token into the vortex formed at the bottom of the central stone tablet. People of Liyun sect, listen, from the vortex of this stone tablet under my feet, enter the secret land of the end of heaven. When the warriors of the Qin Empire entered the secret land of the wilderness through the vortex formed by the stone tablet, Zhao Enjun immediately ordered. After hearing Zhao Enjun's instructions, Chu Zhongshan took out Dabai, a disciple of the after hearing Zhao Enjun's instructions, Chu Zhongshan took out Dabai, a disciple of the outside sect, from the storage bag. Among the rewards for Dabai's first place, he received a stone token engraved with 5 gray energy seals, and then flew to the stone tablet under Zhao Enjun's feet with the strong sect. When he crossed the protective cover formed by the real weapon on the chessboard, Chu Zhongshan obviously felt that his body was scanned by an inexplicable force from beginning to end, from inside to outside. While being scanned by this force, Chu Zhongshan felt that his heartbeat was almost about to stop, for fear that the force would check that he knew something wrong in the sea. Fortunately, the inexplicable force did not find any abnormality in him, allowing him to enter the protective cover smoothly. Secretly relieved, Chu Zhongshan thought that after the scanning of the inexplicable force, he was temporarily safe, but when he just passed the protective cover, 16 powerful thoughts containing special fluctuations came to him at the same time, and checked again from beginning to end, from inside to outside. Among the 16 strong thoughts, although some were hostile to him and some were curious, none of them dared to take the opportunity to let him pass the second examination smoothly. When approaching the vortex of the stone tablet at Zhao Enjun's feet, Chu Zhongshan looked up at Zhao Enjun and found that his left hand placed behind him was clenched, obviously in a state of tension. Chu Zhongshan knew what he was worried about, but when things came to an end, it was useless to worry. He could only face it calmly and hold the token of sect reward. Chu Zhongshan stepped into the vortex without hesitation. Chu boy, it depends on your luck and Huang Lao's luck whether you can escape the inspection of the rules of the wilderness secret place. Watching Chu Zhongshan enter the vortex of the stone tablet without hesitation, Zhao Enjun prayed secretly. After stepping into the vortex, he felt dizzy, which made him unable to control his body at all. He could only let the power generated by the vortex push him forward. The vortex formed by the energy contained in the law is extremely destructive. Fortunately, the token of the sect reward independently emits an energy defense shield similar to the secret land of the wilderness, so that he can avoid being hurt by the destructive power generated by the vortex. After more than 10 minutes, Chu Zhongshan, who was in a dizzy state, gradually woke up, and his consciousness was gradually able to control his body. Through his feeling of the body, he found that the power of the vortex to push the body forward was getting smaller and smaller. When the driving force generated by the vortex completely disappeared, and when his consciousness could fully control his body, a wave of power that made him tremble came directly to him, which made his body hard to regain control, and his scared little heart almost jumped out. That powerful and incomparable power shot him from the beginning to the end, and from the inside to the outside. After finding no abnormality, the powerful and incomparable power quietly retreated. Who? After that powerful and incomparable power retreated, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and his small heart was completely relaxed. Walking away from the vortex without the power of the law of energy, Chu Zhongshan felt that he had entered a new world. In front of him, he could not see the edge space. The whole space was filled with a very heavy breath. After taking a deep breath, Chu Zhongshan slowly put away the token of sectarian reward in his hand, making a small hole in the defense layer formed by the token temporarily. Then came a huge unbearable pain, which was the pain caused by the instant muscles and bones were squeezed. Fortunately, Chu Zhongshan's perseverance is relatively tough, and he has psychological preparation in advance. Therefore, at the moment when his body is squeezed by the sudden gravity in space, he will re-stimulate the protective cover of the sect reward token. After the pain of the instant compression of muscles and bones in the body slowly disappeared, Chu Zhongshan finally understood that the strong men in the sect said that the Tianhuang secret land had the opportunity to make people reborn. Originally, this opportunity refers to the energy that can temper the flesh in the Tianhuang secret land. However, if you want your body to be reborn, without the perseverance to endure great pain and the nerve to persevere, I'm afraid you won't get the chance to be reborn. Without moving forward and absorbing the energy in the secret land of the end of heaven, Chu Zhongshan took out a crystal-clear jade from the storage ring and crushed it. As the jade was crushed, a faint, mixed with a trace of purple-gray energy, rushed out of the broken jade, and then quickly entered his mind. Chu boy, have you entered the secret land of the wilderness? When the faint, mixed with a trace of purple-gray energy came into his mind, Huang Lao, who had been silent for nearly a day, finally woke up. Old Huang, it doesn't affect you to use the method of hiding interest. Hearing Huang Lao's voice in his mind, Chu Zhongshan quickly asked with concern. Don't worry, Chu boy. With the help of your master, using the secret method of hiding breath has no effect on my spiritual power. Facing Chu Zhongshan's concern, Old Huang said with great satisfaction. Then, his mind power extended to the secret land of the end of heaven through the knowledge of the sea in the middle of Chu. After feeling the energy outside the knowledge of the sea that can affect the expansion of the mind power, old Huang said with emotion, "Unexpectedly, after 1,000,000 years, I still have the opportunity to enter the secret land of the end of heaven. Huang Lao, listen to your tone just now. It seems that you have entered the secret land of the wilderness before." After hearing Huang Lao's sigh, Chu Zhongshan said in surprise, "The forces that have been inherited for the longest time in the southern region are neither the Qin Empire with the strongest strength, nor the only demon heart sect inherited by the southern region, but Liyun sect, which integrates the strengths of 100 schools and pays attention to balanced development." About the establishment and development of Liyun sect, Chu Zhongshan learned from the classics collected by Zhang Zhufeng through Tian Jun and Huang Fuqi during the period before the opening of the secret land of the wilderness. But even the Liyun sect, which has the longest inheritance time, has only been inherited for more than 700,000 years. It has only been more than 100,000 years since many powerful people in the southern region found the secret land of the wilderness and found a way to open it. If Huang Lao's body had not been damaged, he had also entered the secret land of the wilderness. In other words, the existence of the secret land of the end of the world may exceed ordinary people's imagination. As if he felt the shock in the tone of Chu Zhongshan, Huang explained, "In the age when my body was not damaged, the opening position of the secret land of the wilderness was not in the south, but in the central region of the eternal continent. Of course, it's the same as the most powerful forces control Tianhuang's secret territory now. At that time when my body was not damaged, Tianhuang's secret territory was also controlled by more than a dozen of the most powerful forces in the central region." "Huang Lao, I don't know what level of cultivation you reached when you entered the secret land of the wilderness," Chu Zhongshan asked excitedly when he heard that old Huang admitted that he had entered the secret land of the wilderness before. Huang Lao mentioned that he had entered the secret land of the end of heaven before his body was damaged, which made Chu Zhongshan very happy. Because Zhao Enjun promised him that he would carve the details of the secret territory into a jade slip and give it to him after the secret territory was opened, so that he could make better use of the secret territory. However, he didn't mention it until the secret land of the wilderness was really opened, which made Chu Zhongshan suspect that he probably hoped to make him have a deeper understanding of the secret land of the wilderness through the introduction of Huang Lao on the spot. "Boy, I entered the secret land of the end of the world at the peak of the Soul period." Through knowing the sea, old Huang glanced at the excited Chu Zhongshan without any hidden explanation. "Before I cast the secret method into the state of hiding, your master told me that he had prepared detailed information for you in the wilderness secret territory, so that you can better improve your cultivation and potential with the help of the environment in the wilderness secret territory, but I stopped it." No wonder Zhao Enjun didn't fulfill his agreement. It turned out that it was really because of Huang Lao. Chu Zhongshan was not angry about this. He knew that Huang Lao must have his reason for doing so. Because all his preparations are useless. After entering the secret land of the end of the world, it is not only useless, but may even harm you. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was not angry because of his stop, Huang couldn't help nodding, which showed that Chu Zhongshan had gradually matured and acted more and more calmly. "Chu boy, I don't know if your master has mentioned to you that a martial artist can only enter the secret land of the wilderness once in his life?" Old Huang continued to ask. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan said, "No, about the secret land of the end of the world, my master only mentioned the unique gas of the end of the world in the secret land, which can give martial artists below the state of the Sea of Qi a chance to be reborn. This is also the reason why the sect allows disciples in the Qi refining period and the body refining period to enter the secret land at the same time." Speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan had to lament the means of the high-level sects. Because according to the rules originally formulated by the sect, the disciples of every realm can obtain the qualification to enter the wilderness secret place through the sect Dabai, but the sect Dabai is still half a year away from the opening of the secret place. For half a year, for the disciples who obtained the quota, the wasteland seemed like a bait, forcing them to practice hard and improve their strength desperately, so as to get enough benefits in the wasteland. Take the disciples who entered the secret realm of the wilderness this time. The factotum disciples in the Qi refining period who were qualified to enter the secret realm of the wilderness are now in the 10-level perfect realm of the body refining period. I'm afraid we can break through the Qi transformation period soon after the promotion of the wilderness secret place. The three disciples who got the number of places in the realm of physical cultivation period, stimulated by the secret realm of the wilderness. He himself has been a perfect cultivation on the 10th floor of the Qihai period. LV Kong, who ranks second, is now the peak cultivation on the 4th floor of the Qi transformation period. As for He Ying, who ranks third, he has also been promoted to the 3rd floor of the Qi transformation period. As for the disciples in the period of transforming Qi and the period of Qi Si, their accomplishments and strength have been significantly improved more or less. It seems that this secret has been kept until now. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's answer, Huang shook his head and said to himself, and then he continued to explain. Chu boy, I'm afraid the secret land of the wilderness has existed for a long time, which is beyond the imagination of the world. According to what I learned at that time, the secret land of the wilderness already existed in ancient times tens of millions of years ago. So long, Huang Lao's speculation about the existence time of the secret land of the wilderness shocked Chu Zhongshan, because every secret place is actually equivalent to an independent world. Since it is an independent world, it also has birth, adulthood, aging, and destruction. How long a secret place can exist depends not only on the size of the secret place space, the hardness of the space barrier, the amount of energy contained in the space, but also on the rules of the secret place itself. The larger the space, the stronger the space barrier, the more energy the space contains, the stronger the space rules, and the longer the secret place will exist. According to the records in the Book of Secrets about the mainland presented by Zhao Enjun, among all the known secret places in the southern region, except that the Qin Empire had a secret place with an area equivalent to 1/3 of the size of the southern region, and existed for more than 1,000,000 years. It seems that there is no secret place with a history of more than 1,000,000 years, let alone tens of millions of years. Chu boy, the reason why Tianhuang's secret place can exist for so long is that in addition to the space in the secret place is large enough, the space barrier is hard enough, and the natural gas in the space is strong enough. The most important thing is that the rules of Tianhuang's secret place have their own independent consciousness. With the secret realm rules of independent consciousness, you can prolong the existence time of the secret realm through the practice of the power of the rules. It is precisely because it has an independent consciousness. In order to ensure the normal operation of the secret land of the wilderness, and ensure that the secret land of the wilderness will not be damaged internally, it will use the power of the rules of the secret land to formulate restrictions on entering the secret land. At this point, Huang couldn't help sighing. Chu boy, do you know how many warriors I can enter every time I open the Tianhuang secret place, the young man who hasn't lost my body? In the face of Huang Lao's interrogation, Chu Zhongshan bowed his head and calculated. According to the current limit on the number of people entering the secret land of the wilderness, each of the 9 forces sent 40 martial artists in different realms, a total of 360. The number of people arranged by each of the 8 supreme levels is at least 6 and at most 7. If all are counted according to 7, there are 56 people in total. That is to say, now this era has opened the secret land of the end of the world, and up to 416 people can enter it. In the age when Huang Lao's body was not damaged, both the number of martial arts and the concentration of heaven and earth aura were far more than 10 times stronger than that of this age. Moreover, the strength of the rules of the wilderness secret place in that era was far less powerful than that of now, and there was no such strict restriction on the number of martial arts entering the secret place. Therefore, according to 10 times the number of people entering the famine before Huang Lao's body is damaged is at least 4,000 to 5,000. Huang Lao, 5,000 people. Chu Zhongshan finally decided to give the largest quantity in his mind according to his own calculation. 5,000 people, haha. For Chu Zhongshan's conservative guess, Huang laughed a few times and then gave a number that Chu Zhongshan couldn't imagine. Between 500,000 and 600,000 people. How is that possible? Hearing the number given by Huang, Chu Zhongshan shouted in shock. Chu Zhongshan was shocked when old Huang gave the number of martial artists who could enter the secret land of the end of the world at that time. If the number of people entering the natural wasteland has decreased by hundreds of times in more than 1,000,000 years, wouldn't the natural wasteland be permanently closed in tens of thousands of years? Chu boy, with your intelligence, I'm afraid you also think of the future changes of the secret land of the end of the world. So I'm going to come in anyway this time, in order to get a treasure I temporarily trapped with the 5-pin array millions of years ago. As if aware of Chu Zhongshan's idea, Old Huang took advantage of the situation to say his ultimate goal of entering the secret land of the wilderness. At that time, as the most outstanding genius of the Huang family, Old Huang was also arrogant in addition to his outstanding strength and array. Therefore, after entering the secret land of the wilderness, he refused the protection of the strong men of the family and chose to wander alone. It was also in this case that he found a treasure that could enhance the power of the spirit of the warrior and better understand the power of the law. However, at that time, he was only the cultivation at the peak of the divine soul period, and he was unable to take the treasure for the time being. Moreover, when he found the treasure, there was not much time left before the secret land was closed, and he was unable to summon the strong people of the family to help. In desperation, he had to use the 5 great array to trap the treasure temporarily. He planned to entrust the strong people who had not entered the secret land of the wilderness to help him take the treasure through the array left by him when the secret land of the wilderness was opened next time. However, what he didn't expect was that before the second opening of the secret land of the wilderness, the Huang family suffered major changes, which led him to miss the second opening of the secret land of the wilderness. When the family survived the accident safely and wanted to wait for the third opening of the secret land of the end of heaven, he encountered an accident. His body was destroyed, and the body of God and soul was trapped. At the same time, he also lost contact with his family, resulting in no one taking the treasure in the secret land of the end of the world. Huang Lao, how to collect that treasure? How can I cooperate with you? Chu Zhongshan only sighed for a moment about the possibility that the secret land of the wilderness may be closed permanently in the future, and didn't take it to heart. Therefore, after hearing that Huang Lao set his ultimate goal, Chu Zhongshan immediately put the future changes of the wilderness secret land in his mind and asked with enthusiasm, "No need for the time being, because the environment in the secret territory will change dramatically every time the secret territory is opened. That's one of the reasons why I stopped your master from giving you the map of the secret territory." Shaking his head, Old Huang stopped Chu Zhongshan from wanting to help. Then he began to arrange Chu Zhongshan's next practice. "Chu boy, for the martial arts below the realm of Kihai period, the most precious treasures in the secret territory are not the rare treasures in the secret territory, but the natural qi that is everywhere and can improve the martial arts physique. Chu boy, the token in your hand is the supreme strongman of your sect. It is refined by using the Tianhuang stone in their stone tablet. You can try your best to stop and weaken the oppression of Tianhuang qi on you. So during this period, you use the guard of the token to absorb Tianhuang qi, and then use Tianhuang qi to improve your physical fitness. As long as the physical fitness of your body is improved enough, you can better break through the longevity period in the future, and better understand the laws of heaven and earth when you break through the avenue period. Huang Lao, what about you?" Chu Zhongshan didn't have any opinion on Huang's next practice arrangement, but he was very interested in Huang's next actions. "New changes have taken place in the environment in the secret land of the wilderness. I need to concentrate on feeling the array mark I left in that year through my mind. I can't take care of you for the time being. So, Chu boy, in the next period of time, I will help you find a place suitable for you to absorb the natural qi. You can temporarily use the natural qi to improve your physique and strengthen your foundation. Huang Lao, listen to your arrangement. In the face of a completely unfamiliar environment and a dangerous secret environment, it is the wisest way to listen to the arrangement of experienced elders. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan has no opinion on Huang's arrangement." Through the extended mind, Old Huang soon found a place where the natural qi was slightly scarce, which was very suitable for the absorption of Chu Zhongshan. Under Huang Lao's instructions, Chu Zhongshan wanted to fly in the air and quickly approach a place hundreds of miles away from him. However, when his body just took off less than 2 meters, an incomparably powerful force directly imprisoned Zhenyuan in his danshan and let his newly raised body fall freely out of control. Boom. There was a close contact between his body and the hard ground, and the result of the close contact was that his bones felt a burst of pain. By the way, I forgot to tell you that in the secret land of the end of the world, only those who can use the power of the law can fly, and those who can't fly under the longevity. Seeing Chu Zhongshan falling to the ground directly, Huang blamed himself with embarrassment. Huang Lao, can you please tell me what I need to pay attention to in advance next time, so as to avoid the crime I shouldn't suffer? He got up from the ground and rubbed his sore shoulders. Chu Zhongshan complained and felt lucky at the same time. Fortunately, he took off at a very low altitude at the beginning. If he took off directly for hundreds of meters as before, he would be thrown into meat and mud when Shinwon Tanda was imprisoned and his body fell freely. Okay, it's my fault. I'll explain it to you while walking. Huang made a sincere apology for Chu Zhongshan's complaint. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan can only throw him a white eye to show his dissatisfaction. Although it is impossible to fly in the secret land of the end of the world, it is not prohibited to use the body method and martial arts. With the help of the body method and martial arts that have just broken through the lower level of Xuanpin, the distance of more than 100 li did not delay him too much time. Huang Lao helped him choose the place to absorb the natural qi. It is a slightly protruding mountain with low terrain. Standing on the mountain, you can observe the surrounding situation at any time. It is a more favorable place. Chu boy, although the natural qi here is not very strong, it is just suitable for your current constitution, so you can absorb the natural qi here for the time being. When Chu Zhongshan stood on the mountain, Huang explained. I see, old Huang. Nodded and Chu Zhongshan sat down directly. Choosing the environment to absorb the natural gas is not that the more abundant the natural gas is, the better. This needs to determine the intensity of the surrounding natural gas, according to your own physique, body and mind. Just as the warrior absorbs the aura in the spirit stone, you can only absorb the aura in the lower spirit stone for the strength of the realm in the qi refining period. If you forcibly absorb the aura in the high-level spirit stone, the huge aura contained in the high-level spirit stone will explode you in an instant. The natural qi is a kind of power that is dozens or even hundreds of times more powerful than Reiki. The terrorist pressure formed by too strong natural qi may lead to the fragmentation of defense tokens. If there is no defense layer formed by tokens, the strong natural qi may squeeze you into meat patties in an instant. Therefore, the mountain chosen by Huang Lao will not damage the defense token, and it is suitable for him to absorb the natural qi by weakening the defense token. Sitting on the rising mountains, Chu Zhongshan calmed down and adjusted his breathing. When his mind was calm and everything was ready, he began to slowly weaken the defense of the token in his hand and try to let the natural qi outside penetrate. When a trace of natural qi outside the defense layer entered the independent space formed by the token through the weakened token defense, Chu Zhongshan immediately felt an extremely terrible heavy pressure. When he felt the heavy pressure of this terror, he immediately strengthened the defense of the token and temporarily isolated the continuous infiltration of the natural gas. Having been tempered by the terrible pressure of the purgatory pavilion of the Chu family, he quickly adapted to the heavy pressure formed by the natural qi in the independent space of the token. Then, turning to the skill of Taixun Heart Sutra, he began to try to refine the power of heaven and earth that entered the token defense space. When a trace of natural qi in the defense space entered the body under the guidance of Taixun Heart Sutra, Chu Zhongshan immediately felt that his body was much heavier, and this sense of heaviness made him feel that his muscles and bones were squeezed back and forth. At the same time, the pain caused by the squeezing of muscles and bones began to distort his facial expression. In the face of this inhuman pain, Chu Zhongshan gritted his teeth and insisted on running the Taixun Heart Sutra skill, forcibly refining a trace of natural qi into his body. Although the natural qi is a kind of energy that is dozens or even hundreds of times more violent than Reiki, with the refining of the Taixun Heart Sutra and the persistence of Chu Zhongshan, half an hour later, the natural qi is transformed into energy that can improve his physique and completely integrated into his body. After the body completely integrated into the natural qi, Chu Zhongshan wanted to break the defense layer of the token with a strong feeling. Fortunately, he restrained his inner impulse in time and didn't do anything out of the way of death. At the same time, Chu Zhongshan vaguely smelled a fishy smell and traced the source of the fishy smell. He found that the source came from himself. Rolling up his sleeves, Chu Zhongshan found that there was a black stain on the surface of his arm, emitting a fishy smell. Although the black stain stinks and makes the stomach vomit after smelling it, Chu Zhongshan doesn't care and even shows a trace of happiness on his face. Because this is the natural qi. When tempering the body, it removes the impurities in the body, bones, muscles, blood vessels, and internal organs, so as to further improve the performance of physique. Since the cultivation broke through the body training period and cleared the impurities in the body, Chu Zhongshan thought that the impurities in his body had been cleaned up long ago. Now it seems that there are so many impurities in one's own body, which indirectly proves the effectiveness of the qi of the end of heaven. He looked up at the space outside the token defense layer and looked at the countless natural qi in the secret space. Chu Zhongshan knew that he had a chance to be reborn. Chu boy, feel the powerful effect of the natural qi. Just as Chu Zhongshan opened his sleeves and looked at the black stain on the surface of his body, Huang, who had been silent for some time, suddenly said, Old Huang, you didn't use the array in the secret realm." After hearing Huang Lao's voice, Chu Zhongshan temporarily gave up the idea of continuing to absorb the qi of the end of heaven and asked with a puzzled look. In the face of having independent consciousness and setting more and more restricted secret realm rules, in the face of having independent consciousness, it is possible to permanently close the secret realm rules of the wilderness secret realm in the future. This opportunity is likely to be the last opportunity for them to enter the wilderness secret realm in their life. Old Huang doesn't seize the time to sense the position of the array. How can Chu Zhongshan not be surprised that he still has leisure to observe the process of absorbing the qi of the end of heaven? Chu boy, use the power of mind to sense the position of the previous array. I need to concentrate and can't be distracted. After explaining why he didn't immediately use his mind to feel the position of the array, Old Huang then began to explain what Chu Zhongshan needed to pay attention to next. In other words, when I feel the position of the array, I can't see you for the time being. Before that, I have a few things to remind you. Time is pressing. Huang Lao didn't tell it himself, but directly transmitted the matters needing attention to his knowledge through the power of the spirit. Chu boy, I've passed on the matters needing attention to you. Next, I'll try my best to feel the position of the array. If I didn't encounter a life crisis, it's impossible to wake me up. And other matters needing attention were transmitted to the Queen of Chu through the power of the soul. After Huang finally gave an instruction, he fell into silence. Without disturbing Huang Lao, who felt the position of the array with all his strength, Chu Zhongshan immediately mobilized his consciousness and integrated into the power of Huang Lao's spirit left in the sea. By reading the information recorded in the spirit, he soon learned some things that Huang Lao reminded him to pay attention to. At the same time, through the message of Huang Lao staying in the power of the soul, Chu Zhongshan's face showed a trace of joy. Because in the information of Huang Lao's input of the power of the divine soul, in addition to recording some things that need to be paid attention to and guarded against in the secret land of the wilderness, there is also a skill method of how to use the qi of the wilderness to cultivate the flesh, as well as a set of secret methods to detect the grade of the flesh. According to the information left by Huang Lao, in the age when his body was not damaged, martial artists attached great importance to the cultivation of the body in addition to the major system. Moreover, the strength of the strong who paid attention to the cultivation of the body was much stronger than that of the ordinary major system. If you want to strengthen the physical body, in addition to using the nourishment of heaven and earth aura to improve the pill and spiritual fruit of the physical body, there are also special skill methods for practicing the physical body. In the message left by Old Huang, there is a set of skill methods specially used to practice the physical body. This skill method is called Overlord Decision, which is created by observing the Overlord Dragon with the strongest physical body in the Divine Dragon system. The Overlord Decision is divided into 10 levels. The level of the realm is from 10 levels to 1 level, which exactly corresponds to the 10 levels of the major system. At the same time, Overlord Ju is also a skill to assist Huang Lao's physical cultivation when his physical body is not damaged. In the wilderness, God is fair. It gives mankind endless wisdom, creativity full of infinite imagination, and the spirit of learning all the time, but deprives mankind of its strong body. Not to mention that compared with powerful beasts, even compared with ordinary beasts, human physique is at a disadvantage. If there were no human pioneers to create skills that can absorb the spirit of heaven and earth and enhance their strength, and if there were no human pioneers to explore various secret methods, panacea, divine weapons, and other tools to assist in cultivation, I'm afraid the master of the eternal continent would not be human, but powerful animals. Human beings may be at the bottom of the food chain and become the food slaughtered by animals at will. Tyrannosaurus rex is a body-refining skill created by the strong human beings by observing the body structure of Tyrannosaurus rex. But the human physique and the structure in the body are very different from the most powerful Tyrannosaurus rex in the Dragon series, which makes the practice of Tyrannosaurus rex very difficult. According to the information left by Huang Lao, before his body was damaged, he only raised the cultivation method of Overlord Resolution to the peak of 5 levels, which is equivalent to the longevity period in the major system, which is completely inconsistent with his own realm. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan knows himself very well. He doesn't think that his qualification and understanding can surpass Huang Lao. When practicing Overlord Decision, he consciously reduces his self-requirements. He just hopes to absorb the natural qi as much as possible through the Overlord Decision skill and improve his physical fitness as much as possible, so as to lay a good foundation for breaking through the longevity period and avenue period in the future. As for the secret method of testing physical grade, it was very simple. He was familiar with it in less than 3 minutes. The real yuan in the danshan was transferred to the 10 fingers. The 10 fingers were quickly printed, and the mark was separated from the fingers. Finally, a column about 1 meter high was formed in front of him. The shape was very similar to that used to measure the water level before he crossed, and the surface was engraved with numbers. According to the records of the secret method, the numbers engraved on the column represent the grade of the flesh, of which 1 to 10 represent 1 grade, 11 to 20 represent 2 grades, and so on. 91 to 100 represent the perfect state of the flesh, that is, the sanctification of the flesh in ancient times, and its strength is comparable to that of immortals. However, in the age when Huang Lao's flesh was not damaged, not to mention that the grade of the flesh reached 10 grades, and finally became holy by virtue of the flesh, even the strong ones who reached 7 grades of the flesh were very rare. The real yuan scattered between the fingers simply used his physical strength to blow a real hook fist directly at the column engraved with numbers. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's real hook fist, the column didn't make any sound or shake, as if his fist just had no strength at all. Looking at the column floating in front of him with no change in the number, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help but stare. After 5 days of terrible training in the family blood prison pavilion and the improvement of physical fitness during the physical training period, his body is far stronger than the martial artist of the same level. He thought that his pure physical strength should be at least between 30 and 40, even if it was less than 40, but what he never thought was that with a full blow, he didn't even reach one of the numbers. In other words, if he was in the age when Huang Lao's flesh was not damaged, he might not even be as good as the martial artist in the realm of qi refining. Chu Zhongshan felt very depressed at the thought of this. Fortunately, his strong state of mind and cultivation made him quickly adjust his state and be able to face the reality calmly. Then he scattered the columns floating in front of him. Take a deep breath. He plans to use Overlord's Decision to improve the grade of his body and see if he can hit the number of products by cultivating body skill. Carefully recall the skills of the first layer of Overlord Ju. After the skills of the first layer are familiar to his heart, he began to weaken the power of token defense. After the second breath of famine entered the protective cover formed by the token, he quickly enhanced the token defense and immediately ran the skills of the first layer of Overlord Ju. When the first level skill of Overlord's Decision was running, the qi of the end of the world entering the token defense cover seemed like a beast who found delicious food. When he didn't respond, he rushed directly into his body. I didn't feel any pain or any heavy feeling. The natural qi entering the body seemed to disappear completely, and there was no effect of improving the body at all. After carefully feeling the situation in the body, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help frowning. According to the introduction of Baowenju body refining skill, inhaling the natural qi in the body will become energy suitable for improving the body after refining the body refining skill. However, the first level of Overlord Ju's skill absorbed the natural qi and did not contribute the refined energy, which is obviously not satisfied with the records. The difficulty is that the body refining skill absorbs too little natural qi, which is not enough to extract the energy that can improve the grade of the body. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan felt that his guess just now seemed very reasonable, so he immediately weakened the defense power of the token and continued to let the chi of the end of time enter the token defense cover. This time, he fully put in 3 natural chi and then restored the defense of the token. At the same time, run the first layer of mind method of Overlord's decision and directly inhale the 3 natural forces entering the defense cover into the body in an instant. After the 3 heavenly powers were completely absorbed by the Overlord's decision, Chu Zhongshan quietly waited for the feedback of the body refining skill while exercising the body refining skill and refining the absorbed heavenly power. However, after waiting for more than a minute, the body refining skill still did not contribute the transformed energy, which made him doubt whether he could practice Overlord's decision in the end. Doubt belongs to doubt. In Chu Zhongshan's character, there is a momentum of not hitting the south wall and not turning back. Since the 3 natural chi cannot meet the needs of the skill, what about 5, 10, and 100? Chu Zhongshan doesn't know whether there are other treasures in the secret land of the wilderness, but the chi of the wilderness in the secret land is inexhaustible. Through the defense mask formed by the token, he glanced at the secret space outside the defense mask, and Chu Zhongshan's face showed a trace of determination. Then he took a deep breath. After his irritability was calmed down, he weakened the power of token defense once and let the natural chi outside the token defense layer enter the token defense cover. This time, he was not in a hurry to restore the power of token defense, but allowed one after another to enter the defense layer. At the same time, quickly run the first layer of Overlord decisive skill and fully absorb the natural chi entering the body. The power of token defense continues to be weakened, allowing the source of natural gas to continuously enter the defense layer. The Overlord determination skill that runs with all its strength is like a greedy beast, swallowing all the natural gas that enters the token defense cover without refusing. It's a natural gas. 5 natural gas. 10 natural gas. 100 days of famine. Chu Zhongshan continued to weaken the token's defense, allowing the natural gas source. Chu Zhongshan continued to weaken the token's defense, allowing the natural gas source to continuously enter the defense layer. At the same time, fully run the first level of Overlord's determination, like a greedy beast, swallowing all the natural chi that enters the token defense cover. 30 seconds later, after swallowing nearly 200 strands of natural chi, Overlord decided to use the first level of skill before he began to release the refined energy. After being refined, the energy begins to integrate into muscles, bones, blood vessels, meridians, and organs. The energy continuously released by the refining skill makes Chu Zhongshan obviously feel that the hardness of the body is strengthened and the grade of the body is improving. Restore the power of token defense and temporarily block the infiltration of natural chi. After the first layer of Overlord's decision absorbs all the natural chi in the token defense cover, Chu Zhongshan starts to attract the energy transformed by the skill and tries his best to improve the quality of the body. After absorbing all the energy transformed by the skill, Chu Zhongshan did not allow the natural chi to continue to penetrate, but mobilized the true yuan in the danshan to form a secret method that can test the grade of the flesh. Looking at the column floating in front of him, Chu Zhongtian took a deep breath and then mobilized all the strength of the flesh. It was still a real punch in the cylinder. Then, the number engraved on the column gradually glowed. Seeing the numbers on the column used to test the grade of the flesh, Chu Zhongshan's face showed a trace of joy. Although it is only the lowest value in the physical grade, as long as the value is on, it means that there is no problem with your body, which shows that the Overlord determination skill has a very obvious effect on the improvement of your physical body. After dispersing the column used to test the physical grade, Chu Zhongshan took a deep breath and reduced the power of token defense to the extent that the natural gas can penetrate. Then turned to the first level of Overlord's determination skill, absorbed the natural power of entering the defense cover, and made every effort to strengthen the body's physique and improve the physical grade with the help of the energy transformed by the body refining skill. Chu Zhongshan, who was silent in practice, seemed to forget the time. All his mind and spirit were used to attract the energy transformed by the skill, and all his spirit was used to improve the grade of the flesh. He didn't even find one of the 5 marks on the token. He didn't wake up until the energy transformed by the first level of the Overlord's determination didn't have much effect on the improvement of the physical body. After looking at the mark on the token, Chu Zhongshan was surprised to find that there were 5 marks, 3 of which were missing, and the mark of the 4th began to dim. When he got the token reward, Zhao Enjun once introduced it to him, saying that it is the first mark on the token, which represents the time you can stay in the wilderness secret place for 1 day, and the 5 marks represent the time of 5 days. This is also the highest reward when he was Dabai, a disciple outside the sect. According to the remaining marks on the token, it shows that there is more than 1 day before the end of the secret land of the wilderness. Chu Zhongshan feels that his body is still in a state of extreme desire for improvement. He doesn't want to leave the secret land of the wilderness so soon. If you want to stay in the secret land of the wilderness and continue to absorb the spirit of the wilderness in the secret land of the wilderness, you must rely on Huang Lao, who has a wide range of knowledge, so he couldn't help whispering to Huang Lao. Huang Lao, Huang Lao, Huang Lao. After calling 3 times, Huang Lao in his mind didn't respond. Chu Zhongshan knew that he was still fully sensing the position of the array. Thinking of Huang Lao's instructions before the position of the induction array, Chu Zhongshan forcibly suppressed the idea of continuing to call in his heart and decided not to disturb Huang Lao for the time being. The first level of Overlord Ju skill absorbs the energy refined by the Qi of the End of Heaven, and the effect on the improvement of the flesh is not very obvious. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan plans to confirm the grade of his flesh first, and then decide whether to continue to run the first level of Overlord Ju or feel the second level of skill. Once again, the cylinder used to test the meat grade was printed. With a full blow, the real hook fist was directly hit on the cylinder. The number lit up instantly, the number 2 lit up immediately, and the number 3 lit up quickly without any pause. However, when the number 4 came on, although the number 4 also lit up, the brightness was far less than the first 3 numbers. Through the test just now, it shows that although his body has been improved a lot, it is still far from breaking through the 9th grade. Now he has barely reached the middle level of the 10th grade. Chu Zhongshan was not discouraged. He immediately read the Overlord Decision skill left by Huang Lao and began to understand the second level of the skill. Although he knows the Overlord Determination skill, because it is different from human physique, it is very difficult to really feel it. He believes in his own understanding. He believes that with his own understanding and qualification, he can cultivate the second level of Overlord Determination skill in a very short time. However, when he really began to understand the second level of Overlord's determination, he found that no matter how he realized and understood it, he could not master the operation of the skill. That is, he could not use the second level of Overlord's determination to absorb the Qi of the End of the world. Ignoring the fading token mark, Chu Zhongshan fell into meditation. After thinking for a while, he began to understand the first level of the Overlord's decision. With the meditation and understanding, and then combined with the incomprehension of the second level, Chu Zhongshan gradually found that his understanding of the first level of skill was not deep enough, and was far from reaching the level of mastering the first level of skill. At the same time, after a deep understanding of the first level of skill, and then combined with his physical level, Chu Zhongshan felt that the level of Overlord Determination skill was actually the same as the physical level. When the physical level did not break through the 9th level, he could not master the second level of body refining skill. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan temporarily gave up practicing the second level of Overlord Determination skill, but chose to feel the first level of skill, weaken the power of token defense layer, continue to absorb the Qi of the End of the world, and continue to improve the grade of the flesh. With the deep understanding of the first level of Overlord Determination skill, the effect of poor energy conversion is gradually improved. At the same time, the speed of absorbing the natural Qi is also faster and faster, and the grade of the flesh is also improving rapidly. Originally, because of the lack of token marks, he was worried that he would miss the time to wake up Huang Lao. With the full absorption of refined energy, he gradually forgot the passage of time. Chu boy, wake up. When the 5th mark began to dim for a period of time, and Huang Lao's voice sounded in his mind, he was sober. Huang Lao, do you feel the position of the array? Chu Zhongshan, awakened by Huang Lao, first looked down at the mark on the token in his hand. When he found that the 5th seal on the token was nearly half dim, he immediately felt a sense of urgency. According to the brightness of the 5th mark, It shows that it is less than half a day before he ends his experience in the wilderness secret place. For half a day, he didn't know whether the time was enough to find the treasure in the array. Moreover, he was unwilling to end his trip to the secret land of the wilderness. After all, the energy that can directly improve the physical quality like the natural gas is rare. If he loses this opportunity, he will delay the time to quickly advance to the longevity and avenue period with the high-grade physical body. Chew boy, I've felt the 5-level array left in those years. It's about 30,000 kilometers away from our current position. Unexpectedly, more than 1 million years have passed. The 5-level array has not disappeared, but it still works normally. He didn't notice the worry in Chu Zhongshan's tone and thought of using his mind to observe the formation. Huang couldn't help but say excitedly, "Huang Lao, it's lucky to be able to sense the position of the array, but we're facing a big problem now." Different from Huang Lao's excitement, Chu Zhongshan was very worried when he heard that he had found the position of the array and the specific distance. For more than 30,000 kilometers, it is not enough to cross such a long distance in less than half a day without using flying skills, and only relying on Xuanpin's lower body method. And Chu boy, what's the matter? Finding the specific location of the array means that you can harvest the treasure that can enhance the power of the soul and help break through the longevity and avenue period. The treasure also had unimaginable help for Chu Zhongshan, so Huang didn't understand why he was worried. "Huang Lao, it's less than half a day for me to stay in the secret land of the wilderness. In such a short time, it's impossible for me to get to the position of the array just by using the lower-level body method and martial arts of Xuanpin." Tell Zhihuang old about his inner worries. Chu Zhongshan expects him to give a perfect solution. "Chu boy, didn't you practice the body refining skill I left you, Overlord Decision?" After hearing Chu Zhongshan's worry, old Huang frowned and his tone showed a trace of tension. Although lucky enough to escape the prying eyes of the consciousness rules of the wilderness secret place, the rules of the secret place are everywhere. As a once supreme strong man, even if only the body of the divine soul is left, the supreme state of the body of the divine soul has been retained. As long as he dares to appear, he will be discovered by the secret realm rules. Under the means that the secret realm rules can use the power of the secret realm, he can instantly destroy his spirit body, and he can only stay in the sea of knowledge in the sky of Chu. Therefore, he cannot allow Chu Zhongshan to have any accidents. Otherwise, the carefully planned plan will fail completely, and the time to reshape the flesh will be postponed in "How could it be?" Seeing that old Huang questioned that he had not followed his reminder and practiced the body refining skill he had deliberately left, Chu Zhongshan quickly retorted, "Huang Lao, I have been practicing since I got the power of Overlord's decision, but the power of Overlord's decision is extremely complex, and I still stay at the first level." "Oh." After hearing Chu Zhongshan's explanation, Huang's wrinkled eyebrows immediately stretched out, his nervous mood eased down, and asked with great interest, "After these days of practice, I don't know what level your body grade has reached." Alas, hearing that old Huang was interested in interrogating the level of his physical grade, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help sighing. His tone was very helpless and said, "Maybe I'm not suitable for practicing this body refining skill." After nearly 5 days, the improvement of physical grade is limited. Speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan mobilized Genuine between his 10 fingers and formed a column for testing the grade of the flesh. Without any nonsense, he directly used the strongest strength of the flesh and hit the column with a real hook fist. The number of columns 1 to 3 lights up instantly, and it doesn't take much time from 4 to 5. Only when it comes to 6, the speed of light starts to slow down quickly and finally stops on the top of the 6 characters. "Huang Lao, I haven't done anything in these 5 days. I concentrate on cultivating Overlord Decision. I don't know how much natural chi I absorbed during this period. The final result is that I haven't even broken through a grade." Seeing the light on the column finally stay on the 6 characters, Chu Zhongshan said with some frustration. Unfortunately, he couldn't see Huang Lao in his mind. He didn't know the shocked expression on his face at this time. Otherwise, he would never be so depressed as he is now. After a full delay of nearly a minute, old Huang stabilized his inner shock, but the tone was still a little excited. "Chu boy, do you know that when I first practiced Overlord Resolution, my accomplishments were the same as you, and it was also the peak of the Kihai period. The environment of my first practice was still the source of the 6 spiritual channels. In conjunction with the cultivation of martial arts, I practiced the body refining pill of the upper 5 levels. In this case, it took me nearly 1.5 hours to raise the grade of my body to 9 levels. Chu boy, if you are not satisfied with your current achievements, do I want to kill you in front of you? Huang Lao made Chu Zhongshan's depression disappear in an instant by comparing his practice of overlord determination, but he still asked in disbelief, Huang Lao, you didn't lie to me. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan suspected that he had just taken himself as an example, old Huang was very dissatisfied and asked, Chu boy, if I lied to you, what good would I do? That's right. Huang Lao's rhetorical question made Chu Zhongshan couldn't help nodding. Then he thought of the dilemma he was facing and hurriedly asked, Old Huang, let's not talk about the body refining skill and body grade. The time before the token defense fails is running out. I wonder if you have any way to let me stay in the secret land of the wilderness. Chu boy, if you don't think about it carefully, I'll let you practice overlord resolution. Isn't there any other use except to improve your physical grade and make better use of the natural qi? Hearing Chu Zhongshan say his worries, old Huang reminded him in a tone that children can't teach. Huang Lao, do you mean to say, Chu Zhongshan is not a fool? On the contrary, he is very smart. From the tone of old Huang, who can't be taught, he gradually figured out a little taste. Without responding to Chu Zhongshan's conjecture, Huang wanted to see if he really had the courage to try. After a little consideration, Chu Zhongshan finally decided to bite his teeth. However, he tried again and again, but he would not risk putting himself in danger, so he gradually weakened the defense of the token as he had just practiced overlord decision. First floor, third floor. After the power of token defense was weakened to 3 levels, the power of the famine in the secret territory began to penetrate. However, Chu Zhongshan did not use the skill to attract, nor did he mobilize the genuine in the Danshan to defend. Instead, he alone withstood the pressure of the famine by relying on the flesh body of the top 10 middle-level peak. After the power of the end of the world completely penetrated into the defense layer of the token, Chu Zhongshan didn't feel a sense of heaviness, as if he were outside the secret realm. This feeling made him feel a trace of excitement and tension. Without any hesitation, continue to weaken the defense of the token. 5th floor, 7th floor. When the defense power of the token weakens to the 7th floor, the natural qi penetrating into the token defense cover has almost occupied the 8th floor of the whole until this time. He barely felt a sense of heaviness, which had no impact on him. At this moment, the inner excitement has gradually exceeded the tension. Continue to weaken the defense power of the token. 8th floor, 9th floor. When the defense power of the token weakened to the 9th floor, Chu Zhongshan had felt the pressure brought by the qi of the end of heaven, but this pressure was still within his bearing range and had little impact on his own strength. Seeing that there was only one layer of defense token left, Chu Zhongshan directly stood up and gritted his teeth to put away the token. The heavy pressure generated in the secret land of the wilderness made his body bend slightly, but in the end, he withstood it and was able to straighten up and move freely after a few minutes of adaptation. Chu boy, do you know the real purpose of overlord decision I passed to you? Seeing Chu Zhongshan's careful experiment to verify his inner guess, Huang Lao's original inner unhappiness disappeared in an instant. Huang Lao, thank you. In the absence of token defense, being able to stand alone in the secret land of the wilderness has fully proved that his flesh has been reborn. This reborn change is realized through the overlord decision given by Huang Lao. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan is full of gratitude to Huang Lao. Chu boy, it's right to help you improve your strength. Who wants me to reshape my flesh in the future? And the next treasure-taking process also depends on you. I don't want Chu Zhongshan to have too much burden because of gratitude, Huang said in a relaxed tone. Later, he directly changed the topic and said, Chu boy, although you can walk in the wasteland's secret place with your body through the cultivation of overlord resolution, we don't have enough time to find treasure, because the wasteland's secret place has only been opened for 1 month. Huang Lao, I see. You can point out the direction directly. Nearly 5 days have passed since a month ago. He still wants to use part of his time to strive to make his flesh grade break through the 9th grade, so his idea is to quickly help Huang Lao take away the treasure that has worried him for more than 1 million years. Due north. After pointing out the direction of the array, old Huang began to send out the strength of the emperor's territory and help him pay attention to the situation around him at any time. Because in addition to the natural qi and countless natural materials and earth treasures, There are also a large number of wild animals with strong strength and extremely hot temperament in the natural wilderness secret territory. It's good to be able to give full play to the strength of the peak of the sea when facing the wild animals with the natural force to suppress the middle heaven of Chu. Therefore, he must prevent the middle heaven of Chu from encountering the wild animals in advance. Save time so that you can continue to absorb the natural qi and improve the grade of the flesh. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan didn't cherish the real yuan in the danshan. He directly used the lower-level body method martial arts of Xuanpin and rushed to the position of the array at a high speed. As like as two peas in the middle of the castle, 3 men who are possessed of the devil's heart and the 2 souls who are half alike are in the middle. Huang Zili, do you really want to fight with our Yan family? Yan Danshan, who looked at the disciple of the evil heart sect who surrounded his sisters and showed an obscene smile on his face, threatened the most powerful young man among the 3. Hey Dan Chen, it's not up to you and me to decide whether the devil heart sect and the Yan family will go to war. Faced with Yan Danshan's threat, the disciple of the evil heart sect, known as Huang Zili, had no intention at all, and he laughed a few times with a sarcastic tone. Moreover, even if it is war, is your Yan family our opponent of the evil heart sect? Shut up, Dan Chen is what you shameless and obscene people can call. Hearing the other party's deliberately close tone, Yan Danshan, who was hot in character, directly shouted at each other regardless of the huge gap in their cultivation. Hey, brother Zili, this chick has a temper and material. I like it. Because of anger, the 2 peaks in front of the chest fluctuated up and down, which immediately attracted the attention of the disciples of the evil heart sect in another half-step spirit period. He stared at the 2 peaks in front of Yan Danshan's chest and said with an obscene smile, Since Brother Wenqiang likes it, I'll give it to you as a after I play with senior brother. He glanced at the younger martial brother who was talking to him. Huang Zili said generously, Thank you for your success, senior brother. Seeing that Huang Zili promised to give it to himself after playing, the disciple of the devil heart sect called when Qiang smiled a flower on his excited face. Damn it! Seeing the disciples of the evil heart sect not only stare at their private place, but also discuss how to distribute themselves in front of their own face, Yan Danshan's teeth itch, but she just hates, but she has nothing to bear. Because her accomplishments are only 5 peaks in the Qi transformation period, while the other party's accomplishments are in the half-step spirit period. At the same time, due to the special rules of the wilderness secret territory, the life-saving cards cannot be used in the secret territory. Otherwise, the other party will never dare to encircle himself easily. Although I know that I am in danger today, as a direct descendant of the aristocratic family, I have considered life and death as early as entering the practice world. If she is caught by 3 disciples of the evil heart sect, she can only choose to kill herself in order to keep her innocence. However, it doesn't matter if she dies, but she must not drag down the twin sister who has reached the demon level and is proficient in prophecy, so she bowed her head and told her sister. Zir, I will try my best to stop them later. Take the opportunity to escape and find the strong in the family as soon as possible, and let them come to save me. Elder sister, don't worry, we won't be in danger. Some noble people will come to help us soon. In the face of the sister who wants to work hard and is extremely nervous, her sister's response is very indifferent, and she is not afraid of the strong ones in the 3.5 steps of the divine soul period in front of her. Really? Yan Danshan asked excitedly after hearing that his sister said there were noble people to help. As a gifted and peerless face, Yan Danshan is very arrogant and has surprisingly high vision. Few people can convince her. Among all the people Yan Danshan knew, only 3 people's words could convince her. One is to love her and love her father, that is, the patriarch of the Yan family, and the strong man in the peak of the imperial realm. One is the man she admires, that is, Qin Wushuang, the 99 prince of the Qin Empire, known as the unparalleled civil and military in the southern region. The other is the twin sister Yan Dangxi, because her twin sister Yan Dangxi is not only a demon genius, but also a top genius proficient in prophecy at the age of her age, according to the supreme ancestor of the family. If it weren't for the limitation of cultivation, her sister Yan Dangxi's prophecy might have surpassed the overlord of the Tianlong Emperor, the Oriental hegemony. Therefore, she has always been convinced of her sister Yan Dangxi's statement. The only thing that makes her dissatisfied is that her sister Yan Dangxi naturally doesn't like fighting and rarely conflicts with people. Therefore, she has the cultivation of the ninth floor peak in the Qi transformation period, and it's not necessarily her opponent to start. Perhaps it is because the Yan sisters are too calm. Huang Zili is worried about long nights and dreams. He plans to capture the Yan sisters first, and then find a remote place to do the business first. Do it! He gave a warning to the younger martial brother around him. Huang Zili directly stretched out his right hand and grabbed Yan Dangxi standing behind Yan Danshan. You dare! Seeing that Huang Zili's goal was his sister behind him, Yan Danshan directly waved his spirit sword and stabbed Huang Zili's right hand. It's a pity that in the secret realm of the wilderness, which can suppress cultivation and limit speed, her cultivation at the top of the 5 levels in the Qi melting period was directly weakened by 3 points. Her cultivation is not as good as that of Huang Zili. With the restriction of the secret land of the end of the world, she is not Huang Zili's opponent. The spirit weapon stabbed in Huang Zili's right hand didn't even break the real yuan wrapped in his palm, let alone repel the attack of his palm. Hey, chick, I miss my brother so quickly. Don't worry, my brother will let you taste what it's called to be immortal and die. The unfolded right hand suddenly grabbed Yan Danshan's spirit sword and directly held it in his hand. Huang Zili teased with an obscene smile. Scoundrel! When the spirit tool was caught, Yan Danshan had to get close to Huang Zili, and his face turned red with anger after hearing Huang Zili's flirtation. Elder martial brother Huang, someone is coming. Just when Huang Zili grabbed Yan Danshan's spirit weapon and planned to catch her, a younger martial brother who assisted in the battle suddenly began to remind him, turned his head and looked at the man who came quickly. Huang Zili immediately widened his eyes and showed an expression of disbelief on his face. Because people who rush here have only the peak cultivation in Qihai period, but they can walk in the secret land of the wilderness with their flesh. Unlike them, they need to rely on the special token of the sect to protect themselves before they can walk in the secret land of the wilderness. More importantly, the person who came quickly gave him a very familiar feeling. Huang Zili, in shock, unconsciously released his hand holding the spirit weapon, which made Yan Danshan take the opportunity to recover the spirit weapon. Looking at Huang Zili in shock, Yan Danshan thought about it and finally retreated to his sister. From this point, we can see that Yan Danshan was inexperienced against the enemy. If Chu Zhongshan faced this situation, he would not directly attack Huang Zili's body. As a strong person who comes from a sect and is in the half-soul period, he must have a defensive spirit weapon. It's hard to kill with one shot if you don't directly attack the vital place. However, if you directly attack the vital point, the strong man's instinct will wake him up immediately and lose the possibility of sneak attack. At this moment, there is only one way to choose to attack and finally kill Huang Zili, that is, the defense token in his left hand to defend against the special environment of the wilderness secret place. The defense formed by the token is not strong, because its main function is to target the special environment in the wilderness secret territory. The cultivation in the Qi melting period can directly break through the defense cover of the token. The token is a foreign object. Attacking the token directly will not cause Huang Zili's vigilance. There are 9 layers of assurance to break or fly the token. Without the protection of the token, there is no meat body. In the face of the terrible pressure in the secret land of the end of the world, there is only a dead end. Yan Danshan, who retreated to her sister, also quickly turned around and looked at the people who came quickly. However, when she saw the appearance of the person, her face showed a trace of shock. In addition to being shocked, she shouted, "How could it be him?" Seeing her sister's gaffe caused by shock, Yan Dangxi looked at Yan Danshan with a complex face, but said nothing. In fact, she also recognized the person who came quickly. After all, if you can let the most popular prince of the Qin Empire take the initiative to greet him and talk for more than 5 minutes, I'm afraid everyone who enters the secret land of the wilderness will know him. However, is this the noble man who he just predicted by using the art of prophecy? Under the direction pointed out by old Huang and his vigilance at any time and place, Chu Zhongshan spared no scruples to display the martial arts skills of Xuanpin's lower body method. Although the special pressure of the secret land of the end of the world made him unable to really give full play to the real speed of Xuanpin's lower-level body method and martial arts, he also reached the speed of thousands of kilometers per hour. Just as he was on his way for more than 30 minutes and nearly 1,000 miles, Huang Lao in his mind suddenly reminded him that bullying men and women was happening in front of his left side. Chu Zhongshan didn't want to pay attention to this at all. There are too many unfair things in this world. If he is free, he may save the United States, but now time is pressing, and he doesn't want to delay his time because of many things. I wanted to avoid the conflict site of bullying men and women, but Huang's next sentence made him change his mind. I didn't expect it to be a pair of stunning compatriots and sisters. The peerless compatriot and sister Hua, after hearing the surprised whisper of old Huang, Chu Zhongshan knew that the person in danger was the twin sisters from the Yan family. There are not many women entering the secret land of the wilderness. The only peerless twin sisters are the Yan Danshan sisters from the Yan family. If Yan Danshan was in danger alone, Chu Zhongshan would not consider saving her at all. Because he was speechless about some inexplicable practices of the woman, but her sister was in danger and Chu Zhongshan had to save her. There is only one reason to save her, that is, the super sixth sense tells him that he must save her. If he saves her, there will be an opportunity against the sky in the future. If you don't save her, you will regret all your life. When he went straight to the place of the conflict, Chu Zhongshan took several qi tonifying pills and recovered the consumed real yuan while he was on his way. When he arrived at the place of the conflict, all the consumed real yuan just recovered because he was on his way. Oh, it's younger martial brother Chu from Liyan sect. When Chu Zhongshan, who came, oh, it's younger martial brother Chu from Liyan sect. When Chu Zhongshan, who came quickly, stopped 20 meters away from the Yan sisters, Huang Zili, who was finally relieved, quickly hugged his fist and warmly greeted him. At the beginning, when Qin Wushuang took the initiative to leave the team of the Great Qin Empire, he had attracted the attention of everyone on the scene, and he did not deliberately lower his voice when calling Chu Zhongshan, which made everyone present know the origin of Chu Zhongshan. Who are you? Chu Zhongshan asked coldly when he saw the disciples of the Evil Heart sect, whose cultivation reached the half-step divine soul stage. It was only heard that the disciples of the Evil Heart sect were free to do whatever they wanted because of their practice of the evil way. In fact, there were not many prejudices in the heart of Chu Zhongshan. After all, he is also a person of this character. He has no scruples, and even surpasses the disciples of the Devil Heart sect. However, when practicing in Shura secret place, after learning that the disciples of the Devil Heart sect had used the corpse of the martial artist to refine the essence and blood pill that can restore the essence, qi and spirit, his view of the disciples of the Devil Heart sect changed dramatically. Otherwise, he would not have slaughtered so many disciples of the Demon Heart sect. It was because of his bad impression of the Devil Heart sect that he was cold and did not have a good face in the face of the warm greetings of the disciples of the Devil Heart sect. Ha ha! The hot face pasted on the cold ass, and Chu Zhongshan's cold response made Huang Zili very unhappy. However, considering the relationship between Chu Zhongshan and Qin Wushuang, Chu Zhongshan's excellent qualification, and his ability to walk independently in the secret land of the wilderness with his flesh, he could only laugh twice and use laughter to suppress his inner unhappiness. Then, he introduced himself with a little pride. My surname is Huang and my name is Zili. I come from the Devil Heart sect, and am the true disciple of the Vice Lord of the Devil Lord sect. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan showed an expression of indifference and said, I haven't heard of it, and I'm not interested to know. Chu Zhongshan's ignoring attitude completely angered Huang Zili. I think he is also the top genius in the Magic Heart sect. He broke through the talent revealed in the Qi transformation period and reached the level of a peerless strong man. Otherwise, he could not become the true disciple of the Vice-Patriarch, nor could he represent the disciple of the realm of the Sea of Qi and get a place to enter the secret realm. Therefore, in the face of Chu Zhongshan's ignoring attitude, Huang Zili, who was completely angry, directly tore off the false shell and revealed the ferocious side of his demon disciples. Chu Zhongshan, don't be shameless. I'm polite to you. It's in the face of the emperor. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Huang Zili roared angrily. Oh. Angry, ready to turn over. Seeing the completely changed face and impolite tone of Huang Zili, Chu Zhongshan mocked. Yes, I not only turn my face, but also let you have a taste of the way my demon disciples torture people. Different from Chuoda when dealing with Yan Danshan, facing Chu Zhongshan, Huang Zili directly took out the spirit weapon at the peak of Zhongpan. After all, the people who can be favored by Qin Wushuang are definitely not ordinary people. Everyone has the strength of super challenge, He dare not have any carelessness. Huang Zili, do you want to fight alone or fight in groups? He took out the top-grade Benaming spirit knife and shook his head. Chu Zhongshan asked jokingly. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's group fight, Huang Zili's reaction was to immediately look around to see if there were experts hidden around. After all, Chu Zhongshan, like him, also comes from the Nine Forces, also comes from the sect, and is also the top disciple of the sect. He must be followed by his fellow disciples. Don't look, I'm alone. Seeing Huang Zili's behavior of observing around, Chu Zhongshan, who knew his thoughts, directly opened his mouth to remind him. Chu Zhongshan, what do you mean? Huang Zili asked, very puzzled. I mean very simple. Raise the life spirit knife in your hand, and the tip of the knife says to Huang Zili, it's me and you. The tip of Benaming Lingdao pointed to the two disciples of the evil heart sect standing beside him. Chu Zhongshan continued, if there is a group fight, I will fight the three of you alone. Puff. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's explanation of the difference between single fighting and group fighting, Yan Dangxi, who was gentle, couldn't help chuckling. As for Yan Danshan, he looked at Chu Zhongshan with a complex look. Arrogance. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's explanation, the disciple of the Devil Heart sect, named Zikyang, felt a kind of humiliation, a kind of naked humiliation, so he roared and took the lead in attacking. Looking at the disciples of the Evil Heart sect who rushed to him first, the corners of Chu Zhongshan's mouth rose slightly, and a trace of disdain flashed in his heart. After the cultivation was raised to the 10th level of the Qi transformation period, he once fought with a strong man in the first level of the Divine Soul period in Zhangzhufeng. After using all their strength, although he was not the opponent in the first level of the Divine Soul period, the other party had no way to take him. In other words, after the cultivation was improved to the full satisfaction of the Qi transformation period, his real strength has reached the level of the Divine Soul period. The unique environment of the secret land of the wilderness has very strong restrictions on the martial arts below the De Dao period, so that the martial arts below the De Dao period cannot give full play to their real strength. In this environment, they can only give full play to the strength of the peak land of the Qi Si period at most. However, this restriction is comprehensive, and not only for him. A martial artist with cultivation like Huang Zili has more powerful suppression in the secret land of the end of the world. The cultivation in the half-step spirit period can only make him reluctantly give full play to the cultivation at the peak of the 9th floor in the C period. At the same time, the weakness of the flesh and the limitation of token defense further limit their strength. At this moment, it's very good that they can give full play to the cultivation of the 7-story peak in the Sea of Qi. Therefore, in the face of Chu Zhongshan, who is good at the challenge of higher order, they are no match. Without any high-level martial arts, the basic saber technique combined with half of the true yuan in the perfect danshan directly pierced the heart of the disciples of the evil heart sect through the strong power of the flesh. Boom. The disciple of the devil heart sect, who was directly pierced into his heart, rushed forward for a few steps, and his whole body fell directly to the ground with a loud noise. Looking at the younger martial brother, Huang Zili, and another disciple of the evil heart sect, who was completely killed without holding on to one move. Although the strength of the two of them is slightly stronger than that of the disciples who were killed just now, the strength is only on the front line. If they want to distinguish the victory from the defeat, they must at least be beyond 1,000 moves. The younger martial brothers who can barely get the upper hand after thousands of moves are easily killed by Chu Zhongshan. Even if they go together, they are certainly not the opponents of Chu Zhongshan. Therefore, Huang Zili and another disciple of the Demon Heart sect are reluctant to retreat. Look. As the most powerful and thoughtful of the three, Huang Zili can't let Chu Zhongshan see his intention, although his heart retreats. Otherwise, in the face of Chu Zhongshan's amazing speed, the plan to escape will fail. So first, he used concealed weapons to sneak attack, trying to make Chu Zhongshan busy resisting concealed weapons, and then took this opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, the opponent he faces is a man with rich combat experience and accurate control of the war situation. When Huang Zili and another disciple of the evil heart sect withdrew, Chu Zhongshan already saw it. Therefore, before Huang Zili unleashed the concealed weapon sneak attack, he had already exercised his body method and martial arts in advance, and quickly approached Huang Zili and another disciple of the evil heart sect. Seeing that Huang Zili wanted to use concealed weapons to stop his attack, Chu Zhongshan sneered. He neither used his own aura to resist, nor slowed down his speed to dodge, nor used the potential that could solidify the environment, but directly rushed up. Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who neither resisted nor dodged, Huang Zili, who wanted to sneak attack with concealed weapons and took the opportunity to escape, and another disciple of the evil heart sect, did not escape for the time being. Instead, he looked at Chu Zhongshan with excitement and saw how he died under a poisonous concealed weapon. You know, as the only devil in the southern region, there are countless poison pills and poisons in the sect of Morxin sect. As a strong man who is good at using concealed weapons, Huang Zili can poison every concealed weapon for a long time. The concealed weapon that shoots out does not need to be shot into the key of Chu Zhongshan. As long as it can scratch a little skin, Chu Zhongshan will die. Unfortunately, when the concealed weapons shot by Huang Zili were less than 5 meters out of the token shield, the speed slowed down instantly and continued to advance 2 meters. More than a dozen heavy concealed weapons fell directly from mid-air. When he continued to advance 1 meter, all the concealed weapons he shot fell. When the last dozen concealed weapons fell, Chu Zhongshan, who exercised the martial arts of the lower body method of Xuanpin, rushed to the place where the concealed weapons fell. Seeing that the hidden weapon shot out didn't have any effect, Huang Zili and another disciple of the Demon Heart sect changed their faces. After looking at each other, they immediately turned and ran away. Unfortunately, if they don't stop to watch whether the concealed weapon can hurt Chu Zhongshan, they may live a few more seconds. But if they choose to stop to watch, it means that they hand over their life to Chu Zhongshan in advance. Less than 7 meters away, at the speed of the formation of Xuanpin lower-level body method and martial arts, it took less than 1/10 of a second. The venoming spirit knife of Chu Zhongshan quickly crossed the waist of the disciples of the Magic Heart sect. Ignoring the disciples of the Devil Heart sect who were scratched by the Life Spirit Knife, the Life Spirit Knife used the pure power of the flesh and combined with the martial arts skills of Xuanpin's lower body method to split Huashan and directly cut Huang Zili's back. As the 3 people with the strongest strength, Huang Zili has strong strength. Although most of his strength is limited by the special environment of the wilderness, his instinct as a strong person still exists. The body that used the body method and martial arts skills to escape twisted in a very strange posture. After avoiding the fatal blow of Chu Zhongshan, Huang Zili's medium-grade peak spirit sword, like a poisonous snake, directly stabbed him in the heart. Seeing the Zhongpin peak spirit sword stabbing his heart, Chu Zhongshan was surprised by Huang Zili's strange counterattack, but he didn't panic. The shoulders moved slightly, a trend that could solidify the surrounding environment, and instantly imprisoned the stabbing spirit sword, and Huang Zili, the owner of the spirit sword, directly cut off Huang Zili's head with the chop in the basic saber technique. After taking away the storage bags of Huang Zili, Chu Zhongshan turned and looked at the Yan sisters. Without any desire to talk, he turned and continued to run to the position of the array. Elder Martial Brother Chu, please stay. Just when Chu Zhongshan mobilized Genuine and planned to use the lower-level body method and martial arts of Xuanpin, there was a very gentle voice behind him. Chu Zhongshan looked as 2 peas in Yan Danshan's face, but his temperament was like a girl in warm water. He asked softly, "Is there anything, girl? My surname is Yan and my name is Danxi. I'm twin sisters with Sister Chen. Elder Martial Brother Chu can call me Zir in the future." Jing went straight to Chu Zhongshan and looked up at Chu Zhongshan slightly. Yan Danxi introduced with a smile. "Zir, I remember," nodded. Chu Zhongshan said he remembered it, and then his eyes showed a trace of interrogation. "Elder Martial Brother Chu, Zir is a prophet who is proficient in prophecy. Just now, when my sister and I were besieged by thieves, I predicted for myself. I found that our sisters had help from noble people. By the way, I also predicted for the noble people who helped us." First explained that he didn't intend to predict the fate of Chu Zhongshan, Yan Danxi continued. "Elder Martial Brother Chu, after Zir's prediction, I know that your next goal is the depths of the secret place, and this time your goal is to depend on good and evil. There are both opportunities against the sky and fatal dangers, so Zir hopes Elder Martial Brother Chu can take care of himself." Hearing that Yan Danxi predicted his next goal, Chu Zhongshan was surprised by her prediction. At the same time, he did not expect that Yan Danxi, who seemed weak, should be a prophet. Blessing and misfortune depend on each other, that is to say, the next treasure-taking process may not be as smooth as Huang and himself imagined. There must be something unexpected for Huang. "Thanks for reminding me, younger martial sister Yan." With both hands clasped, Chu Zhongshan thanked him and then showed his body method and martial arts that he had already prepared, turned into a high wind and disappeared in place. Elder martial brother Chu, Yan Dangxi, was surprised to see that after seeing the thanks from heaven in the middle of Chu, he directly used his body method and martial arts to leave. Not to mention the subtlety of her prophecy, just talking about her peerless appearance is enough for countless men to try their best to please and approach her. Not only did she have no interest in her, but there was a natural indifference, which made her doubt her charm. In fact, what Yan Dangxi didn't know was that if he saw her before the youth ceremony, Chu Zhongshan might be interested in communicating with her more, taking the opportunity to win her favor and even further deepen their feelings. Unfortunately, after seeing Dongfeng Yun'er's face, which is much better than that of a fairy, there are so few beautiful women in the world that he can stop and pay attention to that the whole Nanliu doesn't know whether there are any. It was also because she was surprised at Chu Zhongshan's disregard that she couldn't see his back when she wanted to stop Chu Zhongshan. Elder martial brother Chu really is. I haven't finished my words yet. Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who completely disappeared in the distance, Yan Dangxi complained, very dissatisfied. Zir, don't care, he is a wood that doesn't understand customs. When Yan Dangxi complained about Chu Zhongshan's impulse and disregard, he woke up long ago, but Yan Danshan, who had been ill-intentioned to greet Chu Zhongshan, came over and explained to Yan Dangxi. Elder sister, did you know elder martial brother Chu long ago? Hearing her sister's evaluation of Chu Zhongshan, Yan Dangxi looked at Yan Danshan with a smile and said in a joking tone. Yan Danshan didn't care about his sister's banter. Instead, his mind returned to the chaotic rocks in the Shura secret land and saw the scene of Chu Zhongshan for the first time. Looking at her brooding sister, Yan Dangxi didn't bother her, but used the art of prediction to predict the future relationship between her sister and Chu Zhongshan. However, what Yan Dangxi didn't expect was that when she predicted the relationship between her sister and Chu Zhongshan, she inadvertently led the line of her own destiny into the uncertain fate of Chu Zhongshan. Chu boy, that girl is not simple. Just after Chu Zhongshan left with Xuanpin's lower body method and martial arts, old Huang couldn't help sighing. Huang Lao, just a predictor of the peak cultivation of the 9th floor in the gasification period, where can the prediction be powerful? The reason why Chu Zhongshan immediately turned around and left after hearing Yan Dangxi's prediction of his next goal was that he didn't want to disturb his thoughts because of her prediction. Because in his opinion, the young Yan Dangxi is likely to have a little talent as a prophet, and then cultivate a little fur of prophecy to show her excellence. Chu boy, you are wrong. Chu Zhongshan gave a negative answer to Yan Dangxi's evaluation. At the same time, he then asked, Chu boy, what's the level of the prophet of the Tianlong Emperor? Of course, it's powerful. The Oriental tyrant can predict the fate of a person in the next 10 years through his breath. This means is very terrible. Remembering that Dongfeng Yun'er introduced the means of Dongfeng hegemony, Chu Zhongshan still has a fresh memory. Then I tell you that the prophecy of the girl just now, even if it is not as good as the prophet of the Tianlong Emperor, is not far from each other. Through the comparison with the Oriental tyrant, old Huang hopes that Chu Zhongshan can face it up. At the same time, in Huang Lao's mind, he hopes that Chu Zhongshan can approach Yan Dangxi, please Yan Dangxi, and finally conquer Yan Dangxi. Because martial artists want to reach the peak of martial arts, the assistance of prophets is far more than that of alchemy and weapon refiners. That little girl is so powerful. Chu Zhongshan was shocked when Huang Lao compared her with the Oriental tyrant and subconsciously slowed down. Chu boy, to tell you the truth, if it wasn't for her cultivation that limited the girl's abilities, her prophecy might have exceeded that of the prophet of the Tianlong Emperor. As if the shock of Chu Zhongshan was not enough, old Huang continued to praise Yan Dangxi's excellence. Huang Lao, if Yan Dangxi is really as powerful as you said, there may be unexpected changes in the 5-level array you arranged millions of years ago. Hearing that old Huang continued to praise Yan Dangxi, Chu Zhongshan was shocked and immediately thought of her divination. No, since I sensed the position of the array, I have used the power of the soul to check the whole array and its surroundings, and I haven't found any abnormalities. For Chu Zhongshan's speculation, Huang Lao shook his head and denied his speculation. If there is no problem with the array, it is likely that unexpected changes may occur in my next trip. Seeing Huang Lao Xin's promise, Chu Zhongshan chose to believe his observation, then use his brain, and finally consider going to the array. On the way, it may confirm Yan Dangxi's conjecture. Don't worry, Chu boy, I will use my mind to check the movement within 100 miles. As long as I find any abnormality, I will inform you at the first time. Chu Zhongshan's second conjecture also confirmed Huang's conjecture. However, in order to reassure Chu Zhongshan, he had to expend his mental power and expand the scope of view. Old Huang, please. After thanking Huang Lao, Chu Zhongshan began to mobilize all Zhenyuan and tried his best to get to the position of the 5 grade array. An hour later, there was still 9/10 of the way to the array position, and there was no accident during that time. 2 hours later, there was less than 8/10 of the distance from the array position, and there was no accident in the meantime. If there is any accident, it is the special environment of the secret land of the end of the world, which is very effective for sharpening body methods and martial arts. Counting the initial time, in more than 2 hours, the Xuanpin lower-level body method and martial arts, which has just broken through, has reached the edge of breaking through. 3 hours later, less than 7/10 of the way to the array position, Chu Zhongshan had to stop. Because in front of him, there was suddenly a group of wild animals with the shape of wolf dogs in front of him, but at least 10 times larger. After careful observation, Chu Zhongshan found that a total of 73 wild animals stood in front of him, and there was a gap in front of each wild animal's forehead, just like an unopened eye, except for the wolf dog whose size was larger than that before crossing. Chu boy, the wild animals in front of you are the same species as the red-eyed wolves outside. They are not only experts who are good at siege, but also killers who fight alone. You should pay attention to your safety. While listening to Huang Lao's introduction of the origin of the wild beast in front of him, he looked at the wild beast with red eyes. Chu Zhongshan didn't mean to retreat or escape. Take out Benaming spirit knife, like a tiger going down the mountain, and Chu Zhongshan rushes directly into the wild herd. Chu boy, since this kind of wild beast is the same kind as the red-eyed wolf outside, their shortcomings are the same, so it's not very difficult for you to catch their weaknesses and kill them easily. Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who rushed into the wild herd, he directly used his Benaming spirit knife to cut off the head of the wild beast. Old Huang quickly reminded, I see. As Huang Lao reminded him, Chu Zhongshan didn't change his attack style. He still cut the head of the wild beast with his life spirit knife. As a man with rich combat experience, Chu Zhongshan can't guess the weakness of the wild beast after many times of life and death. The reason why he insisted on cutting off the head of the wild beast is that he wants to make the perfect integration of Zhenyuan and the flesh through the basic knife technique, so that he can continue to improve his strength. Boom. Benaming's spirit knife was directly cut on the head of the wild beast. The hard skull of the wild beast collided with Benaming's spirit knife and made a loud roar. With a loud roar, Chu Zhongshan stepped back 3 steps directly, and the wild beast that directly collided with Benaming Lingdao stared at Chu Zhongshan with both ruthlessness and redness. However, after staring closely for less than a second, the red eyes of the wild beast gradually dimmed. When the eyes were completely dimmed and were not turning, Chu Zhongshan knew that he had just hit with all his strength. Although he didn't directly break its head, his powerful power directly penetrated through its head and shattered its brain marrow and pulp. The death of his companions seemed to stimulate the remaining wild animals. They attacked in groups of 3 or 5, one after another, making Chu Zhongshan busy working hard. In this case, although Chu Zhongshan was a little embarrassed, he was not in danger of life. The basic saber technique combined with Zhenyuan and flesh body made his saber technique more and more skilled and powerful. At the same time, Chu Zhongshan had a faint feeling that through such a battle, even if he did not absorb the qi of the end of the world, his physical quality was improving rapidly. As for whether the feeling is true or not, wait until the end of the killing, you can check it through the secret method. Cut. Chop, stab, split. In this special environment, the power of the basic saber technique is gradually increasing, and there seems to be a sense of integration with the potential of heaven and earth. Chu Zhongshan's cultivation is low and he has little knowledge. He doesn't know the result of the integration of the basic saber technique and the potential of heaven and earth. However, as a once supreme strong man and array master, Huang Lao knows what this integration potential represents. He didn't expect that he just wanted to sharpen the experiment of the integration of Zhenyuan and flesh power through the basic saber technique, and he could realize the power level that the supreme strong can master in advance, which made him feel a trace of envy and jealousy for Chu Zhongshan's luck. If he had this luck in those years, I'm afraid his accomplishments would have broken through the title of supreme, and would not lead to the destruction of the flesh, and only the body of the spirit. The power of the basic saber technique, which is indistinctly integrated with the potential of heaven and earth, has doubled. Originally, it didn't directly attack the key, but only 2 to 3 moves can kill a wild animal. Now, even if it doesn't attack the key, it only needs 1 move to kill a wild animal. Sometimes even 2 or 3 monsters can be solved directly in 1 move. After the power of the basic saber technique was doubled, 72 wild animals were killed by Chu Zhongshan one by one, without holding on for long. After closing his eyes and remembering the fighting process just now, and bearing in mind the feelings of the fighting process, Chu Zhongshan mobilized the true yuan in the danshan between his fingers, and the 10 fingers quickly sealed, and finally became a cylinder engraved with numbers. Without any hesitation, a straight hook hit the column directly. When the straight hook punch hits the column, the number from 1 to 5 lights up instantly, and the number of 6 lights up quickly. Although the number of 7 lights up slowly, it still emits light in the end. Seeing the 7 characters on the column light up, Chu Zhongshan flashed a happy look on his face. Through the test just now, he confirmed the idea in his heart, that is, through the integration of genuine and flesh, he can not only enhance his strength, but also improve the grade of flesh. When Chu Zhongshan scattered the column and tried to move on, Huang suddenly stopped. Chu boy, wild animals and exotic animals have different strength because of their different living environment, but their basic body structure is the same. That is to say, wild animals also have internal alchemy. Nathan, Chu Zhongshan said in surprise. That's right. Just like the internal alchemy of exotic animals can assist in cultivation, the internal alchemy of wild animals can be directly absorbed and improve the grade of the flesh. The effect is dozens, or even hundreds of times that of the power of nature. Huang Lao further explained the role of Huang Shu Niden. Directly absorbing the inner alchemy of the wild beast can not only improve the grade of the flesh, but also the effect is dozens of times, or even more than 100 times. Hearing the introduction of Huang Lao to the inner alchemy of the wild beast, the first idea in Chu Zhongshan's mind is not to absorb it immediately, but to interrogate whether it can be taken out. In the secret land of the wilderness, he can absorb the qi of the wilderness anytime and anywhere and improve the grade of his flesh. What about leaving the secret land of the wilderness? Although there are pills and spiritual fruits outside to improve the quality of the flesh, the effect is far less than the natural qi of the flesh. Just like the internal alchemy of other animals, the energy is completely condensed in the internal alchemy, and the internal alchemy of wild animals can also be taken out. Old Huang gave an answer that made him very excited. Without any nonsense, he directly used his life spirit knife. Chu Zhongshan began to collect 73 inner elixirs of wild animals, which were the size of an apricot kernel, making him seem to see the rapid improvement of his physical grade. Put the inner pill of the wild beast into a separate storage bag, and then use the body method and martial arts. Chu and Wu continue to run to all positions of the array. Tianhuang's secret overseas. Just as Chu Zhongshan continued to display his body method and martial arts to the position of the array, the wilderness was secret outside the country. There were some people on each of the 17 giant stone tablets. Most of their accomplishments were below the Qihai period, and everyone's mental state was not wrong. Only Dongfeng Yongping, standing on Jiao Enjun's stone tablet, flashed a trace of worry on his face. As the third disciple of the sect, Dabai Dongfeng Yongping, like Chu Zhongshan, got the time to enter the secret land of the wilderness for 5 days. In 5 days, he spent 3 days to absorb the power of the famine, enhance the physical fitness and enhance his potential. For the remaining 2 days, he was constantly looking for Chu Zhongshan. Because the owner Yongping is convinced that Chu Zhongshan, who has many means, can also find many treasures that can improve his strength in the secret land of the wilderness. Unfortunately, in the next day, not to mention finding Chu Zhongshan, even other people who entered the secret land of the end of heaven didn't encounter it, and the mark of token defense became more and more dim. In desperation, he had to withdraw from the wasteland through a token. Now, more than an hour has passed since Chu Zhongshan had 5 days of training, and he still hasn't returned, which makes Dongfeng Yongping feel worried about his safety. After all, unlike Purgatory City and Blood Demon's secret territory, the situation in the Wilderness secret territory is too special. losing the protection of tokens is basically equivalent to losing the protection of life. Thinking of this, Dongfeng Yangping couldn't help looking up at Zhao and Jun, but found that he looked calm, but the corners of his eyes rose slightly, indicating that he was in a good mood now. Thinking of Zhao and Jun's respect for Chu Zhongshan, Dongfeng Yangping gradually raised an idea in his heart, which made him very envious and jealous. At the same time, I also prayed that Chu Zhongshan could quickly improve his strength through the wilderness secret land, so that he could cope with the battle of life and death 3 years later. After killing 73 wild animals, Chu Zhongshan began to have trouble in the next journey. All these troubles were brought by wild animals. Fortunately, Huang Lao used his powerful mental power to help him avoid many powerful wild animals in advance, so that he can not only obtain the inner alchemy of wild animals that can improve his physical grade by hunting and killing exotic animals, but also continue to adjust the integration of genuine and physical strength through combat, so as to continuously enhance his strength and improve his physical grade like a blowout. 11 hours later, Xuanpin's lower-level body skill, which has reached the peak of Xia Cheng, saved Chu Zhongshan at least nearly 3 hours and reached all positions of the array in advance. Chu boy, this place is less than 10 miles away from the position of the array. Next, don't use the body method and martial arts, and gradually approach the array according to the normal walking speed. Just when he was less than 10 miles away from the array, Huang directly stopped Chu Zhongshan and told him. Although I don't quite understand Huang Lao's meaning, in this completely strange environment, listening to the command of experienced Huang Lao is undoubtedly the most correct choice. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan scattered the zhenyun of his legs and moved forward by walking. The qi of heaven and earth absorbed by the overlord's body refining skill, the integration of zhenyun and flesh body, and the improvement of flesh body grade make his flesh body reach the peak of 10 grades and can break through 9 grades at any time. The body of Shippen Peak makes him walk very fast. It takes less than 6 minutes to walk less than 10 miles. Chu boy, stop. Just when he was less than kilometers away from the array position, Huang shouted to stop in a hurry. Huang Lao, what happened? From the tone of Huang's rapid stop, Chu Zhongshan vaguely heard a trace of something wrong and hurriedly asked. Chu boy, the situation is not very good. 3 strong men have found the location of the array, and among the 3, there is an array master who is proficient in the array. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the secret realm rules, although Huang Lao can only spread the power of the divine mind of the imperial realm, as a supreme divine mind, he can ensure that he can observe others at any time without being found. It is precisely because he has this strength that he can discover their existence in advance and observe their respective means without disturbing the 3 strong ones. Huang Lao, what's the strength of the 3? Hearing that someone had noticed the existence of the array, Chu Zhongshan also felt a little nervous, but he wanted to know the strength of the other party. Only by knowing the strength of the other party in advance can he make a response. At the beginning of a king's realm, at the peak of a great road period, and at the beginning of a great road period, those who are proficient in the array are at the beginning of the great road period. Mr. Huang briefly introduced the situation of the 3 people. Huang Lao, with your ability to play the peak strength of the imperial realm, these 3 people must not be your opponents. Chu Zhongshan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that Huang explained the strength of the 3 people. Old Huang once said that he could give full play to the strength of the peak of the imperial realm when he recovered the damaged spirit body with the help of Sanyang Huanhun pill. With the improvement of cultivation, the gap between different realms will widen. Therefore, in his opinion, Huang Lao, who can give full play to the peak strength of the imperial realm, wants to solve the 3 strong players in front of the array, which is a very easy thing. Chu boy, if you are outside the secret territory by my means, you can easily kill them within 3 moves by using 7 layers of strength. However, in order to prevent my existence from being discovered by the rules of the secret place, I can't leave your knowledge of the sea, nor dare I use too much spiritual power through you, so I have no way to take them for the time being. Unfortunately, Huang's answer made Chu Zhongshan's relaxed state of mind suddenly heavy. Huang Lao, with the array cultivation of that avenue period, can you break the 5-grade array? Since he can't deal with those 3 people for the time being, Chu Zhongshan needs to consider the safety of treasures in the array. Even if you give that man a year, he can't break the array I arranged myself. Huang responded confidently to Chu Zhongshan's question. Although his cultivation was only at the peak of the divine soul period when he entered the secret land of the wilderness, his array level was close to the array master, and the array he arranged was still an array inherited from ancient times. He found it in the cave left by a strong ancient array. Only one person in the world knows how to arrange and how to crack it. In that case, let's leave a distance for the time being. Since the other party can't take away the treasure in the array in a short time, Chu Zhongshan's idea is to hide it for the time being, and then find a way to deal with the 3 strong players who found the array. Okay, Huang didn't object to Chu Zhongshan's proposal. He immediately used the power of his mind to check the temporary place to live. Finally, he found a place that could be temporarily hidden 10 away from the array. Under the guidance of Huang Lao, Chu Zhongshan walked to the hiding place he was looking for and found that it was a dense forest with not too large area but very lush trees. Go in. There are only a few wild animals with grade 8 in the dense forest. There is no threat to you. Using his mind to check the situation in the dense forest, old Huang motioned to Chu Zhongshan that he could hide in peace of mind. Without any hesitation, Chu Zhongshan rushed directly into the dense forest and found a big tree with thick trunk and lush branches and leaves as a temporary shelter. In order to avoid being discovered by the power of the secret environment rules, old Huang can't use too much power of the spirit, that is to say, he can't deal with the 3 strong players who found the array by himself. So how can he avoid the 3 strong players and take away the treasures in the array? Chu boy, the strong men of your sect have also entered the secret territory. Can you ask them for help and let them drive away those 3 people? Seeing Chu Zhongshan's eyebrows tightening, old Huang also hurried to give advice. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan directly denied Huang Lao's proposal. This time, there are 4 strong sects who have exceeded the Deidao period. The 2 strongest ones have reached the peak of the king's realm, but they are from the law enforcement peak and the merit hall respectively. If they don't find them, they want to take the initiative to find themselves. After catching themselves, they are sure to throw themselves in front of the powerful wild beast and let themselves die under the mouth of the wild beast. In this way, they can not only remove the great troubles in the future for their respective forces, but also deal with Jiao and Jun's accountability. Therefore, he must not seek the help of the strong sects. Sake is red, money and silk move people's hearts. Sake is red, money and silk move people's hearts. If the strong members of the sect know that there are treasures hidden in the array that can enhance the power of the soul and help break through the supreme level, I'm afraid they will not only rob, but also kill. However, when considering that the strong king of law enforcement peak and merit hall might throw him in front of powerful beasts, Chu Zhongshan suddenly had an idea in his mind. After a little consideration, he felt that this method was feasible. However, to realize this idea, we must first determine 2 things, so he asked Huang Laoxun. Old Huang, please use the power of divine thoughts to see what grade the most powerful beasts have reached within 1,000 miles. Seeing the rank of the strongest wild animals interrogated by Chu Zhongshan, Huang Lao gradually guessed his intention. He quickly used the power of divine thought to directly check the wild animals within a radius of 2,000 miles, and finally determined several wild animals that could make the plan. Chu boy, 300 miles west of the dense forest, there is a wild beast at the peak of grade 4. 700 miles away, there is a wild beast at the middle level of grade 4. 400 miles to the east of the dense forest, there is a wild beast with the peak of grade 4. More than 730 miles, there is a wild beast with the grade of grade 3 reaching the primary level. 500 miles away from the south of the dense forest, there is a third-class wild beast, which is a flying beast. 900 miles away, there is a wild beast with the peak of 3rd class. 200 miles north of the dense forest, there is a wild beast with the peak of grade 3, and there is a wild beast with the first grade of grade 2 1,000 miles away. Huang Lao told Chu Zhongshan in detail what he had seen through his mind. Hearing the detailed introduction of the location of each wild beast, as well as the grade and strength of the wild beast, Chu Zhongshan finally chose the location. Recently, the strength is just enough to deal with the 3 top beasts in the north of the 3 strong ones. Now that you have chosen the target, the next thing you need to consider is how to attract the top 3 wild beasts. There are 2 ways to attract the attention of wild animals. The first method is to completely provoke it and force it to chase and kill itself, so as to bring it to the front of the array and let the wild beast fight with the strong ones of more than 3 main road periods. The second method is to use what it is interested in to lure it to come. Chu Zhongshan didn't think too much about the first means at all. With his cultivation at the peak of Qihai period, he provoked wild animals with strength comparable to the peak of the king's territory. The result was no different from looking for death. Now it seems that only the second means can be used, but what is needed to use the second means is what Chu Zhongshan does not have now. The idea connects the storage bag and the storage ring to check all his collections. Chu Zhongshan's final consciousness stays on a Dan bottle in the storage ring. This pill bottle is not used to store pills. It was used to contain the Millennium Spirit Milk in the treasure compensated by the law enforcement peak when he killed the law enforcement peak with a knife. Taking out the pill bottle containing Millennium Spirit Milk, Chu Zhongshan questioned Huang Lao in his mind. Huang Lao, is Millennium Spirit Milk attractive to wild animals? Before Chu Zhongshan thought about how to attract wild animals to the array, Huang was also thinking. As Chu Zhongshan thought, when he could not use all the power of the spirit, he could only choose to use the treasure to attract wild animals. However, he didn't know how to answer the Millennium Spirit Milk taken out by Chu Zhongshan for a moment. Because he doesn't know much about the wild animals in the secret land of the wilderness, and he doesn't know whether the Millennium Spirit Milk can attract the attention of the wild animals, or whether the Millennium Spirit Milk can make the wild animals at the top of the three products pursue them recklessly. Seeing that Huang couldn't give his accurate answer, Chu Zhongshan felt a little disappointed, but the disappointment didn't last long. He readjusted his mind, put the pill bottle containing Millennium Spirit Milk into the storage bag, and then jumped directly from the tree. Huang Lao, whether the Millennium Spirit Milk can attract the attention of wild animals, let's have a try. Since Huang was not sure, Chu Zhongshan decided to take a risk. Yes, Huang also agrees with Chu Zhongshan's proposal. According to Huang Lao's guidance, Chu Zhongshan showed his body skills and went straight to the Sampan wild animal nest 200 miles away in the north. 200 miles away, Chu Zhongshan tried his best to show his body method and martial arts. It took only a few minutes to arrive smoothly. He looked up at the woods bigger and more lush than the dense forest where he had just lived. Chu Zhongshan began to discuss with Huang Lao in his mind. Huang Lao, can you use the power of the spirit to help me hide my breath? The first step to lure wild animals is to get close to them. Whether we can get close to the wild animals requires Huang Lao, an experienced old fox with many secrets. No problem. After responding to Chu Zhongshan's question, a faint, mixed with a trace of purple-gray gas, directly covered up the body under his clothes along his sleeve. Then he opened his mouth and explained, Chu boy, I have completely shielded your breath with the power of the divine soul. As long as I don't see your figure by the wild beast, I want to find you with the breath unless it is a wild beast. After hearing Huang Lao's explanation, Chu Zhongshan felt happy. Then he adjusted his mood through breathing. When his mood became calm, he rushed directly into the lush woods. Under the guidance of Huang Lao's mind, he walked forward for nearly 10 minutes, and finally saw the wild beast with the peak of Sampan. At the first sight of the wild beast, Chu Zhongshan was completely stunned. Because 200 meters away from him, there is a dragon climbing about 30 meters high and 40 meters long. If you count the tail, it is almost 60 meters long. The shape is very similar to the Tyrannosaurus rex he saw in the documentary before he crossed. Huang Lao, this should not be Tyrannosaurus rex. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and Chu Zhongshan asked in a trembling voice. In addition to the shock brought by the appearance of T-Rex, it is also that T-Rex is a divine beast. It is the most attacking and defensive dragon divine beast in the first series of divine dragons. The dragon beast disappeared when it was destroyed in ancient times, but it is strange that Chu Zhongshan is not afraid of it. Chu boy, don't be nervous. From Chu Zhongshan's trembling voice, Huang Lao heard his fear of the wild beast in front of him, but Huang Lao, who knew the origin of the wild beast in front of him, hurriedly comforted him. The wild beast in front of you is called Tooth Blood Beast, but its shape is somewhat similar to T-Rex, which has nothing to do with the dragon. After hearing Huang Lao's explanation, Chu Zhongshan was secretly relieved. The reason why he was afraid just now was mainly influenced by the admiration and evaluation of the dragon before and after the crossing. When his mood calmed down, Chu Zhongshan took out the pill bottle containing the Millennium Spirit Milk from the storage bag and planned to try to use the Millennium Spirit Milk to lure the Toothed Blood Beast. so as to chase the tiger and drive the wolf. Just when Chu Zhongshan was about to open the cap of the pill bottle and use the Millennium Spirit Milk to lure the toothed blood beast with sufficient aura, old Huang suddenly made a noise and stopped. "Chu boy, wait a minute. Huang Lao, what's the matter?" It was a plan made at the beginning to lure the toothed blood beast with the Millennium Spirit Milk. When it came to the end, how could old Huang stop him? Chu Zhongshan was very puzzled. "Chu boy, put away the Millennium Spirit Milk for the time being, and then go to a place according to my instructions." There was no explanation to prevent him from using the Millennium Spirit Milk, Huang ordered. Knowing Huang Lao's temperament, Chu Zhongshan knew that he must have found a more useful treasure by doing so he honestly put away the pill containing the Millennium Spirit Milk, and then moved forward 15 degrees away from the toothed blood beast under the guidance of Huang Lao. Less than 100 meters ahead, Chu Zhongshan gradually felt that the chi of famine in front of him was getting stronger and stronger, which had made him gradually feel a heavy pressure. Under the heavy pressure of the natural gas, Chu Zhongshan gradually approached an animal nest made of soil and spiritual grass. After seeing the giant animal egg, with a diameter of nearly 1 meter lying in the animal nest, Chu Zhongshan immediately knew what Huang Lao meant. Quietly approaching the beast egg, Chu Zhongshan not only felt the pressure getting heavier and heavier, but also felt the heartbeat from the beast egg. "Chu boy, I had some doubts, but now I finally understand." When determining that the animal egg is alive and about to hatch, Huang suddenly said inexplicably, "Huang Lao, I don't understand what you just said." Chu Zhongshan didn't understand why Huang Lao suddenly said such inexplicable words at this time. "Chu boy, when I use the power of my mind to find a suitable wild beast to lure, I can't see through the toothed blood beast in front of me. I always feel that its grade and strength are more than 3 grades. Now after seeing this animal egg, I finally understand that I'm afraid the toothed blood beast is the real overlord within millions of miles. Its grade is likely to reach the second-class peak. That is, the peak of the imperial realm among human warriors." At the peak of the second grade, Chu Zhongshan was surprised when he heard that Huang Lao calculated the real grade of the toothed blood beast through the animal egg. He had a trace of hesitation in his heart. Although the toothed blood beast's grade temporarily dropped due to the breeding of offspring, it used to be the overlord of the second-grade peak anyway. If you steal its eggs and wait until its offspring are destroyed, the angry toothed blood beast may retaliate against all humans who enter the secret land of the wilderness. Although his heart is very hard and he won't be soft to kill people, his own strategy led to bad luck for all martial artists in the whole wilderness secret place. Chu Zhongshan thought he couldn't do it. What's more, there are 2 good friends, Lu Yuan and Qin Wushuang. Huang Lao, leave. After thinking twice, Chu Zhongshan decided to change the seduction object. All right. Chu Zhongshan considered all the martial artists who entered the secret land of the wilderness, while Huang Lao considered Chu Zhongshan. Although under the cover of the power of his spirit, he believed that the toothed blood beast would not find Chu Zhongshan. But if the angry toothed blood beast went crazy and planned to destroy everything in a radius of millions of kilometers, it would be difficult to escape from the fate of destruction because Chu Zhongshan could not fly. What's more, the purpose of luring wild animals is to take away the treasures in the array, not to seek their own death. He quietly left the den of the toothed blood beast. Chu Zhongshan planned to choose the wild beast in the east whose grade reached the middle level of the 3rd grade, but when he just left the forest, he was startled by the 3 people who suddenly appeared in front of him. After seeing the appearance of these 3 people, Chu Zhongshan's small heart couldn't help mentioning it. Because of the 3 people who suddenly appeared, Chu Zhongshan knew 2 of them. Although he didn't know the other one, he also knew his origin. "The 2 people I know are still the strongest of the sex in the secret land of the wilderness, and the 2 top strongmen of the king's land from the law enforcement peak and the merit hall. The other one is a powerful king from the magic heart sect. Isn't this the famous bloody devil, the 4th demon genius of the sect's young generation, and Chu Zhongshan, the proud disciple of the bloody butcher Jiao Jun?" Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who suddenly rushed out of the woods, the strong man at the top of the king's territory from the law enforcement peak was startled at first. Because their meeting with the top strongman of the Devil Heart sect is a secret that must not be revealed. But when he saw that the man who ran out of the woods was the biggest trouble in the future of law enforcement peak and merit hall, he couldn't help laughing excitedly. "Oh, who should I be?" It turned out to be 2 sect elders. It seems that your law enforcement peak and merit hall are going to betray Lian sect and secretly take refuge in Magic Heart sect. Chu Zhongshan took a look at the top strongman of the king's realm of the Evil Heart sect and then pretended to see and know everything. Hey, boy, there's a way to heaven. If you don't go, there's no door to hell. You break in. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan broke the secret of himself and others, he didn't choose to run away immediately but directly pointed out their relationship with the Devil Heart sect. The king's top strongman from the Kung Fu Hall sneered. With you, Chu Zhongshan quickly discussed with Huang Lao in his mind. Huang Lao, take advantage of the limit that you can use the power of God and soul to help me improve my speed. Today I want to kill the king. Chu boy, you want to. King Tu, with his cultivation at the peak of Kihai period, said the arrogant and conceited words of King Tu, and old Huang immediately thought of the toothed blood beast in the forest behind him. That's right. I don't want to disturb the toothed blood beast. It's for the consideration of martial artists who enter the secret land of the end of the world. Now I'm dying myself. Who cares about other people's life or death? Chu Zhang said in a hurry. Okay. If you disturb the toothed blood beast, you are likely to be killed, but if you don't disturb the toothed blood beast, you will be killed immediately. In the face of this choice, anyone will choose to be killed instead of being killed immediately. Chu boy, in order to avoid attracting the attention of the rules of the secret place, I can only use the power of the spirit of Da Dao period. I hope you can seize the opportunity and escape to the toothed blood beast. Now that Chu Zhongshan has made a decision, Huang Lao is not the kind of indecisive person. He directly penetrates the power of the soul into the Danshan of Chu Zhongshan to help him improve his strength. Master, why are you here? When Huang Lao used the power of God and soul to help him give short play to the speed of the Great Road period, Chu Zhongshan pretended to be very surprised, looked at the back of the top strongmen of the three king states, and directly shouted out their most feared names. Zhao Enjun is coming. When hearing Chu Zhongshan shouting the word master, the first reaction was that the bloody butcher Zhao Enjun came, the second reaction was that he was pale with fear, and the third reaction was to turn his head and wait. However, the wait-and-see result is empty. As the strongmen at the peak of the king's realm, how can they not understand the rules of the secret realm of the wilderness? They know that the supreme strongmen can't enter the secret realm of the wilderness. Therefore, when they see that there is no one behind them, they know that they have been fooled and severely teased by Chu Zhongshan. Being teased by a disciple in the period of Qi Hai, the three strong men at the top of the king's territory felt as if they had been slapped in the face. This sense of humiliation caused them to turn around immediately and plan to pull Chu Zhongshan out of his muscles and bones to let him know the consequences of teasing the strong men in the king's territory. For when they turned around, they saw the back of Chu Zhongshan running into the boy. You just want to escape in front of the top three of our kingdom. You underestimate us. Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who rushed into the woods, the king's top strongman from the merit hall said with gnashing teeth. Then, the three strong men at the peak of the king's territory didn't rush into the woods to pursue, but used the strength of the peak of the king's territory to destroy all the trees and wild animals in front of them. In this way, they pursued the middle heaven of Chu, shocked the middle heaven of Chu, and let him be captured by themselves in despair. Chu Zhongshan, who rushed into the woods, couldn't help turning his head after hearing the explosion behind him. When he found that large tracts of trees and many wild animals were destroyed by incomparably powerful forces, he shook his head. Originally, he was going to rush to the toothed blood beast, use the power of the spirit lent to him by old Huang, provoke the anger of the toothed blood beast, and then take the opportunity to return to the top of the three kings, creating an illusion for the toothed blood beast, as if they were together, in order to achieve the purpose of killing with a knife. Now, seeing that his opponent pursues him by destroying everything, Chu Zhongshan knows that he doesn't have to risk provoking the toothed blood beast at all. He just needs to show the other party the route of destruction. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan jumped to the top of a big tree with a height of more than 30 meters and a diameter of more than 2 meters. He looked very disdainful and mocked. Just rely on your 3 hiding rats, you also want to catch me. I think you have no hope in your life. After mocking, Chu Zhongshan immediately jumped down from the tree and continued to advance in the direction of the toothed blood beast. In the following part of the journey, he jumped to the top of the tree about more than 30 meters high or more than 40 meters high from time to time, mocked and mocked, aroused the anger of the top powers of the three kings, and guided the other party to keep approaching the toothed blood beast. Little rabbit, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll let you try 108 methods of torture. From time to time, I heard the sarcasm of Chu Zhongshan. Lungs of the three kings' top strongmen were almost blown up. The king's top strongman from the law enforcement peak threatened fiercely. Subsequently, the three men directly started to display their martial arts skills and accelerated the destruction of trees and wild animals that hindered their sight, hoping to catch Chu Zhongshan faster. Seeing that the other party started to use powerful martial arts in order to catch up with him as soon as possible, Chu Zhongshan almost laughed and looked up at the front. According to the memory he had just come, he knew that the distance from the toothed blood beast was less than 5 miles. As the once second-class peak wild beast, the Three Kings peak strongmen must have startled the toothed blood beast with their powerful martial arts. In order to protect his offspring from being damaged or disturbed, it will come forward and stop. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan asked Huang to continue to use the power of the spirit to help him hide his breath, and then quietly transferred the direction and went straight to the egg of the toothed blood beast. Ow! Just as Chu Zhongshan quietly shifted its direction, when the three powerful kings continued to force Chu Zhongshan by destroying everything, a deafening roar began. The sudden roar made Chu Zhongshan dizzy, and his qi and blood churned. If it weren't for Huang Lao's timely use of the power of the divine soul to help him isolate the attack of sound waves, the roar of the toothed blood beast just now could have hurt him badly. How terrible, how powerful! When the qi and blood in the body were calm, Chu Zhongshan looked in the direction of the toothed blood beast and said with some fear, "Chu boy, after breaking through the road period and mastering the laws of heaven and earth, the voice and eyes can contain the laws, and they can kill all martial artists below the road period." Old Huang explained to Chu Zhongshan that he was afraid of talking to himself. As a former second-class peak toothed blood beast, although it has dropped its grade by 3 because of breeding offspring, it can still use some means of second-class peak. Chu boy, look. Those 3 strong men at the top of the king's territory are definitely not opponents of the toothed blood beast. If you are unlucky, I'm afraid they will die under the toothed blood beast. I hope so. After hearing Huang Lao's conjecture, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help praying secretly that the toothed blood beast could kill the 3 top kings who chased him, just as Huang Lao Gang conjectured. If the 3 kings from the law enforcement peak, the Merit Hall and the Magic Heart sect are killed, it will be an unbearable loss for the 3 forces. After all, the king's top strength is not the cabbage on the side of the road. It doesn't mean that it can be cultivated. To cultivate a strong man at the peak of the king's realm, we should not only choose from thousands of talented disciples, but also consume unimaginable resources. Old Huang, please use the power of your mind to pay attention to the battle between the toothed blood beast and the 3 top strongmen in the king's territory. If there is any accident, please inform me at the first time. As he continued to approach the eggs of the toothed blood beast, Chu Zhongshan told him, "Chu boy, don't worry, I will always pay attention." After hearing the sound from the sky in the middle of Chu, Old Huang used the power of the mind at the peak of the imperial realm to completely disperse and observe the upcoming battle in an all-round and 3-dimensional way without attracting the attention of the rules of the secret realm. When he was 5 meters away from the toothed blood beast's egg, Chu Zhongshan stopped and sat down with his knees bent. There are 2 reasons for choosing to be close to animal eggs. First of all, the fighting of the strong in the peak of the 4 kings can almost hurt him or even kill him. Even if Huang Lao can use the power of the spirit to help him resist, this kind of resistance consumes a lot of power for Huang Lao's spirit, which is not conducive to the next action. Second, the closer to the position of the animal egg, the stronger the natural gas is. Chu Zhongshan plans to use the strong natural gas to help him break through 10 grades and make the grade of the flesh reach 9 grades. According to Huang Lao, as long as the grade of the flesh reaches 9 grades, he can really give full play to his full strength. In other words, the special environment of the wilderness will not have any restrictions on him, so that he can give full play to the combat effectiveness of the first level of the divine soul period. Old Huang has always been concerned about fighting. Chu Zhongshan doesn't care about the killing between the strong in the king's territory and the toothed blood beast. He can practice and break through wholeheartedly. Calm down and concentrate. When the mind is completely calm, the heaven in Chu starts to absorb the qi of the famine around the body. He had just begun to absorb the natural gas, and the rich natural gas around him poured into his body like a flood opening the drain valve. Overlord Ju's skill is really powerful, but now he can only use the first level of skill. Therefore, in the face of the rush of natural qi, his body immediately bears the heavy pressure brought by the natural qi. Although the heavy pressure was terrible, Chu Zhongshan's perseverance was more tenacious. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain caused by the terrible pressure on his body. He continued to absorb the natural gas, continue to refine the natural gas, and continue to improve the grade of his flesh. Boom! I don't know how long it took. With a roar coming from his body, Chu Zhongshan suddenly felt light. The whole person seemed to have experienced some baptism, which made his sense clearer. Then, a disgusting smell rushed directly into his nostrils, causing a tumult in his stomach. The roar inside the body, and the dirt on the surface of the body, let Chu Zhongshan know that his body officially broke through the 9 grades. The special environment of the secret land of the end of the world will not restrict him. Get up and take off the blue clothes. Use genuine to remove the dirt on your body, and then change into a brand new blue clothes. After changing a clean position, Chu Zhongshan mobilized genuine in the danshan to form a column that can test the grade of the flesh. Without any preparation, a real hook shot directly on the column. The number of 1 to 10 quickly lit up, and soon the number of 11 also lit up, and the number of 11 lit up quickly, making him stare at the number of 12 on the column. The force of throwing out did not disappoint him. The 12 numbers on the column soon lit up and then went out quickly. Although the number of 12 lights up for a short time, it also proves that his body not only breaks through the 9th grade, but also directly crosses the 9th grade. Waving away the column used to test the grade of the flesh, Chu Zhongshan sat down again and began to use his mind to check the changes of the flesh after breaking through the 9 grades. The meridians and micro-meridians are more tenacious. The speed of genuine's operation in the meridians has been increased by at least 3 times, which not only makes his martial arts more powerful, but also faster. Blood vessels become wider and thicker, making the blood flow faster, which can not only improve their own strength, but also accelerate the transformation of purple blood. More importantly, the faster the blood flow, the stronger the hematopoietic function of the heart, which can effectively weaken the side effects brought by the secret method in case he uses the blood devil method in the future. The organs in the body are stronger, so that he can withstand more damage without affecting his strength. Through the observation of ideas, Chu Zhongshan found that the changes brought about by the body after breaking through the 9 grades are not weaker than the changes brought about by the realm of the major system. After feeling the changes brought about by the breakthrough of physical quality, Chu Zhongshan decided to take the road of gas double cultivation in the future and try his best to improve the physical quality to the same level as the major system. It seems that it takes more time to take the path of gas double repair, but Chu Zhongshan doesn't think so. Because the stronger your strength is, the more resources you will compete for. The more resources you will have, the faster you will improve your accomplishments. This is actually a step-by-step process. To suppress the excitement brought by the breakthrough of physical grade, Chu Zhongshan began to try to run the second level of Overlord determination to see if his speculation was correct. When the Overlord decided that the second level of skill was running smoothly, and the speed and capacity of absorbing the qi of the end of the world were 5 times that of the first level, he knew that his original speculation was correct. The 10 levels of Overlord determination skill correspond to the 10 levels of the body. If you don't break through the physical level, no matter how you practice, you can't run a higher level of skill. Huang Lao, who pays attention to the battle, has not been reminded so far, which means that the battle between the top 3 kings and the toothed blood beast is not over yet. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan continues to run the second level of Overlord determination skill, continue to absorb the strong qi of the end of the world, and continue to promote the grade of his own flesh. Chu boy, the situation is not very good. Just when Chu Zhongshan used the second level skill of Overlord decision to continue to improve his physical quality, Huang Lao, who has been paying attention to the battle, said in a dignified tone, "Huang Lao, what's the matter? Finish the operation of the skill quickly, Chu Zhongshan. I didn't expect that the 3 strong men at the peak of the king's realm had a set of special array flags to trap people and reach the peak of the 3rd grade. The array formed by using the array flag of the 3rd grade peak has been tied with the toothed blood beast." Old Huang explained in detail what happened during the battle. Huang Lao, The array flag of the top of the third grade is at most the wild beast that traps the top of the third grade. Even if the person who uses the array flag is the strong man at the top of the king's territory, I'm afraid there's no way to trap the Tooth Blood Beast. After all, the Tooth Blood Beast was once a wild beast at the peak of the second grade. After hearing Huang Lao's introduction, Chu Zhongshan frowned slightly and asked in a puzzled tone, "Chu boy, after the observation just now, I feel that the Toothed Blood Beast has not used its real strength, so I suspect it is worried that after using its real strength, it will affect its chance to reach the peak of the second grade again." Through the observation just now, old Huang said his guess. "Huang Lao, if we continue to develop according to the current situation, what will be the final result?" The Tooth Blood Beast hid his strength and refused to work hard with the three strong men at the peak of the king's territory, which was somewhat beyond the expectation of Chu Zhongshan. At the same time, it also made him vaguely feel a little bad. If we continue like this, the result is that the two sides consume too much power, and then everyone retreats from each other safely. According to his own experience and combined with the current fighting situation, old Huang gave his own judgment. Huang Lao is the Toothed Blood Beast trapped by the array now, and the three top kings are fully hosting the array flag. Finally, they retreated safely, which was not what Chu Zhongshan wanted, so he decided to add fire to the other party who was fighting. "That's right." As if he had guessed Chu Zhongshan's idea, old Huang responded with a trace of tension in his excitement. "Since you want to preserve your strength, don't blame me for forcing you to work hard." Chu Zhongshan stood up and went straight to the beast's egg. "Old Huang, I'll have to ask you to use the power of the soul to help me speed up my escape." Before taking away the eggs, Chu Zhongshan told him carefully, "Chu boy, don't worry, I know what to do." While motioning Chu Zhongshan to rest assured, he mobilized the power of the spirit to inject into his danshan. Old Huang motioned that he could take action. As the animal egg is pregnant with small life, it belongs to living creatures. Neither the storage ring nor the storage bag can be put into it. Although the independent space formed by the spirit habitat ball in the mind can store live life, the spirit beast in the independent space can absorb all the energy contained in the big stomach king. Chu Zhongshan was worried that after he put the animal's eggs into an independent space, the spirit beast would directly absorb the energy in the animal's eggs. At that time, he could not bear the Toothed Blood Beast who lost his offspring and retaliated like crazy. 1. His hands were only 10 centimeters away from the beast's egg. He silently recited the countdown in his heart. When the meditation reached a moment, Chu Zhongshan directly picked up the beast's egg with his hands and disappeared in place like a wind with the help of the power of the spirit temporarily injected by Huang Lao. Over the forest, the Toothed Blood Beast trapped by the array, while defending against the attack of the three kings' top powers, took time to fight back a few times and looked very relaxed and climbed in the array. As long as the three strong men at the top of the king's realm don't disturb the pregnant offspring, they can practice with the three strong men in the music of Toothed Blood Beast, so as to add a little fun to their boring life. The three top kings who used the array flag to trap the Toothed Blood Beast were also aware of the purpose of the Toothed Blood Beast, but they had no way. Although they also want to solve the Toothed Blood Beast and destroy the Chu Zhongshan who broke their secret, they can't leave without solving the Toothed Blood Beast in front of them. Because as long as they intend to pursue the direction of Chu Zhongshan's escape, the Toothed Blood Beast will burst into strong strength, forcing them to turn back and defend immediately, which leads them to have to work with the Toothed Blood Beast. Climbing in the trapped array, the relaxed Toothed Blood Beast suddenly noticed something. The crawling body directly stood up and looked angrily at the position of the sun. When he felt that his children were going away quickly, the Toothed Blood Beast immediately became angry. It certainly believed that the three top strongmen in the king's territory who used the array to trap themselves were just helpers in this action. Their goal was to trap themselves and let their people steal their children. The Toothed Blood Beast, who wanted to drain the strength of the other party and let the other party retreat obediently, suddenly changed its attention. It should teach a bloody lesson to the three people who dare to trap themselves and then give their helpers the chance to steal their children. Ow! The Toothed Blood Beast roared up to the sky. With the roar, the Toothed Blood Beast, which was originally only the peak of the third grade, soon broke through the second grade. With the momentum of the Toothed Blood Beast breaking through the second grade, the array that could have trapped it began to crumble, and the array flag used to arrange the array also appeared cracks. The three strong men in the peak of the king's territory don't know why the Toothed Blood Beast suddenly became angry, let alone that it has been hiding its strength. If you knew that the Toothed Blood Beast was a second-class peak wild beast, give them 100 courage and dare not fight it, let alone trap it with the array. Unfortunately, in the face of the fury of the Toothed Blood Beast, any explanation is powerless. They can only bear the fury of the Toothed Blood Beast, crazy attack. Chu Zhongshan, who quickly fled the scene with animal eggs, just escaped from the woods when he heard the roar behind him. Fortunately, Huang had long expected that the Toothed Blood Beast would roar angrily, so he used the power of the spirit to arrange defense on him in advance, so that he was not affected by the roar. After hearing that Huang Lao said that the Toothed Blood Beast was completely in a rage, Chu Zhongshan dared not stop at all, and rushed to the position of the array at a lightning speed with the power of the extreme spirit that Huang Lao could use. More than 200 miles away, with the help of the power of the soul, he came to a place less than 3 miles away from the array position in just over a minute. In this position, you can basically see the situation before the array. At this moment, there are 3 people in front of the array. One of them sat in front of the array and tried to break the array, while the other 2 stood behind him to protect his safety. Looking at the 3 people standing in front of the array, Chu Zhongshan, who was worried, told Old Huang, "Old Huang, help me hide my breath. I'll give a big gift to these 3 people later." "No problem." Seeing that Chu Zhongshan successively used the means of killing with a knife to easily solve the enemy, Huang was gradually excited. He enthusiastically cooperated with Chu Zhongshan's every command. How's the battle between Huang Lao, Toothed Blood Beast, and the 3 top strongmen in the king's territory? After Huang Lao completely covered up his breath with the power of God and soul, Chu Zhongshan found a place where he could hide his body. After completely hiding, he asked, "Among the 3 top strongmen in the king's realm, one has his heart removed and only the body of the soul is left. The other has his head smashed and only the body of the soul is left. The other is the destruction of the soul and the complete death." Huang Lao, who has never given up his attention to the battle, quickly told Chu Zhongshan the result of the battle. "Huang Lao, when the bodies of those 2 spirits are also killed, you will tell me immediately." After hearing the result of the battle, Chu Zhongshan was shocked by the terrible strength of the Toothed Blood Beast and immediately began to prepare to make his own plan. The body of the first spirit was destroyed. Huang Lao, who was staring at the battle closely, kept reporting the results of the battle. Hearing that the body of the first spirit was destroyed, Chu Zhongshan quickly mobilized Genuine in Danshan between his hands. The body of the second spirit has also been destroyed, and the Toothed Blood Beast is coming here. As Huang Lao reminded the end of the battle, he injected all Genuine's hands, directly through the animal eggs in his hands to the 3 people in front of the array, and then the whole person completely hid, and even the heartbeat temporarily used cultivation to stop using the throwing force formed by Genuine. When the animal egg flies fast, it forms a very obvious friction sound with the air, which is sensed by the first-class strongman of Wangjing who stands in front of the array and has been paying attention to the surrounding conditions. Seeing the sphere flying towards him, the first reaction of the first-class strong in the kingdom was to reach out and catch the sphere. After catching the sphere, he found that the sphere in his hand was actually an animal egg, and it was the kind of animal egg containing the blood of the emperor. The first-class strong man in the king's territory showed a surprised smile on his face. Looking at the animal egg containing the blood of the emperor in his hand, the face of the first-class strong man in the king's territory almost smiled with flowers. Although this animal egg in his hands is a unique descendant of the wild land, he will die after breaking away from the wilderness. But he does not need to take the animal eggs away from the secret land. He only needs to absorb the essence of the beast in the animal eggs and the essence of blood in the blood of the emperor. Then he will not only enhance the quality of the flesh, but also improve it, so that he can break through the realm of the king. Just when the first-class strongman of the king's territory was delighted to think that the sky was blessed, a momentum that shook the wilderness secret territory for millions of miles quickly hit. Feeling this powerful momentum, the first-class strongman of the avenue quickly looked up. Then, with a strong momentum, it was an incomparably huge wild beast, which appeared above him like lightning. Chu Zhongshan, who was hidden, also showed a shocked look on his face after seeing the fast-moving Toothed Blood Beast. When he first saw the Toothed Blood Beast, he was shocked by its body, which was more than 30 meters tall and nearly 60 meters long. But what he didn't expect was that after it was promoted to the peak of the 2nd grade, Its whole body increased by nearly twice and became a behemoth. The first-class strongman in the king's territory who holds the beast egg looks at the toothed blood beast with the second grade on his head and looks at him angrily. No, it's not staring at yourself, it's staring at the beast egg in your arms. The first-class strong man in the kingdom knows that he has been framed. This animal egg is not a blessing from heaven, but someone deliberately planted dirt and framed him to get rid of himself with the help of the hands of wild animals. At the thought of this, the strong man at the beginning of the king's territory couldn't help but look up to the sky and yell, "Old poisonous heart, you can't die easily." With the help of animal eggs, the first-class strong man in the king's territory directly imagined the object of doubt on his enemy before he died, which embarrassed the hidden Chu Zhongshan. "Sorry, I'm sorry." Chu Zhongshan can't stand up and take the initiative to explain. He can only mourn silently for him in his heart. The three top strongmen of the king's realm from the sect didn't hold on for 2 minutes under the attack of the angry tooth blood beast, not to mention the 3 strongmen who had lower cultivation and came from scattered cultivation. Just 10 seconds later, a primary strongman in the king's realm, a peak strongman at the avenue level, and a primary array master at the avenue level were easily slaughtered by the toothed blood beast. Take away the animal eggs that fell on the ground. The toothed blood beast looked around for a week and couldn't feel any breath. After roaring up to the sky, he flew away in the air and soon couldn't see his figure. When Huang Laoli used the power of his mind and determined that the toothed blood beast had completely left, Chu Zhongshan walked out of the hiding place without any hesitation. He ran directly to the edge of the array and began to collect the storage rings on the 3 strong people who were killed. "Chu boy, you really want money but not life." Seeing Chu Zhongshan's move directly in front of the array, it turned out that it was to collect the storage rings on the dead. Old Huang joked wordlessly about this move of asking for money but not life. "Old Huang, please use your mind to check and see if the 3 top strongmen in the king's territory who were killed left a storage ring." In the face of Huang Lao's ridicule, Chu Zhongshan didn't make any refutation. Instead, he paid attention to the 3 top strongmen in the king's realm who had just been killed. In this regard, Huang Lao can no longer be described as speechless, and even has a feeling of being ashamed to stand with this person. However, considering the huge consumption in the cultivation process of Chu Zhongshan and the need to support the spirit beast with a big appetite, he finally used the divine mind to check, and enthusiastically used the divine mind to help him bring back the storage rings on the bodies of the top strongmen in the 3 king territories. "Huang Lao, thank you." Seeing the 3 storage rings taken back by old Huang, Chu Zhongshan thanked in surprise. Although the cultivation accomplishments of the 3 strong men who were killed before the array reached more than the main road period, their status of casual cultivation determined their lack of collection. The 3 kings who were killed just now, one from the law enforcement, peak in charge of the life and death of countless disciples of the sect, and the other from the Kung Fu Hall in charge of the cultivation resources of countless disciples of the sect. Their collection is absolutely amazing. As for the king's top strongman from the Magic Heart sect, the collection in his storage ring will also be quite amazing. With the lifelong wealth of the strong people above the 6th Avenue period, Chu Zhongshan can finally breathe a sigh of relief for the next practice and the cultivation of spirit beasts in the independent space of knowing the sea. Old Huang, the battle just now must have attracted the attention of many strong men. You should quickly take away the treasures in the array and let's leave here immediately. After a sigh of relief, Chu Zhongshan quickly reminded him of the array in front of him. "Chu boy, if you want to take away the treasures in the array, you need to use the strength of the De Dao period. Although I can use the power of the divine soul to give you the strength of the De Dao period for the time being, the means by which the De Dao period can master the power of the law cannot be achieved by using the power of the divine soul." After hearing Chu Zhongshan's reminder, Huang didn't immediately break the array and take away the treasures in the array. Instead, he explained the difference between cultivation and realm with Chu Zhongshan. "Huang Lao, what do you need me to do?" Chu Zhongshan has long been used to Huang's inexplicable change of topic, so he doesn't need much explanation, just need to know what he should do. "Chu boy, next, I not only need to inject the power of the spirit into your danshan, but also the spirit will temporarily replace your will, and then I will personally control your body and take away the treasures in the array." Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was very convinced of his attitude, old Huang thought twice and finally told Chu Zhongshan his plan. Yes. Without any worries, Chu Zhongshan nodded directly. In the past, he was worried that if Huang Lao's mind temporarily replaced himself, he would find the two hidden mysteries in his body. He has always instinctively refused, but now he is not worried about this problem. First, the copy and paste program belongs to his will. As long as Huang doesn't use his mind to search his memory, it is absolutely impossible to find the existence of the copy and paste program. Second, when the cultivation breaks through the peak of Kihai period, the consciousness finally comes into contact with the power of space law. Just after his consciousness came into contact with the power of space law, the power of space law began to integrate with his mind. In other words, as long as the power of space law does not leave his danshan, as long as he does not explode the power of space law, no one can find the existence of the power of space law, even the existence of the supreme power. It was precisely because of solving the two worries that Chu Zhongshan agreed so readily. Seeing Chu Zhongshan, who did not hesitate to approach him, and temporarily controlled seeing Chu Zhongshan, who did not hesitate to approach him, and temporarily controlled his body, Huang was deeply moved. After obtaining the treasure, he decided to help Chu Zhongshan break through the divine soul period first, and then use the treasure to help him restore the power of the divine soul. Chu boy, let your mood completely relax next. Don't have a trace of resistance in your mind. Only in this way can my spirit body temporarily replace your consciousness and successfully control this body. Since Chu Zhongshan agreed without hesitation, Huang didn't hesitate and directly ordered Chu Zhongshan to pay attention to things. When Chu Zhongshan's mood is completely relaxed and his consciousness is in a lazy state, Huang Lao's spirit body directly enters the deepest part of Chu Zhongshan's knowledge of the sea, which is the hub that can really control the body. When Huang Lao's spirit body was completely integrated into the deep sea, a feeling of emptiness, helplessness, and fear came. This feeling made Chu Zhongshan instinctively want to resist, but when he thought of the instructions when Huang Lao's spirit body entered the deep sea, he could only bear it and let his body be controlled by Huang Lao. After Huang Lao's spirit body completely controlled his body, the feeling of emptiness, helplessness, and fear seemed to be magnified countless times, making him gradually lose control of his instinct and want to regain control of his body. Fortunately, Huang Lao, who temporarily controlled his body, soon heard a comforting "Chu boy, 10 seconds at most, your mind can regain control of your body." After moving the body he just controlled, old Huang didn't have time to feel the feeling of mastering the body again. While comforting Chu Zhongshan, he took the time to break the array. Forcibly controlling consciousness is not wishful thinking, but counting silently, so as to transfer the emptiness, helplessness, and fear of consciousness. Unfortunately, the effect of this means of diverting attention is not obvious. It only calmed the consciousness for less than 5 seconds. The feeling of emptiness, helplessness, and fear came at once. Fortunately, old Huang took the treasure very quickly. He had planned to take 10 seconds, but it took only 6 seconds to take the treasure from the array smoothly. At the same time, the power of the spirit withdrew from the depths of the sea and handed over the control of the body to Chu Zhongshan again. When consciousness regains control of the body, the feeling of emptiness, helplessness, and fear disappears instantly. At the same time, he felt that his knowledge of the depths of the sea had been expanded countless times, making his consciousness seem to move from a small room to a large room, and his mind felt relaxed for a while. Chu boy, use the power of the spirit I left in your danshan to leave quickly in the northeast. After Chu Zhongshan's consciousness regained control of his body, he returned to Huang Lao at the edge of the sea and told him in an urgent tone. For the time being, Chu Zhongshan directly mobilized the power of the remaining gods and souls in the danshan, and quickly left towards the northeast at a speed dozens of times faster than the martial arts skills of Xuanpin's lower body method. When he was less than 100 miles away from the array, he suddenly heard a roar far louder than deafening and dozens of times louder behind him. At the same time with the violent roar, the whole land under your feet was shaking. According to the location and distance of the roar behind him, Chu Zhongshan knew that the change was the array used by Huang Lao to trap the treasure, so he subconsciously slowed down and turned his head to wait and see. Chu boy, don't worry, slow down and try your best to leave. Seeing that the speed of Chu Zhongshan gradually slowed down, Huang Lao, who had been observing the explosion behind him with his mind, hurried in an urgent tone. Old Huang's urgent voice made Chu Zhongshan know that the explosion was still a serious threat, so he encouraged all the spirits in Danshan to increase his speed at one time. This time, he fled for thousands of miles. The residual power of the spirit in the Danshan was completely consumed, and the old Huang in his mind made him slow down. Chu boy, you can find a place to rest temporarily. After hearing Huang Lao's advice, Chu Zhongshan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then came to a slightly raised hill at a normal walking speed. Bend your knees and sit down, waiting for Huang Lao's explanation. When I set up the 5-level trap array at the beginning, considering the value and importance of the treasure, I added a self-exploding array of the same grade in the 5-level trap array to ensure that any traces of the treasure can be eliminated after taking away the treasure. Alas. After explaining this, old Huang couldn't help sighing and then said, "What I didn't expect is that after millions of years of operation, there has been no change in the 5-level dilemma, but the 5-level self-explosion array has been upgraded to the top of the 3-level array because it has absorbed a lot of natural qi, and its power has soared thousands of times." After hearing Huang Lao's explanation, Chu Zhongshan finally understood why he wanted to leave the array scene quickly. The self-exploding array of the peak of the 3 grades is equivalent to the self-exploding of the strong in the peak of the king's territory. With the destructive power generated by the self-exploding of the strong, I'm afraid even the strong in the peak of the emperor's territory dare not defy the law, let alone the small martial artist in the Sea of Qi. Huang Lao, whether you have obtained the treasure. It turned out that there was a problem with the self-exploding array. Old Huang's explanation dispersed the doubts in the heart of Chu Zhongshan. His next attention was on the treasure that old Huang planned carefully and wanted to seek. "Chu boy, wait a minute." Seeing that Chu Zhongshan's attention finally paid attention to the treasure, old Huang motioned him to wait for a while, and then used his mind to check the situation within 100 miles. After ensuring safety, he took out the treasure integrated into the body of the spirit. When the treasure floated in front of him, Chu Zhongshan carefully observed the shape of the treasure, but found that it was very similar to the gourd planted in his hometown yard before he crossed. "Huang Lao, what is the origin of this treasure? Not only the shape is like a gourd, but also the whole treasure has no light, and the treasure gas is exposed, which makes Chu Zhongshan not understand the grade of the treasure and its function. Chu boy, now your cultivation has reached the peak of Qihai period. It's not far from breaking through the divine soul period. Some situations have reached the level you can understand in advance." Put away the gourd floating in front of Chu Zhongshan. Old Huang said solemnly, "Chu boy, I don't know how much you know about the grade division of weapons," old Huang asked. "Huang Lao, as far as I know, the grade of weapons is matched with the level of the martial arts. The martial arts in the Qi refining period use 10 weapons. The martial arts in the body refining period use all kinds of weapons. The experts in the Qi transforming period use low-grade spiritual weapons. The experts in the Qi C period use medium-grade spiritual weapons. The strong in the soul period use high-grade spiritual weapons. And the strong in the longevity period use the best spiritual weapons." Old Huang plans to introduce some secrets that are limited by the realm and are not easy to understand in advance, which makes Chu Zhongshan very excited. This is what he has been looking forward to for a long time. Therefore, for the questions raised by old Huang, he tries his best to tell them in detail. After the cultivation of martial arts breaks through the road period and controls the laws of heaven and earth, the best spiritual weapons will have a great chance to be upgraded to real weapons. Therefore, the strong in the road period will use the low-grade real weapons. The strong in the king's territory will use the medium-grade real weapons. The strong in the emperor's territory will use the high-grade real weapons, and the supreme strong will use the best real weapons. As for the super powerful, I'm not very clear, but I've learned some clues. The weapons used by the powerful in this realm seem to be holy weapons. Chu boy, you can learn so many secrets with your cultivation in the period of Qihai, especially about the existence of real and holy vessels, which is enough to show that you must have your own chance against the sky during my deep sleep. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan used weapons of different grades for martial artists in different realms, Huang praised him in great detail. Later, he began to reveal the secrets that Chu Zhongshan didn't know. Chu boy, in fact, the weapons used by the most powerful people are also the best real weapons. Only a few of the most powerful people can have holy weapons. Holy ware is different from real ware and spirit ware. Although holy ware is also promoted from the best real ware, the promotion process of holy ware requires not only countless opportunities, but also tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. So, apart from the most powerful people from the top forces, the weapons used by ordinary forces and the most powerful people in casual cultivation are basically the best real weapons. Huang Lao, according to what you just said, there must be sacred vessels among the 9 forces in the southern region. After all, the 9 forces have been inherited for more than 100,000 years. After Huang Leigang's explanation of sacred vessels, Tianma in the middle of Chu thought of the 9 forces ruling the southern region. Among the 9 forces, the 5 families with the shortest inheritance time have been inherited for more than 100,000 years. With such a long time to cultivate the best real weapons, 1 or 2 of the best real weapons will be promoted to holy products. Chu boy, I don't know if there are sacred vessels among the other 8 forces, but Yu Liyan sect has 100% of them, and the number of sacred vessels is more than 1 or 2. Thinking of leaving the Sea of Knowledge in the sky of Chu, when interviewing Zhao and Jun, the momentum in the depths of Liyan sect is comparable to the supreme title. Old Huang was a little afraid and surprised at the inside information of Liyan sect. Before the body was damaged, Huang Lao's family was still a Sampan aristocratic family, and its strength was not much worse than that of the 3 major sects in the southern region. However, the Huang family had only 3 holy weapons, one of which was obtained from a cave left by the supreme title with the help of array masters. Therefore, he was shocked that Liyan sect had more than 1 holy weapon. As I guessed, Chu Zhongshan's reaction to the shock in Huang Lao's speculative tone was very indifferent. As the overlord sect with the longest inheritance time in the southern region, and once ruled the southern region for a long time, Liyan sect has several sacred artifacts, which is normal in his opinion. For Chu Zhongshan's indifferent response, Huang Lao didn't refute anything or explain anything. Because he knew that Chu Zhongshan didn't know what the holy ware represented at all, and he didn't know the difficulties in the promotion of the holy ware. Chu boy, whether spiritual, real or holy, has been artificially refined and promoted by chance. In terms of quality, he belongs to the acquired lingbao. In this world, there are a number of very rare artifacts bred by the rules of heaven and earth. These artifacts are called congenital spiritual treasures. The day after tomorrow lingbao. Congenital lingbao. Hearing Huang Lao say some secrets he had never heard of, Chu Zhongshan was shocked. At the same time, he couldn't help but return to the list of gods of a classic literary work he had seen before crossing. In this literary work, he once had a very detailed explanation of the acquired lingbao and the innate lingbao. The eternal continent also has the existence and difference between acquired lingbao and congenital lingbao. It is difficult that the eternal continent and the earth are in the same galaxy. Thinking of the speculation just now, Chu Zhongshan had an uncontrollable joy in his heart. The goal he set for himself is to break through the supreme level in 30 years, master the ability to tear the void and roam the stars, and finally hope to return to the earth and visit his elderly parents. However, in 30 years, cultivation may succeed, but the hope of returning to the earth is very slim. Before crossing, as a young man in the 21st century, Chu Zhongshan learned some interstellar knowledge and knew that there were countless galaxies in the endless void, and the distance between each galaxy could reach billions or even tens of billions of light years. It may take thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years to travel through an interstellar space. Therefore, even if he broke through the supreme level of cultivation and mastered the ability to tear the void and roam the stars within 30 years, he was not sure to return to the earth. The reason why I set a goal for myself is that I hope I don't forget my roots, and don't let missing become my biggest devil. Now, through the same name for weapons, Chu Zhongshan believes that the eternal continent and the earth are likely to be in the same galaxy, so his hope of returning to the earth has increased a lot. Feeling the excitement of Chu Zhongshan, Huang mistakenly thought that he was excited after suddenly hearing the secrets of the acquired lingbao and the innate lingbao, so he continued to explain without any doubt. The innate treasure is different from the acquired treasure. Because the acquired treasure is artificially refined, it is influenced by the cultivation and consciousness of those who refine the magic weapon. As a result, the acquired treasure has great limitations in some auxiliary cultivation. The innate lingbao is different. Because the innate magic weapon is still bred by the rules of heaven and earth, and the lingbao contains the power of clear rules, the first auxiliary function of the innate Lingbao is the power to help the strong in the peak of longevity understand and master the rules. Chu boy, in the age when my body wasn't damaged, there was a popular saying in the spiritual world that those who got the innate spiritual treasure should expect to succeed. Those who get the congenital Lingbao, the avenue is expected to be completed. Huang Leigang's popular words were repeated in his mouth. Chu Zhongshan carefully pondered the meaning of these words, and his originally excited mood was even more surging. The realm below the De Dao period only needs to have superior talent, certain cultivation talent, sufficient cultivation resources, and in-depth understanding of the realm. It is not so difficult to break through. However, the realm above the De Dao period not only needs the above conditions, but also needs a very deep understanding of the potential of heaven and earth, as well as the opportunity against the sky. Otherwise, it is difficult to break through the road period. If you have congenital Lingbao, you will have the hope of achieving the Great Road. After hearing the first roll of congenital Lingbao, Chu Zhongshan can't help being excited. Unfortunately, just when he imagined that he would advance to the avenue smoothly with the innate magic weapon in Huang's hand, Huang poured cold water on him. Chu boy, although the magic weapon I just obtained is indeed a congenital treasure, I have to tell you with great regret that the power of law contained in this congenital treasure cannot help you break through the road period. Why? The hope that had just risen in his heart was half extinguished by Huang Lao's basin of cold water, but he still asked with a trace of fantasy. Because in his opinion, it is likely that old Huang is distressed about the value of congenital Lingbao and is unwilling to let him use congenital Lingbao to break through the road period. If this is possible, he has a way to make Huang Lao finally willing to hand over his congenital Lingbao. Chu boy, according to the spirit saber you are using now, you are good at displaying your martial arts and have mastered 2 kinds of secret methods. All of them prove that the power of the law suitable for you is still the power of the law of destruction, and the innate Lingbao with the power of the law of destruction is basically an aggressive innate Lingbao with a very strong attack and a very rare number. Huang Lao directly used reality to break a trace of fantasy he still had. Chu boy, in the age when my body was not damaged, as a supreme strong man and the existence of a Ray Master, I have only seen 3 congenital spiritual treasures, and all of them are auxiliary spiritual treasures. So if you want to take advantage of the idea of congenital Lingbao's promotion to the avenue period, you'd better put it out now, because this idea is unrealistic and unlikely. In that case, forget it. Huang Lao used the naked reality to break his only remaining fantasy. He just lost Chu Zhongshan for less than a minute, and his mood returned to normal. Although there is no innate Lingbao to assist in the promotion to the avenue period, he has the second space rule among the thousands of rules in the Danshan. As long as the cultivation reaches the peak of longevity, he can try to control the power of space law and advance to the avenue period with the help of the power of space law. If he uses the power of space law to advance to the avenue period, he can still have the strength to surpass several small realms. Huang Lao, don't mention the law for the time being. What kind of help does this innate treasure you took for me? After peace of mind, Chu Zhongshan paid attention to the treasure just obtained by Huang Leagang. He needs to know whether the innate Lingbao obtained by old Huang's painstaking efforts can enhance his real harmony and improve the speed of his practice. Chu boy, I just got this innate treasure, which is called the soul-fixing God Gourd. It absorbs the scattered soul power between heaven and earth and condenses the soul power. It has the effect of rapidly improving cultivation for the strong above the level of the soul period. Huang Lao didn't hide the specific efficacy of the innate Lingbao he had just obtained. At the same time, he also made arrangements for the use of the next soul-fixing God Hu. Chu boy, in addition to improving the accomplishments of the strong above the spirit period, the soul-fixing God Gourd also has unimaginable assistance for refining your mind. So in the next period of time, I will use the special power in the soul-fixing God Gourd to help you refine your mind and strive for your mind to advance to the level of mind earlier. At that time, with the pure energy provided by the auxiliary spirit beast, it will be easy to break through the spirit period. Thank you, old Huang. Hearing that Huang Leoxian used the innate Lingbao to fix the soul to help him improve his cultivation, rather than anxious to recover the damaged soul, Chu Zhongshan was very moved, and the tone of thanks was very sincere. Chu boy, helping you improve your strength is equivalent to helping me recover my body one day earlier. There is nothing between you and me to thank. While accepting Chu Zhongshan's sincere thanks, Old Huang also indicated that Chu Zhongshan didn't have to take it to heart. Huang Lao, now that your wish has been fulfilled, can you help me find a place full of natural qi? I want to use the remaining 20 days to strive to break through the grade of flesh to grade 8. It only needs Huang Lao to help him condense his mind by using the soul calming gourd. He doesn't need to do it himself. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan, who has nothing to do for the time being, plans to seize the time to practice and strive to improve the quality of his flesh before the end of the wilderness of heaven. Chu boy, don't worry. Huang didn't immediately agree to Chu Zhongshan's request. Instead, he motioned that he didn't have to worry. Then he scattered his mind and checked the situation thousands of miles around. The mind finally stared at a valley thousands of miles away. Chu boy, try your best to show your body method and martial arts skills, and then go to this place. Through the mind, I just observed the position, and Old Huang pointed out the direction. Chu Zhongshan neither refuted nor rejected this, because he knows that Huang Lao must have his own intention to do so. He just needs to listen. The journey of more than 1,000 miles was not too far for Chu Zhongshan, who tried his best to display the martial arts of Xuanpin's lower body method. More than 10 minutes later, he appeared in front of the valley pointed out by Huang Lao. The valley in front of him is not much different from those he saw outside the secret territory. If there is anything different, it is that at the entrance in front of the valley, there is a huge stone tablet about 100 meters high and more than 40 meters wide. Moreover, the huge stone tablet in front of the mountain is very much like the key used by the 17 supreme powers to open the secret place before the secret place is opened. Chu boy, be careful when you enter the valley, because in the valley, in addition to countless wild animals, there are also martial artists who enter the secret land of the wilderness. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was going to enter the valley, Huang reminded, I see. With a reply, Chu Zhongshan took out his life spirit knife, mobilized the real yuan in the danshan, stimulated the power of Jiupin flesh body, and walked into the valley step by step. Standing outside the valley, he didn't feel much, but after entering the valley, Chu Zhongshan was surprised to find that the concentration of natural gas in the valley was at least 10 times higher than that outside the valley, and the deeper it was, the denser it was. Huang Lao, you won't let me into this valley for no reason. Should you disclose some information now? Feeling the increasingly strong sense of famine, Chu Zhongshan suspected that there might be a precious treasure in the secret land of famine hidden in the valley, so he wanted to know in advance from Huang Lao what kind of treasure it was, and whether it was worth his risk. Because of the strong natural qi, in addition to the amazing treasures, there are also wild animals with more than 7 grades. Chu boy, don't ask more for the time being, you just need to continue to go deep. Without answering Chu Zhongshan's interrogation, Old Huang motioned him to move on. In this regard, although Chu Zhongshan was deeply helpless, he had no choice but to continue to go deep into the valley with a knife. It was only a kilometer deep into the valley, and Chu Zhongshan had to stop moving forward. Because in front of him, a wild beast land-walking dragon, about 5 meters high and 10 meters long, with dragon blood, was just in the way of his journey. After carefully feeling the breath emitted by the earth-walking dragon in front of him, Chu Zhongshan found that the earth-walking dragon in front of him should be at the peak of 8 grades, which is equivalent to the cultivation at the peak of human martial arts in the period of transforming qi. However, considering the unique environment of the secret land of the wilderness, the strength of the wild beast is much stronger than the exotic animals outside the secret land. In other words, the real strength of the land dragon and wild beast in front of us is at least in the middle and high level of the air-sea period, so Chu Zhongshan did not take it lightly. The basic saber technique is combined with the integration of genuine and flesh power. With the speed of Xuanpin's lower body method martial arts, it directly attacks the key place of the ground-walking dragon and the throat under the neck path. Ding! Although the strength of the earth-moving dragon is very strong, its huge body limits its speed, so that it did not escape the inevitable blow of Chu Zhongshan. Unfortunately, the Benaming spirit saber, which contains the blessing of genuine and flesh power, successfully cut the key of the earth-moving dragon, but the defense of the flesh grade at least reaching the peak of the 8th grade, so that this blow only caused the earth-moving dragon to suffer certain damage and did not kill with one move. The wounded earth dragon seemed to be inspired by animal nature. Regardless of his injury, he fought his life to attack the sky in Chu, a posture of dying together. After the blow was fruitless, Chu Zhongshan's face and mood did not change at all. He continued to use the basic saber technique, continued to cooperate with the power of the integration of genuine and flesh, and continued to attack the key point of the dragon neck path. Not once, then twice. Not twice, then 3 times. With the speed of Xuanpin's lower level, Chu Zhongshan attacked 5 times, each at the same point, and finally broke the strong defense of the earth dragon. The power after the integration of genuine and the flesh directly killed the vitality of the earth dragon and made its huge body fall to the ground. Although he attacked 5 times in a row just now, the power of using genuine and flesh is not large, so his consumption is not large. Use Benaming's spirit knife to take out the beast pill of the earth-walking dragon, which is the size of a baby's fist. After collecting the beast pill, he continued to go deep into the valley. Perhaps it is because the natural atmosphere in the valley is too strong, resulting in a large number of wild animals in the valley. Almost every 1,000 meters ahead, there will be 1 or 2 wild animals of different grades. Fortunately, most of the wild animals encountered at this time are below the 7th grade. With Chu Zhongshan not limited by the secret land of natural famine, he can give full play to the combat effectiveness of the first level of the Divine Soul period. These wild animals did not affect his progress. However, after entering the valley for nearly 10 miles, Chu Zhongshan had to stop together and immediately used the power of the spirit injected by Huang Lao in time to flee sideways to the other side of the valley. Because before he turned and ran away, he met not a high-grade wild beast, but a Xuanwang from the demon heart sect who hated him. If Xuanwang was the only one, Chu Zhongshan would cut off his head with a knife without worry and completely eliminate the hidden dangers with his cultivation at the peak of the 7 layers of qi. But he was accompanied by a peerless strong man whose cultivation reached the peak of the Divine Soul period, which made Chu Zhongshan have to avoid them temporarily. Old Huang, I don't quite understand. Huang Lao injected the power of the Divine Soul, which can make Chu Zhongshan play the speed of the Great Road period, and use several grades to reach the deterrence of 6th-grade wild animals, so that he can successfully escape from the pursuit of the peerless strong men in the Divine Soul period of the Glue Demon Xinzong. Temporarily hiding in a big tree with luxuriant branches and leaves, Chu Zhongshan calmed down his nervous mood and asked Huang Lao for confirmation. Chu boy, what don't you understand? After having the innate Lingbao Dinghun divine gourd, old Huang didn't have to worry about the consumption of the power of the Divine Soul, so he didn't care about Chu Zhongshan's use of the power of the Divine Soul from time to time. As for Chu Zhongshan's problem, as long as he doesn't lead to major secrets, he tries to tell them as much as possible. According to the requirements of Liyun sect for the disciples of the Tianhuang secret place, according to the time when the secret place is now opened, the disciples with the cultivation of Qi Si period and below should have left the Tianhuang secret place long ago. Why can the sister of the Yan family and the Xuanwang of the Magic Heart sect still stay in the Tianhuang secret place? Chu Zhongshan asked, puzzled. At the beginning, when the sect sent the token of the secret land of the wilderness, he had specially interrogated Jiao and Jun. Later, when the sect was a guest at Jufeng, he also asked Tian Jun about the token. Both of them said the same thing. The token mark entering the secret land of the wilderness was determined by the achievements of the sect. Then, why do disciples of other forces not need to abide by this restriction? Chu boy, I'm not from your southern region, nor the top level of the 9 forces. I don't know about your problem, but according to the preparation of my family, when participating in the natural wilderness secret place before my body was damaged, it seems that there is a certain time limit, except for the disciples in the Qi refining period and the body refining period. People above the Qi refining period can stay for 1 month. For the problem of Chu Zhongshan, Huang Lao didn't know the specific reason, but according to some information before his body was damaged, he calculated that there might be a very serious problem in Liyun sect. Chu boy, it's very simple to let the disciples below the Qihai stage stay in the secret territory for a long time. You only need to consume more natural stones when making defense tokens. From the current practice of your sect, maybe there is a shortage of natural stones in your sect, which is not enough to refine enough tokens for all disciples to stay in the secret territory. The law enforcement peak that ignores the life and death of sect disciples and the merit hall of sect disciples practice. Among the 3 major sects, it is also normal for Liyun sect which ranks first, to have a shortage of natural waste stones. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan feels that Huang Lao's guess is basically close to the truth. In fact, the disciples of the other 8 forces in the Qi transformation period are still in the wilderness secret territory, which is not very good news for Chu Zhongshan. Because he has grudges with the disciples of many forces in the Qi transformation period, I'm afraid that the strong ones of their forces will get rid of themselves under the instigation of these disciples. Huang Lao next, I still need you to use the power of God's mind to help me pay attention to the situation around me, so as to prevent my enemies or wild animals with a grade of more than 7. Chu boy, don't worry, I will never make the low-level mistakes just now. He has been paying attention to the wild animals with more than 7 grades, but didn't notice the Xuan Wang and others who were hiding and recuperating, which made Chu Zhongshan almost encounter danger. As the key to his physical recovery in the future, he must not allow Chu Zhongshan to have any danger. After making a decision in his heart, Huang first used the power of divine thoughts to identify the direction. After determining the in-depth route, Chu Zhongshan continued to go deep into the valley while avoiding the territory of wild animals above grade 7 and guarding against the same kind.